Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Bloodbath, Part 2. Screams tore through the night like the wails of the damned. The battlefield outside Teep's castle had become a graveyard drenched in crimson light. The sky above was shrouded in a dense, purple fog that snuffed out the night sky and sealed the area like a coffin. Beneath it, hell had erupted. Crimson flames raged across the earth, devouring everything in their path. 2/3 of the vampire army had already been incinerated to nothingness, and what remained fought desperately against a fire that refused to die. The once grassy clearing had turned into molten rock and scorched earth. Forests on the outskirts now burned like torches, trees screaming as they split apart under the heat. Crimson beams fired across the field, and the force of each impact sent vampires flying in pieces. Some tried dousing the flames with magic, others summoned walls of shadow, or attempted to bury themselves beneath the earth. None of it worked. The fire clung to them, consuming everything it touched, including their souls. The captain, clad in his dark armor, a walking fortress with blood-stained broadswords, leapt to the side as another beam crashed beside him, the force flinging bodies like rag dolls. Advance. Maintain formation. He barked, voice gritted with fury and panic. Lieutenants, send in more reinforcements. Hold the line. Hold dash. Asterisk grew aware. Asterisk. A roar shattered the air. A sound, ancient and monstrous, one that rattled bones and pierced hearts. The captain turned, barely raising his swords in time to slice a molten boulder in half. The explosion still hurled him backward, sending him skidding across the blood-soaked ground. Smoke and flame licked at his armor as he came to a stop, coughing out blood. He pushed himself up, red eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? This wasn't supposed to happen. He looked up. The sky was a cauldron of swirling clouds, boiling with malevolent energy, and through it burst a massive, draconic form wreathed in red light. Arthur, no longer bound by reason or restraint, descended like a meteor. His wings, massive and organic, whipped windstorms with every beat. His dragon aura cracked around his form like thunder, causing everything around him to collapse. His claws tore through vampires mid-air, shredding them in flashes of red. His fangs sank into necks, torsos, skulls, ripping, tearing, devouring. With every kill, the flames burned hotter, the screams louder. One vampire screamed and hurled a spear made of condensed shadows. Arthur didn't dodge, and it shattered against his scales. Another formed a spear of blood and flung it like a javelin. Arthur caught it mid-air and snapped it between his claws. Vampires surrounded him with ritual circles, launching coordinated blood-cursed spells. He flew through the barrage, breaking their formation. Dozens were incinerated in seconds. He fought like a beast possessed, no technique, no restraint, just pure destruction. But within the maelstrom of death and fire, inside Arthur's mind was fighting a different war. Voices, hundreds of them, whispered, shouted, wept, and cursed. I lost everything, everything. I couldn't protect her. I couldn't protect anyone. Why did it choose me? Why? I burned the world. I didn't mean to. So noisy. Is it always like this for the others? Arthur growled in his mind, his tail pierced another vampire like a spear. The voices grew louder, angrier, painful, regretful, and mad. Their emotions infected his own, trying to pull him under. Kill more. End it all. Burn them. Burn everything. Rip. And tear. Within his soul, Drake's voice rumbled deeply. You're holding together better than most. Arthur grunted. But still. Unlike the first time, it feels like my whole body is on fire, and my brain is on the verge of turning to mashed potatoes. Is it always this intense? Actually, this is more tame than the last boosted gear possessor, but most couldn't handle it like you do. You're lucky, Arthur. If it weren't for your immense demonic power as an alternative source of fuel for the Juggernaut drive, your lifespan would have been siphoned out 1 second at a time, and your soul would have been devoured by the madness an hour ago. Arthur clawed into a vampire's chest and crushed his heart. He took flight again, rising into the air and spreading his wings wide, fire licking off his body as crimson beams fired off the green jewels on his body. The vampires below shrieked in fear. And then, blazing inferno of scorching flames. He opened his jaws, and a hellish torrent of crimson fire poured down from the heavens. It was complete annihilation. The ground melted as the vampires were reduced to nothingness. The blaze swept across the field in seconds, igniting the castle's outer defenses and swallowing every remaining patch of forest. Some of the vampires began to run. Cowards or survivors, it didn't matter. They reached the edges of the battlefield and tried to teleport. Nothing happened. They tried again, but they screamed in panic. It's not working. We're trapped. It's all over for us. The purple mist enclosing the battlefield pulsed ominously. On the scorched ground, the captain stood, battered and burned, watching his soldiers try and fail to flee. His red eyes turned to the fog. What is this? One of his lieutenants finally returned, landing beside him with a panicked look. Captain. We can't contact anyone. Any form of communication, teleportation, summoning, everything's blocked. The captain clenched his jaw as he crushed a chunk of burning rubble with his boot. This mist. It's cutting us off completely. He looked back toward the battlefield, toward the ever-growing sea of fire, the endless screaming, and the crimson blur of destruction rampaging across the land. And then a massive explosion of red light erupted in the center of the army. Hundreds of vampires vanished in that moment, incinerated instantly. From within the pillar of light, Arthur emerged once again. He roared, the sound rolling across the land like the cry of war. The captain stared. His grip on his swords trembled. This monster. And above it all, Arthur's thoughts boiled with fury. How pathetic. You leeches murdered the innocent for this. He breathed more fire and dove back into the slaughter. Then burn. Burn like the parasites that you are. And the night screamed. DxD. Outside the purple mist, the atmosphere was deceptively calm. George stood with one hand outstretched, fingers curled as his Longinus, dimension lost, kept the fog dome active. A massive grimoire floated lazily next to him. Next to him, leaning against a tree with arms casually folded, was a man dressed in white with soft blonde hair and a bored expression that masked his strength. So. Can you see what's going on in there, George? Dulio asked, glancing at the mist with a lazy smile. George didn't take his eyes off the purple mist dome. Arthur's on a rampage. The vampires inside are being slaughtered. Most of them didn't even get to scream before being burned alive, with not even ash remaining. Dulio hummed. Yikes. Sounds like a fun party I'm missing. George glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Remember what Arthur said. If Arthur is unable to control the juggernaut drive and becomes unstable dash. Relax, George, I know. Dulio interrupted, still smiling. Contain the rampaging dragon and make sure the rest of the world doesn't learn what kind of nightmare is happening here. He sighed and scratched the back of his neck. But honestly, if it comes to it, I'd like to see just how strong Arthur's become. Just a little, maybe. George raised an eyebrow. You're not even a little nervous at the idea of facing someone who could be the most dangerous red dragon emperor in centuries? Dulio tilted his head, thinking. Well, if Arthur mixes his demonic power with the juggernaut drive's power, I might be in a bit of a pickle. He admitted casually. George's voice was dry. So would you lose? Dulio laughed. Nah. I'd win. Before George could respond, a voice rang out from the tree line. So this is the source of the dome. Both men turned sharply. From the forest shadows, figures began to emerge, dozens, then hundreds, until an entire army stood before them. Vampires, all armed, armored, and marching in perfect sync. Unlike the frenzied ranks inside the dome, these were calm, organized, and expecting a battle. At their front rode a tall figure cloaked in black armor atop a skeletal black horse, a long bloody lance resting on his shoulder. George frowned. Reinforcements. So they did prepare for failure. The horseman looked down at them with imperial disdain. We are the Teeps faction's reserve army. It seems contact with the vanguard was lost. And now I see why. His eyes fell on the mist dome and the subtle glint of George's magic. The Red Dragon Emperor was not alone. That coward brought others with him. Dulio stepped forward, his smile still present but now tinged with anger. You mess with the people my favorite junior wants to protect, and you think he's gonna just sit down and listen to you idiots. He kept walking forward, letting the wind tousle his hair. If that's your plan, then you're stupider than you look. The horseman narrowed his gaze. Battle formation. He barked. At once, the vampire army moved with terrifying coordination. Shields formed a wall, spears locked forward, mages formed up behind the lines, ready to fire enchantments. The very ground trembled as their blood magic seeped into the soil. George looked at Dulio and asked. Do you mind if you handle them alone? I need to focus on the barrier just in case Arthur goes berserk. Dulio cracked his neck. Don't worry about it. I don't mind. I've been itching to move around anyway. The horseman scoffed. A single human dares stand before us. You overestimate yourself. We are vampires, the natural predators of mankind, the creatures of the night that prey on the weak. Dulio just smiled wider. You guys don't go outside Romania much, huh? Haven't heard of me. The horseman clicked his tongue. Should I? Dulio stopped walking. Storm clouds began to gather above them. Black and gray, they twisted unnaturally, lightning pulsing inside their bellies like living serpents. My name is Dulio Gesualdo, bearer of Zenith Tempest, Heaven's Vanguard. But the crutch also calls me. He raised a hand to the sky. The coming storm. As if in response, a sudden cold wind swept across the forest, chilling even the vampire soldiers. In a flash, the ground beneath the front lines of the vampire army turned white. Jagged ice burst from the earth, freezing the legs of half the vampires in place, armor, weapons, and all. Even the black horse neighed in panic as its legs locked up in an instant, unable to move. The horseman's eyes widened. You. Dulio finished, smirking. Surprise. He clapped his hands together. Let's make this quick, shall we? Above, the clouds burst open. Bolts of lightning surged down like chains of judgment, striking the vampire army, sending some flying. A howling wind gathered into a cyclone behind Dulio, the beginnings of a tornado that pulled in air, dirt, and vampires alike. George, still holding Dimension Lost, couldn't help but smirk slightly. Show off. Dulio raised both arms to the side, basking in the growing storm around him. Now, let's see if the so-called predators of mankind can survive a storm. He said, voice rising with the wind. And with that, the storm descended. DxD. Hello readers. I'm back, and still stressed out of my mind. But I might as well give you readers something to read while my remaining brain cells suffer in silence. Also, I recommend that you readers read back at Chapter 1, as I've made a lot of edits and there are some changes. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Bloodbath, Part 3. Amid the Teep's castle's underground Coliseum, chaos reigned. Cloaked in darkness and echoing screams, the circular arena was consumed in battle. At its center stood Chow Chow, holding the unconscious half-vampire girl tightly in his arms. Valerie's frail body trembled weakly, her short blonde hair sticky with sweat, her ragged breaths barely audible above the clash of steel and the crackling energy of holy light. Around them, the vampires closed in like wolves, hundreds of high-class knights clad in crimson and black armor, their fangs bared and eyes glowing with bloodlust. Chow Chow narrowed his eyes and called over his shoulder. Carmela. Can you get us out of here? His true Longinus hovered beside him, stabbing and lancing out with beams of searing holy energy, each strike obliterating vampires in flashes of silver fire. The spear's light was relentless, burning through shadows and driving the creatures back. Carmela, on the other side of the battlefield, Aeon Baylor in full drive, his black shades discarded, revealing his abyss-black eyes. Shadow tentacles erupted from the ground, slashing and strangling vampires. A massive shadow cyclops loomed behind him and crushed multiple enemies under its massive fists. In Carmela's hands were two jagged spears of darkness, which he spun and hurled with lethal precision, decapitating more vampires as their blood painted the arena in streaks. He growled in frustration. I can't focus while we're getting surrounded. We have to clear them out first. Overlooking the slaughter was Marius Teeps, seated comfortably in his elevated throne above the Coliseum. With casual arrogance, he sipped fresh blood from a crystal goblet, the corners of his mouth curved into a lazy smile as he watched the two intruders fight for their lives. The two of you are amusing. Watching humans struggle is always delightful. But let's not drag this out, shall we? Marius drawled. He leaned forward, voice echoing with mocking gravity. Hand over the girl, and we'll consider making your deaths quick. What do you say? Chow Chow spun midair and unleashed a holy beam that vaporized a charging vampire knight. He gritted his teeth as Valerie's hand weakly clutched his cloak, her voice barely above a whisper. Please, don't. She was suffering from being here, and that made his grip on her tighten. How about this, asshole? You let the three of us walk out of here, and we'll make sure our boss leaves at least a few of your kind alive instead of wiping out your entire race tonight. Chow Chow snapped, floating slightly above the ground, now using his spear. Marius chuckled. A hollow threat. The Red Dragon Emperor is nothing to us. So what if he slew a god? It's nothing compared to what we will achieve very soon. Down below, Carmela stabbed another vampire through the chest and flung the corpse into two more behind it. Marius raised his goblet again, eyes gleaming with mad confidence. We have the Holy Grail and the support of the old Satan faction. With that, a new age of chaos shall dawn. A world ruled by the true masters of darkness. The Teeps faction shall be its new rulers. More vampires flooded in through the archways, hundreds upon hundreds forming tight formations around the intruders. Carmela appeared beside Chow Chow in a blur of shadow, breathing heavily as he slashed another knight's throat before catching his breath. They stood back to back now, surrounded. This is bad. We're getting nowhere. Carmela muttered. Marius tilted his head mockingly. Looks like the end of the line for you. Any last words? Chow Chow glanced over his shoulder. His expression had shifted to calm as he sighed in resolve. Kanla. Take Valerie. Kanla blinked, startled, as Chow Chow passed the unconscious girl into his arms. What? Why? Trust me. I'm about to do something crazy. Chow Chow's voice was firm, and his eyes didn't leave the circling vampires. His floating spear returned to his grip with a slow hum of holy energy. Kanla adjusted Valerie, holding her with care. What are you planning? Above them, Marius sneered. Whatever you're about to do, it will amount to nothing. You're surrounded by hundreds of my finest knights. What exactly is that glowing pointy stick going to accomplish? Chow Chow smirked. This. He raised his true Longinus toward the sky. A sudden wind swept across the Coliseum, and then... Balance breaker. A pillar of golden white light exploded upward from his body, illuminating the arena like the sun had erupted beneath their feet. The holy aura surged outward, forcing back the approaching vampires with sheer radiance. Many recoiled in agony, shielding their eyes, hissing as their skin began to smoke. Even Marius flinched and covered his face with his cloak, cursing under his breath. Kanla quickly activated his Aeon Baler again, casting a dome of shadows to shield himself and Valerie. His shades returned just in time to soften the blinding blast. When the light died down, Chow Chow stood transformed. Now clad in a radiant golden centurion armor that shimmered with divine energy, and 10 angelic wings behind him, making him hover in the air. True Longinus Gutterdamarum. Marius' eyes widened in disbelief at the overwhelming power Chow Chow was emitting. That's not possible. Even with the true Longinus, you're just a human. How can you achieve such power? Kanla's eyes widened behind his shades. You had a balance breaker this whole time. Chow Chow glanced down at him, still calm. This is the first time I've used it. I was saving it for a proper spar with Arthur. He cracked his neck and snapped his fingers, the feathers from his angelic wings detached and transformed into hundreds of light spears. But I suppose now's the perfect time for a test drive. These bastards are perfect for target practice. Marius's eyes darkened. Kill them. All of them. But even the vampire knights hesitated. The holy light Chow Chow emitted was agonizing to them. Just standing near him made their skin blister and bones ache. Still, driven by orders and fanaticism, they began to move. Chow Chow flew higher, his light spears aimed towards the vampires. He pointed one directly at the charging front line. Say your prayers, leeches. Not that it'll change a damn thing. The spears rotated like a drill, and then Chow Chow fired. The spears of holy light flew down from the sky, tearing through the vampire army, causing bright explosions. Screams echoed as holy light tore bodies apart, obliterating dozens in seconds. The battle for survival had become a one-sided massacre, and it was only just beginning. DxD. Some time before the battle. Far from the Teep's castle, under the moonlight, a silent town lay shrouded in an unnatural stillness. The streets were empty, not a whisper of wind, not a single bark or chirp. There was northwest life in this place, only the heavy sense of dread, but walking calmly down the cobbled path were two figures. Siegfried, with his demon sword sheathed lazily behind him, and Heracles, arms behind his head as he looked around with boredom in his eyes. Siegfried let out a long, tired yawn, stretching his arms behind his head. So, remind me again why we got stuck with this job. Heracles didn't even look at him. Because we lost the draw, remember? Now it's our mission to poke around this creepy little village and find out if the kiddos or anyone that is not after their necks are here. Siegfried frowned and glanced around. I don't like this place. It's too quiet. You feel that? Yeah. They're watching us. From behind the windows and the alleys. Heracles muttered. From behind drawn curtains and barely cracked shutters, pairs of fearful eyes glinted in the gloom. No one made a sound, no one dared speak, but the atmosphere wasn't one of hostility. It was fear. Weird. Wouldn't they usually try to rip our throats out by now? I mean, come on. We're two hot-blooded humans, and this is vampire territory. But all they do is watch cautiously. Heracles muttered. Siegfried nodded, his expression darkening. Let's try something out. They turned and walked toward one of the larger homes in the street, still small, but better maintained than the others. Siegfried stepped up and knocked 3 times. Hello. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. There was a pause, then a feminine and mature voice replied. Go away. Heracles rolled his eyes and stepped forward. We're not here to cause trouble, ma'am. Just have a few questions. Be great if you could help us out. The voice snapped back with more force. I said, go away. Siegfried sighed and leaned closer to the door. Listen, lady. We're looking for missing kids. We're not leaving until we find them. So, either you open up and help us, or we break in and make this super awkward. There was a long pause. Then a series of locks clicked from the other side. The door opened cautiously, revealing a woman standing in the doorway, tall, elegant, and strangely beautiful in a worn-out sort of way. Her hair was a deep brunette, cascading over her shoulders, and her skin was pale. But it was her light red eyes that caught both boys off guard. You're a vampire? Heracles blinked. The woman narrowed her eyes, clearly annoyed. What I am is none of your concern. What matters is that you two shouldn't be here. Humans aren't treated well in this town. Siegfried stepped back slightly, his hand never far from the hilt of his sword. Yeah, we kinda figured that out already. But we're not tourists. We're here on business. And we'd really appreciate your help if you have anything useful to offer. She hesitated. She looked around, her eyes moved from house to house, checking windows, rooftops, and shadowed corners. Then she stepped aside. Get in. Quickly. Siegfried raised an eyebrow. Yeah, we're not doing that. You want my help or not? She snapped without looking back. The two boys exchanged a silent glance before stepping inside. She shut the door immediately and began locking it again. She wasn't taking chances. The interior was sparse. A small kitchen, a modest sitting room, and a long dining table that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Sit. The woman gestured to the chairs and disappeared into the kitchen. She returned with 2 glasses of water and placed them gently in front of them. This is all I can offer, she said, sitting across the table. Siegfried declined with a shake of his head. Thanks, but I'm good. Heracles grabbed his cup without hesitation and chugged it down before reaching over and swiping Siegfried's. Sorry. Kinda thirsty. The woman watched them carefully before placing her hands on the table. So, what do you want to know? She asked quietly. Siegfried leaned forward. We're looking for missing children. Possibly dragged here by vampires. Did you see anything? She frowned. Sorry to say this, but I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary that catches my attention. But, a few nights ago, I saw a black carriage pass through town. Driven by the vampires from Teep's castle. They were moving wooden boxes into the town hall, where they used it as a base. Heracles and Siegfried locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. You think they're in the boxes? Heracles asked Siegfried. Maybe. We might as well check it out, just in case. Siegfried murmured. The woman's face fell slightly. Her voice dropped. If they're here, it may already be too late. Heracles narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? She looked at them carefully. When you came into the town, did you see a single human? Siegfried shrugged. No. Obviously not. This is a vampire town, isn't it? You're wrong. This isn't a vampire town, she said softly. They stared at her. It's a town for dampiers like me. Silence. She continued slowly, her voice steady but laced with bitterness. Some time ago, the high-ranking vampires realized something. They couldn't just roam the world hunting humans or other species anymore. Too many pantheons. Too many eyes. The church. The Grigory. Even other devils. But if they can't hunt for blood, they'd be wiped out. Heracles frowned. Why not just drink animal blood? She looked at him with resentment. They can. But they won't. Among vampires, drinking animal blood is considered weak. Shameful. Degrading. So, the Teeps family figured out a better way. They started kidnapping women, human women, mostly. Sometimes fallen angels. Sometimes even devils. For variety. Siegfried's voice dropped. What did they do? The woman didn't blink. They raped and impregnated them. All of them. Heracles stood up slowly, fists clenched. Siegfried went silent, his jaw clenched from the horrible image. She continued, voice low. The babies were born. Dampiers. The mothers were kept alive only to be used as living blood bags and sex slaves. Eventually, they died. And when the children were old enough, the vampires did the same thing to them. In this place, a town was built as a blood factory and a prison. Most of us are female dampiers. Raised to be obedient and to serve. She placed a hand on her chest. I'm the last of the first generation. The first batch. And if those children you're looking for are here, they're probably the next. She paused. Because, from what we heard from the previous visitors, the current generation is going stale. The silence that followed was crushing. Heracles' expression was pure rage. Those sick pieces of bat shits. Looks like we know where to go next. Siegfried stood abruptly, and they walked to the door. Wait. The woman called out, standing as well. The town hall is not just a normal building. It's a fortress. Dozens of powerful vampires are stationed there. If you two go in there, you'll die. Siegfried paused at the door, one hand on the knob. He glanced back over his shoulder. Thanks for the help, miss. We appreciate it. Heracles gave her a determined look. And thanks for the water. Don't worry. We'll be back. And when we do, we'll save all of you. They stepped out and shut the door behind them. The woman stood alone in the silence. She stared at the closed door for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she turned, slowly sat at the table, and whispered to herself. Fools. She exhaled and rubbed her face, voice breaking slightly. Don't give me hope. I've already lost too much doing so. So, this is the place? Siegfried asked, adjusting the grip on his sheath blade. Heracles squinted at the heavy gates. Maybe. Looks ugly enough to be it. The building in front of them didn't look like a typical government building. Instead, it stood like a fortified castle rather than a town hall. Siegfried exhaled through his nose as he and Heracles stood before it, their boots sinking slightly into the damp stone path. How exactly are we gonna do this? Break in and go guns blazing? Or, I don't know, sneak around ninja style or something. Heracles grinned ear to ear like a man who had never once considered stealth an option. Simple. He took a deep breath and bellowed with all the subtlety of an elephant. Hot milfs in your area. Wholesome and ripe mothers with childbearing hips and fresh blood ready to be sucked dry. Come and get them. The echo rang across the entire square, bouncing off the buildings. Siegfried stood there frozen, his jaw halfway to the ground. What the fuck, dude? He shouted, turning to Heracles with a look of shock. But before he could ask, a chorus of shrieks rang out in the distance. The doors of the town hall groaned open like a beast waking from slumber, and from the shadows, a swarm of vampires emerged with red eyes glowing and fangs flashing. They came from alleys, from windows, from the rooftops, a flood of bloodthirsty predators surrounding the duo like sharks encircling prey. Siegfried turned back toward the horde, wide-eyed. Holy shit, it actually worked. He muttered, his jaw dropped. Heracles puffed his chest out with a grin. Told ya. Never underestimate good marketing. The vampires laughed as they closed in, amused by the scene in front of them. Are you two idiots lost? This isn't some tourist attraction for suicidal humans. Or maybe you want to die, eh? Pathetic. You thought shouting would get you somewhere in our hunting territory. Maybe they're just snacks trying to look tough. How adorable. The laughter grew louder, more cruel, surrounding them in a circle of mockery and malice. Heracles simply tilted his head. Good evening. Would any of you lovely degenerates happen to know where the nearest stolen orphans are being held? That caused a pause. Then, more laughter erupted from the vampires. What's it to you, meatbag? And what if we don't tell you? Yeah. What if we just rip your guts out and paint the ground red? Siegfried finally let out a slow sigh, brushing his fingers along the hilt of his blade as he shook his head. Then we might as well force you pricks to talk. A second later, Heracles raised his foot and stomped down. The stone bricks beneath his boot exploded, and a brilliant surge of orange aura erupted from his body. It radiated outward like an explosive aura, his muscles flexing under his coat as the ground beneath them trembled. Siegfried, not to be outdone, unsheathed his demon sword, Gram, which shimmered as it pulsated with dragonic malice. The vampires hissed and recoiled for a moment, sensing that these humans weren't ordinary. Heracles cracked his knuckles, fire in his grin. So, who wants to volunteer to die first? Siegfried rolled his neck, the light of Gram flickering across his sharp eyes. Let's dance, you bloodsuckers. With a shriek, the vampires charged. And the battle began. DxD. Hello readers. I have discovered the power of Grammarly. Also, here's another chapter for the troubles, so empty your pockets for power stones. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, Bloodbath, Part 4. In the northern stretches of Romania, stood a grand, centuries-old manor surrounded by a dense forest of trees. It was the stronghold of the Carmela faction, the elegant but deadly court of noble vampires known as the enemies of the Teeps faction. Inside the manor, an ornate chamber glowed dimly under the light of crystalline chandeliers and silver candelabras. A dark wood table sat at the center, guarded by 4 ominous suits of armor standing in the corners of the room. Seated at the head of the table was none other than the vampiric queen herself, Carmela. Draped in a crimson gown, her long black hair framed her face, and her pale fingers tapped slowly against one another in thought. On her left was Lady Karnstein, a statuesque woman with silver hair and a sharp tongue. To her right, Lady Vordenberg, equally regal, had golden hair and a quiet, calculating air. Across from them, Lavinia Rennie stood with a graceful bow, her pale blue witches had tilted slightly forward in respect. Beside her, Jeanne d'Arc remained upright, her rapier resting on the table beside her. "Thank you for granting us this audience, Queen Carmela. We're aware of how unusual it is for outsiders to be welcomed into your domain," Lavinia said, her voice polite, poised. Carmela waved her fingers as if brushing the formality away. "Please, darling. It's been ages since we've had such lovely guests. Two beauties from the human world. Quite the rare delight." She purred, her ruby eyes flickering between Lavinia and Jeanne with predatory amusement. Her gaze lingered a bit longer on Lavinia, and she slowly licked her lips. Lavinia gave a practiced smile. "You flatter us, Your Majesty. But we are here for more pressing matters." I see." Carmela hummed, her chin resting on the back of her gloved hand. "So, how is the ever-delirious Mephisto these days? I haven't seen him in almost a century. Still having fun in the human world?" Lavinia chuckled softly. "He's doing well. Though recently, he's been very into Pokemon." That made Carmela blink. "Poke-mon." She echoed slowly, like tasting a foreign word for the first time. Jeanne raised an eyebrow, Lady Vordenberg looked mildly curious, and Lady Karnstein just scoffed. "What sort of madness is that supposed to be?" Lavinia leaned forward a bit. "It's a human game involving elemental creatures used for battles. Mephisto's obsessed with catching them all. Says he wants to establish Shuckle supremacy around the Pokemon community." Carmela tilted her head, intrigued and confused. "Elemental creatures used for? Ah, never mind. Humans grow stranger with each century." But the atmosphere shifted when Jeanne suddenly coughed sharply into her fist, loud enough to break the playful mood. "We're not here to talk about Pokemon. This is a matter of urgency," she said with quiet firmness. Both vampire ladies flanking the queen grew serious, sitting straighter. Queen Carmela sighed, her amusement melting into regal indifference. "Very well. Let us skip the pleasantries, then. Why are you here?" Lavinia's smile vanished, replaced by a stoic expression. 3 nights ago, an entire European village was wiped out. Every man, woman, and child was killed mercilessly. The traces left behind were vampiric in nature. Carmilla's fingers stopped tapping. Her eyes narrowed. "And where exactly are you going with this accusation, Miss Rennie?" Lavinia stared into her eyes. "Do I have your word, Queen Carmela, that the Carmela faction had no involvement in that tragedy, in any way, shape, or form?" For a moment, no one spoke. Carmela slowly leaned forward, resting both elbows on the carved wood. Her gloved hands folded beneath her chin, and her crimson eyes bore into Lavinia's sapphire ones. "And what if we did?" she asked softly. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. The windows frosted over with spiderweb cracks of ice, and the light dimmed to a bluish hue. Lavinia's long blonde hair fluttered slightly as her magical pressure filled the chamber. Her expression remained calm, unshaken. "If you and your subordinates did, then I swear I will erase your name, your people, and the entire vampire race from the face of the earth," she said coldly. Jeanne silently gripped the hilt of her rapier, and both Lady Karnstein and Lady Vordenberg tensed, fingers twitching, their eyes locked on the two. A full minute passed. Then Carmela leaned back with a quiet sigh. "I swear upon my name and my people that the Carmela faction had no hand in the massacre you speak of. Besides, engaging in such senseless brutality would not benefit us. We are sensible, not suicidal," she said, voice now cool and formal. Lavinia slowly exhaled, the frost receding. Jeanne glanced down at her rapier, its blade glowing dimly. "She's telling the truth," Jeanne confirmed with a small nod. Lavinia turned back toward Carmela and gave a polite dip of her head. "Then I thank you for your honesty. And I apologize for the threat." Carmela flicked her wrist in dismissal. It was warranted. These are dangerous times. We must take each accusation seriously. "Is that all, then? Or are you planning to stay for dinner? We've had the chefs prepare something delicious." Carmela smirked. "No blood, of course. At least, not from you." Jeanne glanced at Lavinia, who gave a small shake of her head. "Thank you for the hospitality, but there's more we need to discuss," she said, resting her hands on her lap. "Oh." Carmela lifted an elegant eyebrow, intrigued once more. "We're aware of the Carmela faction's struggle with the Teeps faction. And we come bearing a proposal. One that may shift the tide in your favor, and ours," Lavinia said, her tone carefully neutral. The queen leaned forward again, the faintest glint of intrigue returning to her eyes. "Go on. DxD. The Teeps Coliseum was drenched in bloody gore, and broken vampire corpses littered the cracked marble arena. In the center of it all stood a divine figure clad in golden centurion armor, and 10 angelic wings of holy light flared out from his back. Cao Cao's balance breaker, true Longinus Götterdämmerung, had fully manifested, and he flew like a wrathful archangel on the battlefield. Meteor shower. With a sweeping motion, his feathers scattered and formed into a volley of holy light spears. The spears hissed through the air, curving like guided missiles and tearing through the vampires who had dared surround him. The explosion of light reduced them to ash before their bodies could even hit the ground. Above the carnage, the broken remains of a balcony crumbled under the intensity of the last blast. On the far edge, Marius stood, paralyzed. Blood dripped from his forehead, his crimson cloak torn, his breath shallow and rapid as he stared down at what was left of his soldiers. His eyes locked on Cao Cao, the divine lancer glowing brighter than the sun. And no. No, no, no. This isn't possible. Marius muttered. Then he turned on his heel and ran, cape fluttering behind him like a coward as he sprinted to the nearest exit. On the other side of the Coliseum, Carmela was descending the stone steps 2 at a time, carrying the unconscious form of Valerie in his arms, her pale face limp against his chest. He spotted the retreating figure and cursed under his breath. Cao Cao. That bastard is running away. Carmela shouted, voice echoing through the Coliseum. Cao Cao heard him even over the dying howls of the vampires he'd just impaled. As he drove his spear clean through the last opponent standing, he turned his head, eyes narrowing beneath the crested helm. His gaze found Marius retreating through the archway like a rat. Oh no, you don't. His palm opened, and a golden sphere began to condense, becoming a miniature sun. It swirled and pulsed, growing brighter until it scorched the air around his armored fingers. He raised the miniature sun. Supernova. The light detonated in a flash that blinded the heavens, and a tidal wave of holy radiance surged outward in every direction. Stone melted, ash scattered, and the last of the vampire reinforcements, who had begun trickling in, were incinerated on the spot, turned to dust before they could scream. Carmela was unfortunate to be there to witness this radiance. GGAH, my eyes. How is this even possible? I'm wearing shades. He screamed. Still, he held Valerie tight, shielding her limp form with his shadow. From above, Cao Cao called out as his wings lifted him into the air. Sorry about that. Just get Valerie out of here. I'll handle the rat. Carmela groaned, blinking furiously as he tried to see. Right, sure, just incinerate half the Coliseum and blind your teammate. Just do your thing. Cao Cao was already gone, a streak of gold shooting through the broken archway where Marius had disappeared. Inside the castle corridors, Marius scrambled through the winding halls, shouting at every vampire he passed. Don't just stand there. Stop him. Do something. Anything. But none of them were prepared for what came next. A beam of golden light shot through the hallway, and before they could react, Cao Cao descended upon them. His wings flared, blades of light forming at their tips as he tore through the vampires like a comet. Blood splashed across the stone walls, coating ancient portraits and faded tapestries. Those who tried to raise spells or weapons were cut down before they could scream. Marius looked back once and saw death itself pursuing him. No, no, no. Not like this, not now. I refuse to be killed by a human. He wheezed, forcing himself forward down another hall. He burst into a tall iron-reinforced door at the end of the hall, slamming it shut behind him. With a wave of his trembling hands, a purple rune etched itself across the frame, an emergency sealing spell keyed only to him. The door groaned as it locked into place with magic. The room he entered was a high-ceilinged laboratory filled with archaic runes, glowing tubes of blood, and ancient scrolls pinned to corkboards. He sprinted toward a desk, grabbing a stack of aged documents and hurling them into the roaring fireplace. Then he turned to a rotary phone on the table. His fingers trembled as he spun the dial quickly. Come on, pick up. The runes on the door suddenly began to crack. Boom. The reinforced steel bent inward, metal screeching under holy pressure. Boom. The hinges snapped, and the barrier shattered like glass. Boom. The door flew off its frame, crashing into the far wall. A wave of holy light swept into the room as Cao Cao walked in slowly, smoke rising from his golden gauntlets, eyes locked on his target. Marius gasped and stepped back, but it was too late. Cao Cao crossed the room in 2 strides and seized him by the throat, lifting him into the air like a rag doll. Marius's skin began to blister and burn from the radiant aura pouring off of Cao Cao. GGAAH. He screamed, legs kicking helplessly. Cao Cao didn't flinch. His helmeted gaze flicked toward the phone on the floor. Cao Cao bent down, picked up the receiver, and held it near his head. From the receiver came a male voice. Teeps? What is going on over there? Explain the sit dash. Sorry, the person you're calling is unavailable at the moment. Please leave a message after you go fuck yourselves. Then he crushed the receiver with his hand and let it drop like debris. Marius continued to claw at Chow Chow's wrist, fingers burning, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Oh no. We're not done with you yet. Chow Chow muttered, pulling him in closer, then he drove a gauntlet fist into Marius's jaw. The vampire went limp instantly, eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious in Chow Chow's grip. The fire from the fireplace was spreading now, creeping up the curtains and across the desks, swallowing shelves of books and relics. Smoke thickened, and the ceiling groaned as embers danced above. Chow Chow turned to leave, but something caught his eye. A few untouched folders were stacked near the fireplace. He glanced at the seal stamped on one of them, an unfamiliar sigil he didn't recognize. Huh. I've got a feeling these are gonna be useful. He muttered, walking over and plucking the papers off the desk with his free hand, Marius still draped over his shoulder. And with that, the angelic centurion turned and walked out of the burning laboratory, wings folding around him like a shield as the fire roared in his wake. DxD. The forest was in ruins. Where once stood vast trees and foliage, now remained only scorched craters, frozen trees, and a landscape fractured by the elements. Thunder rolled overhead as blackened clouds swirled across the sky, a tornado spun in the far distance, casting debris into the sky, the ground still sizzled with lingering trails of lightning, and the remains of a once formidable vampire army now lay scattered in grotesque heaps, burned, electrocuted, or frozen. George stood just outside the devastation, his robes fluttering in the violent wind stirred by the unnatural weather. He maintained the dimension-lost mist barrier, sweat dripped from his brow, his concentration unwavering despite the havoc nearby. He spared only a glance at the epicenter of the carnage, watching the lone figure who stood tall amidst the chaos. Dulio Gesualdo. The blonde exorcist floated just above the charred battlefield, his body surrounded by a soft cloud that released lightning. His zenith tempest had summoned a powerful storm that decimated the vampires with terrifying ease. Tornadoes of flame and frost responded to his will, and nature itself bent under his authority. Below him, the vampire horsemen were on their knees, coughing blood. His armor cracked and soaked in his crimson fluids, and his eyes, wide and bloodshot, stared in disbelief at the destruction. This can't be. How can a mere human cause such destruction? Dulio laughed softly, floating down with his hands in his pockets, almost like he was on a casual stroll. Ah, don't feel too bad, big guy. It's not like you stood a chance. He said with an easy smile. He paused as he stood a few feet from the kneeling vampire. The horseman looked up, trembling. After a moment of silence, Dulio tilted his head and grinned wider. After all, you're all weak. The vampire gritted his fangs, rage and desperation burning in his eyes. Damn you. With a roar, he stabbed his palm and drew blood, molding it into crimson spears and jagged blades, dozens of them spiraling around him. Dulio didn't move. The moment the weapons launched, the ground beneath the vampire's feet turned into ice in jagged waves, engulfing the horseman in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely frozen, encased in crystal-clear ice. Dulio sighed, stepping forward and tapping the frozen statue with a single finger. How brave, but still stupid. The ice shattered instantly, shards scattering across the blackened soil. He turned slowly, observing the apocalyptic landscape he had created. Fire still crackled among the ruins, smoke rose in tall, curling tendrils, blood soaked the earth, and the scent of blood lingered in the air. Damn. I might have gotten a little carried away. Dulio whispered. From the edge of the dome, George raised an eyebrow. You think? Dulio chuckled and shrugged, floating toward his companion. Hard not to when I'm the strongest. But George's focus had shifted. His eyes were on the barrier, the purple mist of dimension lost was trembling unnaturally, as if something inside it was trying to force its way out. That's not right. George muttered, adjusting the angle of his hand as he reinforced the barrier. Dulio's expression sobered. Hey. What's going on? George didn't answer at first. His eyes squinted against the mist, trying to make out the disturbance. The trembling increased, faint crimson light flickered within the dome, casting strange flashes against the outside. Then George's eyes widened, pupils shrinking slightly. Oh my God. Dulio stepped beside him, frowning. All right, now you have to tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Before George could answer, a voice echoed from behind them. Sorry, we're late. The two turned as Carmela stepped out of the shadows, an unconscious Valerie in his arms, her breathing shallow but steady. Carmela's jacket was tattered, his shades slightly cracked, but he looked alive. Dulio blinked. Whoa, what's with the poor girl? Carmela walked closer, carefully adjusting Valerie in his grip. Long story short. Her name's Valerie. She's a damper who's been abused and exploited by the Teeps faction for some reason. Chow Chow told me to get her out while he handled something else. Dulio nodded slowly, glancing down at her pale, unconscious face. Damn, that bad, huh? Worse. But George wasn't listening to them anymore. His attention was locked onto the dimension-lost barrier, which was now violently shaking, rippling like water. Dulio. You're gonna need to see this. George barked. Dulio snapped to attention. What is it? A sudden gust of crimson wind burst from the barrier, scattering debris across the battlefield. For just a moment, the mist parted, like curtains drawn. And what they saw made all of them freeze. Inside the dome, the once grand Teep's castle stood amidst a hellscape. Crimson flames engulfed its walls, chunks of molten rock floated in midair, and smoke coiled around shattered towers. The air inside was thick with oppressive heat and sheer rage. Then they saw them. In the center of it all, Arthur, clad in his juggernaut drive form, his body radiated monstrous power. His wings pulsed with energy, crimson beams fired from the green jewels on his armor, and his eyes glowed with berserk fury. Asterisk grew aware. Asterisk. Facing him, floating just above the cracked platform, was King Teeps. The king had shed all pretense of nobility. His body was wreathed in dirt and blood, tendrils coiling around him like vines, blood constructs of blades burst from him, and his voice thundered as he summoned even more abominations from the depths of his shadows. Bring it on, Red Dragon. The two monsters clashed with such force that the very walls of reality inside the dome trembled. Outside, Conla's mouth hung open, stunned. That's Arthur. Dulio's arms crossed. No wonder Arthur told me to get ready. George's voice was low. This is not a crusade anymore. This is a massacre. DxD. Hello readers. Sorry for missing my daily uploads. I'm just so busy at the moment that it slipped my mind to make a chapter for you, readers. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Bloodbath, Part 5. The battlefield was drenched in ashes and molten rock. The once proud forces of the Teeps faction were nothing more than scattered corpses strewn across the ruined land, many of them burned beyond recognition. At the center of this destruction stood Arthur in his juggernaut drive armor, his claws dripped molten blood, his wings glowed with crimson energy, and his emerald eyes burned in fury. The last surviving vampire, the captain of the vampire army, was now crawling through the shattered remnants of the battlefield. His once polished armor had been blown apart, leaving his left side horribly burned and mangled. One of his legs was gone, amputated hastily with his sword when Arthur's crimson flames had scorched his lower half. His mouth gaped open, breath hitching, lips trembling. I can't, please. The captain wheezed as he dragged himself across the scorched earth. His blood-red eyes, once filled with pride, now danced with primal fear. He dared not look back, nor did he dare even think of what was behind him. He just wanted to live. But then, a thunderous crash shook the ground as Arthur descended before the vampire, cracking the stone beneath his claws. The impact alone flung dust and embers into the air, and the captain froze, his nails clawing at the ground as his panic became terror. Get back. Stay away. The captain shouted in hoarse desperation. Arthur said nothing. His wings flared, his body towering and casting a monstrous shadow, his claws extended, and in one swift motion, he grabbed the captain by the neck and lifted him off the ground effortlessly. The vampire kicked and twisted, gagging, blood bubbling at the edges of his mouth as he struggled against the crushing grip. Please. We were only following orders. That single phrase made Arthur's pupils narrow. Only following orders. Back in the town, he could see the screams, the fire, the innocent townsfolk, and the silence that followed when the vampires left nothing behind but ruins. A low growl escaped his throat. With no more words, Arthur opened his draconic jaws and unleashed a concentrated burst of blazing inferno of scorching flames directly into the vampire's face. The infernal stream swallowed the captain whole. There was no scream, just the sound of flesh, armor, and bone disintegrating. By the time the flames faded, there was nothing left, not even ash. Arthur stood in silence for a moment, chest rising and falling heavily. Then he looked up. With a single beat of his wings, he soared high into the sky until he hovered just beneath the top of the purple mist barrier. His wings spread wide, and the air around him twisted and cracked, red sparks flying off his horns and claws. And then, *ROOOOAAAAR. Asterisk. A soul-piercing, rage-fueled roar made the dome itself tremble. Cracks appeared in the sky above him as he released a tremendous burst of dragon aura. A crimson shockwave of destruction radiated from his body, carving deep trenches into the land below, knocking over what remained of the vampire siege weapons, and even shattering parts of the Teeps castle's outer towers. Arthur slowly descended back to the ground, wings faltering as his knees bent upon landing. He panted, clawed fingers digging into the dirt, and his breaths came in ragged bursts as steam rose from his body. You've done it, partner. I suggest you return to normal, or you'll slowly lose your sanity. This power is not meant to last. Drake's voice in his mind called out, reminding him. Arthur gritted his teeth, clutching his head for a moment as the voices began to stir again in the back of his mind, now louder and more persistent. I know, Drake. I know. I'm done anyway. He muttered, barely audible. He closed his eyes and prepared to release the form. But in that moment, boom! A massive blood lance, nearly 20 feet in length, had materialized and detonated inches from his chest. Instinctively, Arthur crossed his wings in front of him. The explosion knocked him back, flames and blood tearing through the sky. When he landed, it was rough, his clawed feet scraped deep across the stone as he slid. His wings flared outward, scorched and torn, and he grunted, wincing as he stabilized himself. From the ground, he looked up slowly. Emerging from a cloud of thick blood mist, King Teeps walked with cold indifference. His long black cloak trailed behind him, untouched by the fire. Hovering around him were dozens of blood lances, all aimed at Arthur like homing missiles. Red Dragon. It has been quite some time since I was forced to act personally. A rare occasion, but a reasonable one at that. Unfortunate for you, you appear to be reaching your limit. The king said, his voice deep and eerily calm. Arthur didn't respond. He growled once more, dropping to all fours, his claws dug into the earth, and charged as he shot forward at blinding speed. The king dashed to meet him, blood lances spiraling behind him like comets. They clashed, claws against claws, shockwaves cracked the land around them as they raced across the battlefield. Arthur fired crimson beams from his green jewels, incinerating rubble in their wake, while King Teeps conjured barriers of blood to absorb and redirect the attacks. Swords of blood rained from above, and Arthur spun through them, using his tattered wings like shields, retaliating with a violent spin that tore through the king's projectiles. They met again, claws interlocking, faces inches apart. Their struggle was deadlocked. Tell me, Red Dragon, do you think vengeance will bring back the town? Those humans you failed to protect? King Teeps said, his eyes narrowed. Arthur growled louder. Shut up. He reared back and released a fire breath directly at the king's face. The king barely twisted out of the way, the flames singing his cloak and hair as he slid back, blood blades whirling around him defensively. They stood apart now, eyes locked. Just to let you know, what my son and my people did may have been cruel to you, but I do what I must for the prosperity of my kind. If sacrifices must be made, then I'll do what I must. King Teeps said coldly. Arthur's hands clenched, his dragon aura surged violently, and Drake's voice echoed again in his head. Arthur. Don't. You only have minutes left. Stop this now or... No. He growled, his eyes narrowed inside his helm. Boost. 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 Another surge of power rippled through his body, scales glowing red-hot. I'm ending this. Right here. Right now. And then he roared again, charging toward King Teeps as flames and blood clashed once more in a cataclysmic frenzy. The king removed his cloak and created a blood scythe as shadow familiars emerged around him. Then show me more of your rage, Red Dragon. He called out as he charged forward, continuing their clash. DxD. Within the crumbling walls of the Teeps castle, Cao Cao was on the move. Clad in his balance breaker form, true Longinus Gutterdamerung, his golden centurion armor gleamed even in the fires of the collapsing castle. His 10 angelic wings were spread wide as he carved through the remaining vampires. His expression was grim, one hand gripped tightly around the unconscious Marius, slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Another vampire rushed at him from a side passage with a blood-forged glaive, but Cao Cao didn't even slow down. With a flick of his hand, one of his golden feathers transformed into a searing spear of holy light and launched forward, piercing the vampire's chest and disintegrating his body in a flash of burning white. TCH, persistent bastards. Cao Cao muttered, eyes scanning the maze of hallways ahead. More vampires appeared, but this time, a small squad, armed with rifles and firearms. You're not going anywhere, human. They shouted, rallying to take him down. Cao Cao's wings flared. Wrong move. He raised his hand, 5 feathers glowing between his fingers, then with a calm flick, he sent them forward. Each feather turned into a spear mid-flight, slamming through the vampire's defenses and reducing them to ash with violent bursts of divine energy. He turned the corner, boots skidding across bloodied tiles as he advanced. Yet despite the slaughter, despite the confidence in his strength, there was a furrow on his brow. Man. Arthur's going crazy out there. I can even feel that heat from where I'm at. He muttered, glancing up as another quake shook dust from the cracked ceiling. He paused briefly in the corridor, feeling the residual pressure pulsing through the air, and the ground rumbled underfoot. Somewhere above, a loud explosion shook the castle, chunks of ceiling fell in front of him, and Marius groaned faintly, unconscious but still alive. Yeah. Whoever's fighting him is fucked. Chow Chow sighed, pitying the poor fool. He looked around and noticed something was wrong. I'm lost. The hallways were collapsing, blocked, and twisted. This entire wing of the castle was beginning to fall apart. He had taken too many wrong turns while killing everyone in his path, and now the halls weren't giving him a way out. His jaw clenched. Screw it. Brute force it is. Without hesitation, Chow Chow spread his wings and shot upward. His golden armor smashed through the ceiling like a meteor, concrete and stone erupting around him. Dust trailed his wake as he flew into the next floor, only to find more vampires waiting and getting killed by his hand. Dozens of holy light spears erupted from his wings, spiraling outward and raining down upon them. Chow Chow smashed through them, using his momentum to burst through yet another floor above. Again and again, he tore upward, crashing through levels of the castle, wiping out any threat in his path. He emerged through the highest ceiling with a final boom, shattering stone as he burst into open sky, the ruined Teep's castle finally behind him. Chow Chow hovered in midair, the wind blasting past his wings as he looked back at the fortress, half of it in flames, sections crumbling from Arthur's earlier outburst. He exhaled slowly. Finally. But then, he turned his gaze outward, toward the battlefield beyond the castle, and what he saw stopped him cold. The entire surrounding area was nothing but devastation. Forests reduced to ash, the ground scorched black, craters and trenches split open like veins of ruin. In the center of it all, Arthur and King Teeps were locked in a terrifying battle. Holy dash. Before he could finish, a shockwave of red energy and red fire exploded outward. He instinctively wrapped his wings around himself and Marius, shielding them from the blast. From behind his wings, Chow Chow peeked through. Arthur was in full juggernaut drive, his form still glowing red-hot with fury, while King Teep stood tall, surrounded by crimson magic circles that rapidly fired blood lances, scythes, and spears in continuous barrages. Arthur fired crimson energy beams in retaliation, and the two collided again, slamming into each other, clashing in a storm of chaos. Damn. You're really going all out, huh? He stayed in place for a moment longer, floating there in stunned awe as the titanic battle raged on in front of him. Despite his cool demeanor, there was a flicker of worry in his gaze. He watched as Arthur lunged forward like a beast, only to be blasted back by a ring of blood spikes from the king. Arthur snarled and charged again, his power rising, his voice distorted by the ever-growing fury of his aura. The sheer intensity of the clash was overwhelming. If he got caught up in that fight, even in his balance breaker form, he might not walk away unscathed. And Marius, even now, was still unconscious and slumped over his shoulder like a dead weight. Nope. Not getting caught in that crap. With a flap of his wings, Chow Chow turned away from the battlefield and flew back toward the edge of the mist barrier, seeking a safer vantage point. DxD. Within the ravaged streets of the damper town, Siegfried moved like a phantom in battle. With demon sword Gram in his right hand, Bomung in his left, he danced through the battlefield with deadly precision. Every swing cleaved through armor and bone, every step left corpses in his wake. Beside him, Heracles fought with brute force, fists glowing with golden-orange light from his variant detonation. Each punch detonated with devastating force, limbs flew, bodies exploded, and blood rained like mist. How many of these bastards are there? Heracles growled, crushing a vampire's skull under his heel as another group emerged from the shadows. Siegfried turned sharply, his sword slicing through 3 vampires in one motion. They're weak as ants, but this is taking forever. He muttered. Heracles blasted back another group with an explosive wave from both palms. The shockwave leveled a small shop behind them, sending charred debris into the air. Yeah, no kidding. For a town exclusive for Dampiers, this town's infested with these leeches. Heracles said, exhaling. More vampires came, hissing and shrieking, their eyes red with bloodlust. Heracles cracked his knuckles. Sieg. Head to the town hall already. I'll hold them here. Siegfried's eyes narrowed as he parried a vampire's clawed strike and stabbed it through the heart with Gram, pinning the creature to the ground. You sure? He asked, twisting the blade until the vampire screamed and turned to ash. Heracles nodded and stepped forward, lifting both hands. Trust me. We got this. Then, with a sharp burst of golden light, a great roar echoed from within as the brilliant figure of a golden lion emerged from the team. Regulus. Time to stretch your claws, bud. The lion towered over the battlefield, radiant and regal, his mane ablaze with golden energy. His eyes glared at the sea of vampires with utter disdain. Regulus glanced at Heracles, annoyance evident in his voice. You summoned me for this. You must be getting soft, Heracles. They're not even worth killing. Heracles grinned. Come on, Regulus. Just lend your partner a helping hand, will ya? Regulus growled, his mane flaring. You better feed me a whole bison after this. And then he lunged forward, his massive claws swiping through a dozen vampires like paper. One was bitten in half, and another slammed into a wall with enough force to crater it. Siegfried watched for a second, then shrugged. Fine. You'd better catch up afterwards. With that, he bolted toward the town hall. As Heracles and Regulus continued to tear through the horde, Siegfried made his way through the entrance. The entrance to the town hall loomed ahead, its double doors half torn off, blood stains staining the stone walls. Siegfried entered, boots splashing in dried crimson pools. Time to find the kiddos. Inside, the building was a maze. The hallways were littered with furniture, broken chandeliers, and claw marks on the walls. Every door he opened revealed either empty rooms or fresh corpses. He climbed the staircase, entering the second floor, where more vampires awaited. They screeched and lunged at him from the darkness. Siegfried didn't flinch. He moved faster than their eyes could follow. Balmung's blade glowed as he cleaved through 3 in a blink. Graham followed with a thrust, skewering 2 more and pinning them against the wall. Still no humans, where the hell are they hiding them? He kicked a body aside, continuing down the corridor. More vampires jumped him from behind, but without even turning around, Siegfried spun Graham backward and sliced through their waists. Room after room yielded nothing. He reached the 3rd floor, eyes narrowing. Something felt off. The air was heavier here, filled with a subtle, choking dread. Then, the creak of floorboards was heard. A vampire stepped out of the shadows at the far end, fangs bared, eyes glowing in the dark. Siegfried's grip tightened as he easily pinned the vampire to the ground with his swords. Okay, bloodsucker, spit it out. Where are you hiding the humans? The vampire spat at his face. Do your worst, human. I'm not afraid of you. Siegfried smiled. A cold, sinister grin. Good. I was hoping you'd say that. Outside the town hall, Heracles was still locked in battle. Regulus roared again, the shockwave ripping apart the nearby trees and launching a dozen vampires into the air. Heracles shielded his eyes from the dust cloud that followed. Then, he heard something. A distant, sharp scream of agony echoed from inside the town hall. Slowly, Heracles turned his head toward the building, eyes narrowing. What the hell was that? Regulus paused, ears twitching. Another scream followed, this one higher pitched. Heracles blinked and, unconsciously clenched his crotch. I don't even want to know what Siegfried's doing in there. Regulus glanced at him. Focus. We still have work to do. Heracles nodded, grimacing as he turned back to the battlefield. The lion growled and charged, his roar flattening more of the vampire attackers, while Heracles detonated another wave with a heavy stomp. Inside the town hall, another door creaked open. Siegfried stepped out with a cloth in hand to wipe his hands clean of the blood. Okay. Next stop, secret tunnel. DxD. Back at the battlefield, Arthur and King Teep's battle had scorched the land into a molten ruin, the once grand Teep's castle now little more than a shattered skeleton of its former self, its stones cracked and blackened, its towers collapsing into heaps of dust and rubble. Fiery embers danced in the toxic air as crimson flames continued to burn away what little still clung to life. Arthur, in his juggernaut drive form, stood tall and savage amid the carnage. His armored scales bore signs of stress, minor cracks, scarring, and heat fractures, but they were slowly knitting back together as smoke hissed from the wounds. His dragon wings beat heavily as Arthur neared his breaking point. Across from him, King Teeps was in far worse shape. The Vampire King's finely tailored upper garments had long since been incinerated, exposing pale flesh now torn, blistered, and burned raw by the crimson flames. His left arm, engulfed in red fire, was already beyond saving. Teeps glanced at it grimly, his expression a rare display of concern, then, without hesitation, tore it off at the shoulder with a wet rip of flesh and bone. Blood sprayed across the blazing hot stone beneath him, sizzling on contact. Even as his body began to regenerate, the flames within the wound slowed the process. Drake's crimson flames weren't ordinary, they burned everything into nothingness, not even their souls or ashes were spared. The battlefield briefly quieted. Then, without warning, Arthur let out a guttural roar that shook the cracked remains of the castle walls. His wings flared wide, and his crimson aura ignited around him. With a sweeping motion of his arms, he summoned multiple scale male clones, each clad in the same crimson armor, and they dropped to the ground in formation. King Teeps, narrowing his eyes, raised his lone remaining hand. Black shadow pooled beneath his feet, and from it surged forth a small army of shadows, vampiric knights emerged. They wailed and hissed as they charged toward the advancing scale mail army. And then, war erupted again. The two armies collided in the heart of the ruins, scales and shadow tearing into each other with ruthless intensity. The ground cracked beneath the weight of their clashes. Arthur watched silently until his head snapped back violently. His claws gripped the sides of his skull as the voices returned, but more intense. Make it stop. It hurts. I failed them. They all deserve to burn in hell. Why didn't I protect them? Why? They lied to us. They used us. They made me into a monster. I'll show them a real monster. Please. I want to die. I'll kill them. I'll kill them all. Arthur gritted his fanged jaws, his emerald-slit eyes wide in agony as the cries of the past-boosted gear possessor surged through his mind like a crashing wave. Madness clawed at the edges of his sanity as space around him warped from the pressure of his inner turmoil. Arthur. You're about to reach your limit. If you keep this up, if you go further, you will lose yourself in the abyss forever. Once you do, you'll become nothing but a mindless beast. Drake's voice rang in his mind, strained, almost desperate. Arthur hissed. I know, but I'm not done yet. Not until I burn them all down. He slammed his claws into the earth and let out another monstrous roar as a burst of dragon aura exploded from his body, flattening everything in a wide radius. The purple dome above cracked visibly, groaning under the force. The shadow warriors and the scale mail clones were swept away from the storm, and even King Teep stumbled backward, shielding himself with a wall of conjured blood that quickly evaporated from the heat. Arthur's silhouette emerged from the haze of smoke and flames, crawling low like a beast, steam rising from his armor, green jewels across his body now glowing with rising fury. You're losing control, Red Dragon. You're out of time. Teeps muttered, blood trailing down his chin. His right hand, still dripping fresh crimson, conjured more blood projectiles, which he hurled toward Arthur. Arthur didn't dodge. He barreled forward. The red beams from the jewels on his body fired with relentless precision, smashing through the projectiles and forcing King Teeps to dart to the side. Each beam explosion carved trenches through the already ruined ground, some vaporizing the object they touched. Then Arthur leapt, fangs bared, and collided with the Vampire King. Asterisk grew aware. Asterisk. King Teep summoned shadow tentacles and a pair of blood cleavers as he charged back. Bring it on, Red Dragon. The two roared in unison as they clashed again, locked in a primal struggle. Blades met scales, blood-soaked claws met shadows, and flames clashed against the shadow. They circled each other, striking, grappling, and tearing through the rubble. But then, King Teeps misstepped, just slightly, his footing slipping on the cracked, uneven stone. That moment was all Arthur needed. Arthur twisted his body and lashed out with his spear-like tail. The sharpened tip pierced through the Vampire King's abdomen with a wet, crunching sound. Gah! Teep's eyes widened as he gasped and vomited blood. Arthur snarled, tightening the embedded tail as he grabbed the king by the shoulder with his massive claw. His talons dug deep, drawing more blood. The Vampire King roared in agony and desperation, summoning a flurry of blood weapons, swords, spears, halberds, but they barely scratched Arthur's armor. He was too weakened from earlier. You fool. King Teeps muttered, trying to conjure shadows again, but the spell fizzled from his fading strength. The jewel on Arthur's chest began to glow violently. Boost. 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 Drake's voice echoed in his mind again. Arthur, stop. That's too many boosts for even your hybrid body could handle. You don't know what this will do to you. You'll die. But Arthur ignored him. His expression was pure fury, wild and relentless. He gritted his teeth and glared at the trapped vampire in his claws. King Teep's expression shifted, real fear now creeping into his ancient eyes. No. This is. How can this be? The jewel glowed bright red as it pulsed outward. Arthur opened his mouth, and the green jewel on his chest glowed brightly, allowing the gathered energy to surge to the forefront. Longina Smasher. These were the last words echoed across the ruined land as everything was engulfed in a bright red light. All that is left is silence. DxD. Hello readers. Sorry for the lack of uploads. I was lost in the path of hell, also known as college. This is the last part of Bloodbath, so you all better donate your power stones. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Belzerd and Elsha. The Longinus Smasher tore through the battlefield like a divine punishment from God. A gigantic, concentrated beam of crimson draconic energy erupted from Arthur's chest, engulfing King Teeps in a cataclysmic explosion of fire, light, and raw destruction. The impact cracked the very foundation of the world beneath them, obliterating all form, color, and sound in its path. The dimension-lost purple dome couldn't withstand the blast, it shattered completely, and the purple mist of the barrier scattered as it began dissolving into the air. The shockwave traveled like a gale across the sky. Even from miles away, a radiant crimson pillar surged upward like a second sun, piercing the night's veil and turning it blood red. Birds scattered from the trees. The wind stopped. The world held its breath. On the outskirts of the battlefield, the blast reached Dulio, George, Carmela, and the unconscious Valerie, like a tidal wave of light. The heat scorched the air, and crimson-red energy crackled violently as dust and wind howled around them. Shit! Brace yourselves! George shouted, extending another purple mist barrier just in time to shield them from the sheer intensity. Carmela held Valerie tight as he turned around to use himself as a human shield, his boots dragging across the rocky surface as he struggled to hold position. Dulio turned his attention toward the blast and, with his zenith tempest, created a massive wall made of earth around the purple mist. Remind me never to get on that kid's bad side. Inside the original mist dome, Chow Chow's eyes widened at the incoming red light. Oh, shit. He cursed, immediately spreading his 10 glowing angelic wings. A golden barrier expanded around him, and the unconscious Marius was just as a wave of destruction surged through them like a raging wildfire. His barrier strained and hissed, debris pelting off it in bursts of ash and stone. From the faraway hills near the Damper village, Heracles and Regulus paused mid-battle. The screams of vampires had gone silent, replaced by the unnatural rumble of power crackling in the air. The night sky slowly turned into bright red. What the hell? Heracles whispered, staring at the towering beam of energy in the distance. What the fuck is going on out there? Regulus narrowed his golden eyes. That's Drake's power. And not just any form. That's the true nature of the red dragon of domination. Farther still, in the distant Carmela manor, within the lavish dining hall lit by candles and moonlight, Queen Carmela's fork froze midair. Her gaze slowly shifted toward the tall window that framed the night. Beyond it, impossibly far but unmistakably bright, was the glowing crimson beacon. Lavinia's expression grew pale as she rose from her chair, her blonde hair gently swaying from the draconic pressure still faintly reaching them. Arthur. She whispered, her voice cracking with sudden concern for her beloved. Jean stood up next to her, one hand on the hilt of her sword. That light, this presence. It's him, isn't it? Carmela rose next, her crimson eyes narrowing. This presence. I've felt it before. But I did not expect it to belong to your leader. She said softly. Back at the heart of the explosion, the world finally began to settle. The battlefield had been reduced to molten glass and scorched rock. Where once towers and trees stood, now only cinders remained, the air was thick with smoke and drifting ash, and silence stretched long and deep. In the center of a vast, glowing crater, Arthur stood alone. Steam hissed from the glowing cracks along his scales, his wings twitched with residual sparks of red light, and each breath he took sent tiny wisps of energy spiraling from his lips. The once mighty, roaring monster now stood like a flickering candle in the wind. His green eyes, glowing dimly behind the cracked helmet, gazed up at the broken sky. He took one step forward on the scorched earth. Then, with a guttural, primal release of pain and triumph, Arthur threw his head back and roared at the heavens. Asterisk grew aware. Asterisk. The sound of the heavenly dragon echoed across the scorched land, haunting, powerful, and tired. And then, his body began to dissolve into drifting red particles. His juggernaut drive had reached its limit. The armor slowly peeled away, the green jewels dimmed one by one, and his tail and wings cracked, fragmented, and vanished into the wind. His body, once towering and monstrous, shrank back into its human form, battered, bruised, and barely conscious. Arthur slowly fell on his back, then landed onto the scorched earth. His breaths were ragged, his eyes were half-lidded, and his hair clung to his forehead, slick with sweat and ash. The toll on his body was unlike anything he'd felt before. Ow, my, ow, ow. He muttered weakly, barely able to move his lips. Drake's voice returned to his mind, concerned. Arthur, are you all right? Arthur groaned. Does it look like I'm all right? My brain feels like I got severe migraines and then got hit by a church bell. Drake couldn't help but chuckle at the absurd comparison. Your body took too much. You pushed beyond safe limits. You're lucky your heart's still beating after that stunt you pulled. Yeah, yay me. He tried to move, keyword, tried, but his limbs wouldn't respond. Everything below his neck felt like he was paralyzed. His vision began to waver, and dots and shadows danced at the edge of his sight. He exhaled slowly. Maybe just a short nap. Just for a bit. I earned it, after all. As the sky above slowly returned to darkness, and the scorched wind passed over his motionless body, Arthur's vision finally faded into black. DxD. The moment Arthur's consciousness stirred again, he found himself not in the cratered battlefield nor a medical bed, but in an endless, white void. He blinked. Okay. This is super weird. Arthur muttered, voice echoing slightly. He looked down at himself, his body looked normal, clothes intact, no wounds, just him, standing in what might as well be a blank canvas of the universe. Arthur rubbed the back of his head and sighed. Did I die? Am I in limbo? Heaven? Hell? Purgatory? Or worse? A Truman Show studio? He started walking forward, not that any direction seemed different from another. With every step, the void remained unchanged, and the silence was louder than ever before. Hello? Anyone in here? Preferably someone who's a double D. His voice stretched far but met nothing in return. After what felt like hours, though time here didn't seem real, he finally stopped and scratched his head in growing annoyance. Okay, it is painfully obvious that nobody is in here. Where the hell even is this place? Suddenly, a voice spoke behind him, familiar and low. You're inside the boosted gear, partner. Arthur yelped and spun around, practically jumping out of his skin. Jesus fucking Christ. Before him stood a great red dragon with green reptilian eyes and golden spikes around its body. It was the red dragon of domination himself, Draig. Arthur pointed a finger at him, eyes wide. What the hell, Draig? You don't sneak up on people like that. Draig let out a deep, amused rumble. Ha ha ha. Forgive me. Your reaction was just too priceless. Arthur rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Oh, hardy har har. Glad my terrified face is funny to you. You'll get used to it. You've got time. Draig said with a smirk in his voice. Arthur glanced around. Yeah, speaking of that, where have you been? I've been walking around, calling for someone, or anyone for the matter, for what felt like hours. Draig chuckled again. Arthur, you've only been here for 5 minutes. What? Arthur's voice went flat as he stared directly into the dragon's eyes. 5 minutes. Draig repeated, voice calm but amused. Arthur blinked twice again, clearly done with all this otherworldly nonsense. So time's a lie, and you're a troll. Got it. Draig's tone shifted his gaze forward. Besides, you're not alone in here. Arthur blinked. What? Draig lifted one massive claw and gestured behind him. Look. Arthur turned and paused. Hundreds, maybe almost 1,000, of cloaked figures stood silently in the distance, all facing him in silence. They didn't move, but he could feel their presence like a tidal wave pressing into his skin. Arthur's brow furrowed. Ah, hey Draig. You want to explain why there's a robed cult meeting in front of me? Draig's tone was solemn now. When a host of the boosted gear dies, a fragment of their consciousness remains behind, sealed within the sacred gear itself. Normally, they lie dormant until the juggernaut drive is triggered, but it looks like right now is an exception. Arthur's eyes widened slightly. So, these guys are previous hosts. Red Dragon Emperors. Men and women who carried the burden before you. Arthur stepped forward a few paces, eyes scanning the cloaked crowd. Huh. Okay then. Greetings. I'm Arthur. Nice to meet you, I guess. He raised a hand awkwardly. No one answered. But more of them began to appear, emerging from out of nowhere. They surrounded him, circling slowly, yet there was no threat in their movement, just curiosity, reverence, resentment, and confusion. Then came the whispers. This one is different. Such an odd existence. Will he fall like the rest of us? Such immense talent. Too bright, too unstable. Poor child. Arthur shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, hey, while you guys are whispering about, whatever it is you're whispering about, could anyone maybe give me some help getting out of here? Preferably through an elevator that has a smoking, sexy attendant managing it. Suddenly, a confident, masculine voice echoed from the crowd. What's the rush, kid? You just got here. Another voice joined in, this time soft and feminine. It's truly a pleasure to meet a new face again, especially one so talented. The crowd parted like a wave, making way for two figures walking through. The first was a tall, muscular man with long, unkempt green hair and piercing pink eyes. He wore a sharp, black noble uniform, trimmed with red, with a cape fluttering behind him. Beside him walked a woman of stunning beauty, long, wavy blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, light green eyes warm and observant. She wore a flowing lavender gown that shimmered subtly, and atop her head rested a silver and purple tiara-like adornment. "Oh shit," Arthur muttered, his eyes locked onto the blonde beauty approaching him. The green-haired man grinned, waving a hand. "How's it been, you overgrown lizard?" "It's been quite a long time." The woman bowed politely. "It's good to see you again, Draig." Draig's golden eyes lit up with joy. "Belzard. Elsha. How long has it been since we've talked?" Arthur stared at the two figures, his brain trying to process the weight of their names. The aura they gave off was undeniable. "You're Belzard. And you're Elsha. The two strongest red dragon emperors in history," Arthur said slowly, eyes widening. Belzard flashed him a confident grin and put a fist to his chest. "In the flesh. Well, whatever's left of it." Elsha smiled gently. "Welcome, Arthur Pendragon. We've been expecting you." Belzard nodded toward him, his expression shifting from playful to serious. "We've got a lot to talk about, kid." Elsha stepped beside Belzard, her voice soft but resolute. "And not much time." The cloaked figures around them stood in complete silence now, watching and waiting. DxD. Hello readers. Here's an extra chapter, so gimme more power stones. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, The Infinite. The countless cloaked figures silently faded away, leaving only Arthur, Draig, and the two legendary red dragon emperors, Belzard and Elsha, standing directly in front of him. For a moment, the silence settled again. Arthur opened his mouth, closed it, and then scratched the back of his neck before muttering. "All right. I've a lot of questions. Like, at least 5. Maybe more. I don't even know where to start." He looked between the two of them, shoulders tense, mind spiraling. "Like. Why are you both so fashionably dressed for being soul fragments?" Belzard gave a warm chuckle at that. "As much as we'd like to spend time answering all those questions and getting to know you better, Arthur, we're here for something more important." Elsha stepped forward, her expression kind but firm. "We're here because of your use of the Juggernaut drive." Arthur blinked. "Wait, what about it?" Belzard folded his arms, expression sharpening. "That power. It's not something to be used lightly. You used it twice already, didn't you?" Arthur hesitated. "Well, yeah. First time during training, and then just recently. Against the vampires." Elsha's eyes narrowed slightly, not with suspicion, but concern. "Tell us, Arthur. Think back. How did it feel, both times? Compare them." Arthur stood in silence for a moment. He looked down at his hands, hands that had turned to blood-soaked claws for a split second, the whole area burned in crimson flames just like back at the battlefield. The first time. It was in a controlled environment. I activated it, and I felt so powerful that I felt like I could take on a god. But I only held it one for a whole minute before Draig told me to change back. He paused, his eyes dimming slightly. But the second time. It was like all hell broke loose. I could barely think because of the voices. All I wanted was to destroy them all. All of them. The vampires, the castle, the land. I didn't care who got in the way. All I saw was red. He stopped, clenching his fists tightly. I wanted the world to burn. Draig stirred from where he lay, his eyes narrowing. And that's exactly what makes the Juggernaut drive so dangerous. That second time wasn't just you activating it. You were almost consumed by it. Arthur looked back at him, uneasy. "So what, I got lucky?" Draig nodded. "Very lucky. The will of the past red dragon emperors, those that fell, was clawing at your soul the whole time. I felt it. One more step, one more second in that form, and you would have lost yourself. Forever." Elsha stepped closer, the gentleness in her eyes softening. "Arthur, the Juggernaut drive isn't just temporarily removing the seal placed on the heavenly dragons, but it's also the manifestation of the unbearable wrath, pain, and grief of those who came before you. It amplifies not just your power, but your deepest emotions." Belzard nodded in agreement. "And in the heat of that moment, surrounded by horror, blood, and death, you gave that rage fuel. The crimson flames you wielded were not just from Draig, they were from you as well." Arthur turned away for a second, running a hand through his hair. "So what now? Are you guys saying I can't use that power again? Because I can't guarantee that I won't be using it during the worst-case scenario." "Not at all, it's the opposite," Belzard said, stepping forward, placing a firm hand on Arthur's shoulder. "You will use it again. But this time, you'll need to learn how to control it better." because sooner or later, you'll probably be facing your greatest challenge yet. Arthur looked at him, his expression serious now. The White Dragon Emperor. Drake gave a low rumble. Precisely. Your destined rival. The host of Albion. Elsha's expression darkened ever so slightly. But not only that, Arthur. Gods, Satans, and powerful beings who see you as either a threat or a tool. What you've done tonight is just the beginning of your path towards your dream. Belzerd grinned again, that fire returning to his eyes. That's why we're here. To prepare you for it. What you did in Romania will look like a warm-up compared to what's to come. Arthur took a breath and stepped forward, more composed now. All right then. What's the plan? Belzerd's grin as he squeezed Arthur's shoulder and leaned in slightly. The plan is actually pretty simple. Then he let go and turned away, hands behind his back. But that'll have to wait until your next visit. Arthur blinked. Ah, what? What do you mean by that? Elsha approached gently, brushing a hand through his hair and patting his head. Our time's up, Arthur. You're starting to wake up. But don't worry, we'll meet again. Sooner than you think. Arthur blinked again, suddenly feeling himself fading. Wait. Hold on. I dash. And then he vanished. Belzerd stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the spot where Arthur had just disappeared. A small smirk crept across his face as he exhaled through his nose and muttered. Man. Drake, you really have your work cut out for you with that one. Drake, still lying nearby with his wings half folded and his enormous head resting on his claws, let out a low, rumbling laugh. No kidding, Belzerd. But. He glanced over to where Arthur had stood. I'm glad it's him. He's reckless, stubborn, even a little emotional, but he's got spirit. Elsha gently stepped to Belzerd's side, a soft giggle escaping her lips. He's a polite young man. A little rough around the edges, but he has a kind personality. And I could see it in his eyes. So much pain and regret hidden deep within him, but he still kept moving forward. She clasped her hands in front of her, looking thoughtfully at the now empty space before them. It'll be a fine experience to train and get to know him better. Someone like Arthur doesn't come around often. Belzerd raised an eyebrow. You're not gonna go easy on him, are you? Elsha smiled sweetly, almost too sweetly. Oh, not in the slightest. Drake let out a chuckle, his chest rising and falling. Good. He's going to need all the help he can get. After what just happened in Romania, things are going to get harder for him. Enemies won't sit idle. The world's about to change, and I've got a feeling Arthur's gonna be right in the center of it all. Belzerd's expression turned serious, the smirk fading. You're right. His little stunt won't go unnoticed by the other pantheons, especially the three factions. Elsha nodded, her eyes narrowing as she spoke softly. They'll come soon enough. To either test him, control him, or even oppose him. Drake's eyes gleamed. Then we make sure he doesn't fall. The three stood in silence once more, as if agreeing to what was about to happen next. DxD. Arthur's breath came in slow, shallow draws as his blurry eyes adjusted to the night sky above. The stars shimmered above him, barely visible through the residual haze that still lingered from his devastating rampage. His limbs still felt like lead, his entire body ached, and the skin under his clothes stung with every breeze. He blinked once, twice, then muttered groggily in his mind. How long was I out this time? Drake's voice echoed gently in his mind. Only 5 minutes, partner. Arthur blinked again. Really? Arthur groaned softly as he slowly sat up, rubbing the crust from his eyes. I feel like my entire body went through a meat grinder, a furnace, and a blender, all at the same time. You're lucky that's the only thing you're feeling right now. The juggernaut drive burnout should have left you unconscious for days and possibly crippled. Drake added. Arthur sighed, letting his upper body fall back against the scorched, broken earth beneath him. He closed his eyes again, silently enjoying a moment of silence. But something happened. His instinct sensed something was off. He opened his eyes slowly. And there she was. A small figure stood inches away from his head, casting a shadow over his face. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. Innocent, doll-like features, long, silky black hair that reached her hips, skin as pale as moonlight, and a pair of black-gray orbs stared down at him, unblinking, unreadable, unsettling. Arthur didn't hesitate. In one smooth, reactive motion, he rolled to the side, twisted up onto his feet, and leaped back several meters across the ground. His breath caught in his throat as he landed in a crouch, his hands already raised in front of him in case he needed to summon the boosted gear again. But nothing came from her. No aura, no intent, no sound. The girl simply tilted her head slightly, the hem of her gothic Lolita dress fluttering slightly in the breeze. Her expression hadn't changed, blank and emotionless. Arthur's body tensed despite the absence of hostility. His senses, enhanced by both instinct and experience, hadn't even registered her presence until he saw her. Drake's voice entered his head again, but this time, far more seriously. Arthur. Whatever you do, do not under any circumstances antagonize her. And don't be fooled by her appearance. That's the infinite dragon god itself. Ophis. Arthur froze. Of course, he already knew about Ophis in his past life, especially that she took the form of a little girl. But he never expected her to appear here and now. Shit. She probably was around the country when she felt my final attack. Still breathing carefully, Arthur lowered his hands slightly. Not relaxed, but no longer on edge. He cleared his throat, trying to hide the tension in his voice. Greetings, Lady Ophis. It's quite the honor to meet you. She said nothing at first. Arthur glanced around the broken field, suddenly very aware of how alone he was here. His allies were still far off, and he didn't even know if Chow Chow was alright after the blast. He looked back at her. Her eyes never left his. May I ask, why exactly you're here? He said carefully. Ophis stood silently, staring. The silence stretched awkwardly, unnaturally. Then, she finally spoke, her voice flat, barely louder than a whisper. Strange. Arthur blinked. You are a strange one. That's not the answer I expected. Drake growled low in Arthur's mind. Just keep being honest and respectful, Arthur. Otherwise, she will erase you from existence with a thought. Arthur gulped slightly but kept his posture firm. Thank you. I think. Ophis stepped forward once. Her steps made no sound against the scorched ground. You smell human, but also devil. How strange. Arthur didn't know what to say to that. Then she spoke again. Join me, strange one. He stared at her blankly. Excuse me. She repeated, unblinking. Join me. Arthur blinked, utterly confused. For what reason exactly? To return my silence. She said simply. Arthur's expression fell. He knew what she meant by that, but Arthur didn't know how to feel about it. Just the idea of facing the true dragon of dreams was absurd. Great Red was not just powerful, he is currently the strongest being in existence. Arthur knew he wasn't strong enough to challenge him, not even close. Not yet, at least. Ophis raised her pale hand toward him. Her hand seemed small and delicate, but it felt like it could crush the stars if she willed it. Tell me. What is your answer? DxD. Hello readers. Fun fact, Power Stones help the author with their writer's block. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Better Than Nothing. Tell me. What is your answer? Ophis said, in that same calm, monotone voice. Arthur stared at her. She wasn't threatening him, nor was she demanding submission. She was simply asking, and that made the situation even more unnerving. Arthur stayed silent for several seconds before taking a slow, steady breath and muttering in his mind. Drake, buddy. Any ideas on how to bullshit our way out of this without being vaporized? A long pause. Then, a sigh came out from Drake. If I had the answer to that, partner, I'd be in charge of diplomacy. But alas. I got nothing. But there's something I want you to know, Arthur. Whatever you choose, I trust your judgment. You make the call, and I'll follow you. No matter what. Drake's voice softened slightly, supporting whatever choice Arthur makes. Arthur blinked once. Even Drake didn't know what to do. That realization hit harder than he expected. The Red Dragon Emperor, one of the heavenly dragons, one of the most powerful beings in existence, was just as in the dark as him. He closed his eyes briefly, preparing his next words, then he opened them again and looked directly at Ophis. Her expression had not changed. Her hand was still outstretched toward him. Arthur inhaled. Sorry, Lady Ophis, but I refuse. He said, calm and firm. There was no sound, no shift in the atmosphere, no killing intent. Ophis simply blinked once, tilting her head to the side. Why? Arthur relaxed slightly but kept his guard up. For a few reasons. He said. First of all, we just met. You can't seriously expect me to join you just like that. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Ophis said nothing. Arthur continued, carefully. Second, you didn't even explain why you chose me. Or what exactly it is you need from me. I can guess, sure, but I don't like working off assumptions, especially when the person asking is someone who could wipe me out of existence just by blinking. He took a breath, bracing himself. His arms tensed, he was already beginning to mentally prepare to use Juggernaut Drive again if she reacted poorly. And lastly, I'm already part of a group. I have comrades. People who trust me. I fought beside them. I can't just abandon that, not for anyone. Not even you. Silence. Pure and deafening. Arthur braced himself, heart pounding in his chest. But then, a loud boom echoed across the battlefield as flashes of light and energy surged to life behind him. Arthur instinctively turned his head. Multiple figures appeared on the ruined horizon. Dulio descended from the sky, his zenith tempest fully activated as clouds swirling above. His expression was serious for the first time since Arthur met him. Behind him, George raised his hands, hundreds of magic circles glowing in perfect sync, ready to unleash magic spells at a moment's notice. Chow Chow, still carrying the limp body of Marius in one hand, his balance breaker flaring with divine might. A vast formation of holy spears hovered in the air around him, each aimed at Ophis. And up on the shoulder of a massive cyclopes-like creature made of shadow stood Carmela, carrying Valerie behind him, ready to crush anything that moved. Arthur's eyes widened. What the hell are you all doing here? He shouted, and Chow Chow yelled. We're saving your red scaly ass. What do you think we're doing? Arthur turned sharply. You idiots are going to get yourselves killed. Don't you realize who this is? But before any of them could answer, Ophis moved. In the blink of an eye, she just appeared right in front of Arthur. Everyone flinched. No one saw her move. None of them registered her until she was hovering inches away from Arthur. The others were frozen in place, all weapons and powers ready to strike, but unaware that moving even an inch would doom them all. Arthur, on the other hand, blinked rapidly as Ophis locked her eyes with him. I see. So I must earn your trust first. She said quietly to herself. Ah. Ha. Arthur opened his mouth to respond, but froze when Ophis lifted both her small hands and cupped Arthur's face gently. Everyone held their breath, ready to attack if this little girl harmed their friend. Arthur watched as her small, pale hands held his face. What are you doing? He said nervously. Ophis looked up at him with those bottomless eyes. Earning your trust. She answered softly. She leaned forward and gently kissed his forehead. Chew. The moment her lips made contact with his forehead, his mind goes blank as a strange sensation pulses through his body. A black, swirling symbol etched itself on his forehead, and an Ouroboros symbol emerged. The mark glowed briefly with a dark violet hue before settling into his skin, still faintly warm to the touch. Arthur yanked her hands off his face and backed off instinctively, stumbling a few steps away as he touched his forehead. What the hell did you just do? Ophis didn't answer. She turned around and began hovering a few feet away. And then, she paused. Just before disappearing, she glanced back at him, and a small, almost unnoticeable smile appeared on her lips. I'll be back, strange one. Then she vanished. Not a trace left behind. The eerie pressure in the air vanished with her. The tense silence was shattered as everyone finally exhaled, slumping slightly in relief. George wiped sweat from his forehead. Carmela let his summoned cyclops dissolve into shadows. Dulio disperses the storm he conjured, sighing. Who, in the world, was that? Chow Chow turned to Arthur, his usual composure shaken. You gonna tell us why it felt like the world was holding its breath just now? Arthur didn't answer right away. His eyes were fixed on the spot where Ophis had vanished. Then he slowly reached his left hand to his forehead. The Ouroboros symbol pulsed faintly on his skin. Drake. He called out internally. A long pause. Arthur. Ophis just gave you her blessing. Arthur blinked. Her what? Her blessing. She marked you. For what purpose, I don't know, but I can tell you this much, you've caught the infinite dragon god's attention. Arthur frowned. Okay. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. He took a deep breath and spoke, his voice steady but carrying the weight of everything that had just transpired. Where are the other two? George pushed his glasses up, his expression returning to its usual cool composure. Siegfried and Heracles are still finishing their sweep of the town. They should be wrapping things up about now. I've been keeping tabs on them both through magic. Last I checked, the resistance in their sector was thinning, and Siegfried found something important. Arthur nodded slowly, acknowledging the information. His eyes then shifted to Valerie, who remained quietly resting on Carmela's back. Beside her, slung casually over Chow Chow's shoulder like a sack of trash, was the unconscious body of Marius, his face bloodied, his clothes torn, and his pride left somewhere back in the castle ruins. A fitting state for the vampire prince, all things considered. Arthur narrowed his eyes at the pair and asked. Who are they? Carmela glanced at the girl on his back, then back at Arthur, keeping his tone dry. This one's Valerie. And that piece of shit being carried by Chow Chow like a broken piñata. That's her half-brother. Arthur raised a brow, pretending to be confused. Her half-brother. Carmela nodded. Apparently. The guy's an arrogant lunatic. She's, well, not treated well. Arthur gave a small grunt of acknowledgement, hiding the fact that he already knew exactly who they were. Valerie Teeps, the damper girl who possessed the Sephiroth Grawl within her, and Marius, the coward who abused his little sister. Still, he kept his eyes on Valerie for just a second longer than necessary, noticing that despite being weakened and bruised state, her peaceful appearance was quite appealing in his eyes. Right. Arthur muttered, then turned to the open field, and the boosted gear emerged around his arms. Double. In the next instant, 10 identical figures emerged, awaiting orders in silence. Arthur pointed outward, his voice calm and firm. Fan out. Sweep the entire perimeter. I don't want a single bloodsucker or straggler left hiding. If you find anyone, kill them. If you find anything or anyone suspicious, punch first, ask questions later. The clones nodded wordlessly, then vanished one by one, disappearing into the broken forest and ruins of the Teeps castle. George raised a brow, impressed. I almost forgot how broken that version of the boosted gear is. Arthur glanced up toward the direction of the distant town. Smoke still rose gently into the sky, but there were no explosions or rumbling anymore, at least not from this far. We should meet up with Siegfried and Heracles. If there's anything left to clean up, we'll help finish it. And if it's all done, then we all regroup. He drew a large glowing teleportation circle beneath all of them. The red light spread under their feet, humming with energy. As they waited for it to activate, Dulio casually asked. So, are we just gonna pretend that nothing happened with that little girl from earlier? You know, the one who made us all tense up. Arthur just answered flatly. I'll explain everything. But not yet. I want everyone together first. Dulio shrugged. Fair enough. Just saying. That wasn't your usual kind of weird. That was, like, the Book of Revelation kinda weird. Chow Chow scoffed. He's not wrong. Arthur remained silent, eyes focused ahead. The teleportation circle activated, and then, in a flash of light, they were gone. DxD. Arthur and the rest of the group materialized near the center of the ruined vampire town. The air was heavy with the lingering scent of blood and gore, but what struck them first was the eerie, collective silence of the people. Dozens of townsfolk had gathered in the open square, most of them dressed in ragged, colorless clothing, their skin pale from poor nutrition and lack of sunlight. All of them had the same traits, pointed ears, subtle fangs, and a strange mix of human and vampire features. Arthur recognized them immediately. Dampiers. He murmured to himself. The people had begun to step out from their homes. They weren't looking at Arthur and his group, however, they were all staring toward the town hall at the far end of the square. Something had captured their attention entirely. Arthur followed their gaze, and that's when he saw it. Near the cracked and blood-stained steps of the town hall was a grotesque mountain of vampire corpses stacked like firewood. Sitting atop the monstrous pile was none other than Heracles, his massive frame covered in gore and viscera, and beside him was Regulus, his golden mane streaked with blood, roaring at the night sky like a beast proclaiming dominance over its prey. Heracles threw his head back and let out a wild, unhinged laugh. I am the son of God, motherfuckers. Ha 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 ha. He bellowed, raising both arms triumphantly, while Regulus roared again, his powerful voice sending a shiver through every soul in earshot. Arthur stared, eyes wide and lips slightly parted in disbelief. Behind him, the others were just as stunned. What the hell are we looking at? Carmela muttered. I have no clue, but I can't stop watching for some reason. Dulio said slowly, scratching the back of his head. Chow Chow raised an eyebrow. I knew Heracles had mental issues, but this is a whole new level of crazy. Even George looked in silence, visibly unsettled. Arthur exhaled sharply, his eyes flicking to the edge of the crowd where he spotted a familiar figure leaning against a broken lamp post, arms crossed. Siegfried. He was waving casually in Arthur's direction. You guys stay here. I'll find out what happened. Arthur muttered to the others. Still uneasy from the sight of Heracles on his mountain of death, Arthur made his way through the crowd. Siegfried stepped away from the post, waiting as Arthur approached. Okay. I'm a little afraid to ask, but what the hell happened here? Arthur said the moment he was close enough. Siegfried sighed through his nose and motioned for Arthur to follow. First of all, I have no idea why Heracles goes full God of War mode. One minute I was searching for survivors, the next thing I knew, he and Regulus started stacking bodies like a bloody shrine. I figured it was safer to just let him finish. Arthur pinched the bridge of his nose. Unbelievable. But that's not what I wanted to tell you. Follow me. Siegfried said, his expression turning more serious. Arthur nodded, but Siegfried's tone made his gut twist with unease. They entered the town hall through its splintered doors, stepping into a cold, darkened lobby. But what truly caught Arthur off guard wasn't the condition of the building, it was what he saw inside. There were children. Nearly hundreds of them, all huddled together in groups. Some were lying unconscious on the floor, their faces gaunt from hunger and exhaustion, others were curled up near broken furniture or behind shattered columns, clutching one another in silence, and a few stared at Arthur and Siegfried with cautious, frightened eyes. Among them were a small number of human adults, all women, with similar signs of mistreatment. Arthur froze, the weight of the scene crashing down on him like a hammer. "What is this?" he whispered. Siegfried stood beside him, arms crossed. The vampires planned to use them as a breeding farm and living blood bags. Some fucked up attempt to create a stable food source under Teep's rule. Most of the adults were kept barely alive. The kids, well, some didn't make it. Arthur's eyes clenched shut. His jaw tightened as fury welled up inside him, and his hand trembled as he clenched it into a fist. I didn't do enough. Not nearly enough. He should have burned the entire castle to ash. No. He should have reduced the whole damn country to ruins. Then a small, shaky voice called out from the far side of the room. "Big brother." Arthur's head jerked up, his blood running cold. The voice came again. Is that you, big brother?" He turned toward the source, and a little girl stood among a small cluster of children. Her hair was messy and her clothes torn, but her wide eyes were unmistakable. She stepped forward slowly, hesitantly. Arthur's breath hitched. His knees buckled beneath him as recognition flooded his heart like a tidal wave. It was one of the children from the orphanage in his hometown. One of the kids whom he used to read to sneak snacks to, and hang out with when he and his mother visited. She wasn't alone, as a few others had followed her, looking at him with tired, cautious eyes, but there was a spark of hope in their expressions. Arthur dropped to his knees as he quickly caught them all in his arms. No words were spoken. He held them tightly, tears falling freely down his cheeks as he buried his face into their small shoulders. The children clung to him, they didn't understand why he was crying, but their small hands clutched at his coat, their tiny fingers squeezing back just as hard. Some of them began to cry too. Their sobs echoed softly through the halls of that broken building. Siegfried stood at the entrance, silent. His arms remained crossed, but his gaze was fixed on Arthur. He didn't interrupt, but he was lost in thought. Maybe it's for the best if I keep it to myself on how many children have died. Some of them were too far gone. But at the very least, this is better than nothing. He thought grimly. DxD. Hello readers. Here's a chapter, so where's my stones? Also, the Ouroboros symbol looks like Meliodas' dragon sin tattoo. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, Penance. The room was cold and silent. Not in the usual sense, but the kind of cold and silence that crept into the marrow of your bones. In the center of the room, Marius Teep stirred. His groans were faint at first, then louder as his consciousness returned with a sharp, splitting headache. He felt pain before he even opened his eyes, his shoulders screamed in agony, his back ached from being arched downward, and his wrists and ankles were bound in a way that left him hanging midair. Only his pants remained, the rest of his garments had been stripped away, leaving his pale upper body exposed to the chill. He opened his eyes with a start, breathing hard and fast. Darkness surrounded him. What? Where am I? He shifted, trying to move his arms, but the chains clinked and pulled tighter, glowing with a sudden bright white as electricity coursed through them. Ag! He screamed, his body convulsing violently as the chains shocked him without mercy. His legs dangled, twitching from the voltage until the light faded and he was left gasping for breath, sweat pouring from his forehead, his pale skin now red and slightly scorched at the wrists. Then a calm and reasonable voice echoed from the darkness. Don't bother. Those chains are laced with magic that tightens and zaps you the more you struggle. There are also strength suppressors and magic negators in them. Even if you try to turn into a bat, a rat, or even a goddamn cloud of smoke, it won't work. Marius's eyes darted wildly. Who's there? Show yourself, coward. From the far end of the room, a small flame burst to life, floating in the air. It hovered just long enough to cast light across the figure holding it. Arthur. His emerald eyes burned low under the faint glow, his face blank, devoid of any anger, pity, or emotion. He walked forward, the fireball drifting lazily beside him, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. The chains around Marius rattled softly as he twisted in place. You. Marius growled, then, with all the arrogance and hatred he could muster, he spat straight into Arthur's face. Release me, you filthy mongrel. I am Marius Teeps. Prince of the Teeps household. You will dash. Arthur cut him off as he snapped his fingers. The chains surged again. Marius screamed louder this time. His body seized up in agony, eyes bulging, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. The voltage lasted longer than before, just long enough to push the pain to the edge of breaking him, before it finally stopped, leaving him panting hard, sweat now soaking his hair and dripping from his chin. Arthur wiped the spit from his cheek with his sleeve and let out a slow sigh. "You are way over your head, you know that," he said at last, shaking his head. "How delusional can one man be? Bound, half-naked, electrocuted, and hanging by the ceiling, and you still try to threaten your captor. You honestly believe you still have the high ground?" The fireball hovered to the side as Arthur crossed his arms and took a step closer, gazing up at Marius with unreadable eyes. "Tell me something. Do you believe even the worst person can change? That even monsters, or people like you, can still find redemption if they just try?" he said quietly. Marius glared, his face twisting with disdain as he began to rattle off a stream of threats. "You don't know who you're dealing with. I have powerful allies that will flay you alive. I have the blood of Dracula in my veins, you insect. You and your little friends will die screaming while I'll drain your blood myself." Arthur listened to every word. He didn't flinch or interrupt. He let the threats keep coming until he'd heard enough. With another snap of his fingers, the chains slithered like snakes, moving around Marius's mouth and clamping down into a gag that forced his jaw shut. Muffled grunts of rage came from the vampire prince, but he couldn't form words now. "Never mind. I was trying to make small talk to pass the time. That was my mistake for trying to be friendly," Arthur said softly, shaking his head. He rolled his sleeves, cracking his neck and shoulders a bit as he stepped back and let out a slow breath. "Okay, let's get this shit over with," he muttered, walking to the side of the room where a small trolley sat. Upon it is a collection of instruments. Surgical tools, old and new. An iron whip with silver barbs. A set of brass knuckle dusters, one engraved with crosses and sigils. A bucket filled with holy water, courtesy of Dulio. Wooden stakes, a branding iron shaped like a cross, a rusty crowbar, etc. Arthur looked at them without expression, without pride, without hatred. This wasn't about vengeance or personal grudges. This was about justice. He reached for one of the knuckle dusters and slowly slipped it onto his right hand. He dipped it into the holy water and held it there for a moment, watching the bubbles rise. Then he turned back to Marius, who was still glaring at him, gagged now, eyes full of murder. Arthur walked over to a nearby gramophone and flipped the switch. The old device crackled, popped, and then a gentle melody floated into the room. Debussy's Clair de Lune. It echoed gently through the chamber, completely at odds with the scene about to unfold. Arthur took one final breath and stepped toward Marius. He stood back, flexing the holy water-soaked knuckle duster on his hand. "Let the penance begin," Arthur told Marius as he flexed his fingers. Number 1. Mr. Happy, age 72, produce vendor. DxD. A soft breeze carried the scent of fresh rain and early morning dew into the room as the curtains fluttered gently by the open window. The room was calm, peaceful, bathed in golden sunlight as birds chirped outside. Valerie's eyes fluttered open slowly. Her vision was hazy at first, but it quickly sharpened. She blinked a few times, her lashes heavy, her body feeling sore yet somehow clean. She stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, soft and painted in a calming pale blue. The texture wasn't stone, there were no cobwebs, no chains, no screams. Just a gentle silence. She slowly turned her head, her mind sluggish, her body heavy. Around her was a small room, modest, warm, furnished with a single nightstand, a shelf of books, and a wooden chair near the bed. The sheets over her were clean and smelled of lavender. She felt fabric touch her arms and looked down. She was in a set of simple white sleeping robes, soft, warm, and not the rags she remembered wearing. Her fingers clenched the blanket, confused and cautious. "Where am I?" She shifted, trying to sit up, but her muscles betrayed her. A wave of dizziness struck her immediately, and she nearly slipped off the bed. Her hand shot out to grab the nightstand just in time, catching herself with a soft gasp. The door creaked open. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned her head sharply toward the sound, her breath catching in her throat, only to freeze when she saw a boy enter. He stepped in holding a folded towel under one arm and a shallow bowl of warm water in the other. He stopped in his tracks the moment he saw her struggling to sit up. "Whoa, easy there," he said gently. He walked over quickly, setting the bowl and towel aside, and reached her before she could fall again. His hands were firm but gentle as he guided her back to the bed, lifting her carefully and sitting her upright against the pillow. His touch carried warmth, and his expression remained calm, composed. "You should get back to bed. Don't push yourself too much." Valerie opened her mouth to ask who he was, but her throat was dry, and her voice came out cracked and hoarse. He gently placed a finger in front of her lips. "Shoo, don't speak. You've been through a lot." His voice was low, kind, and reassuring, like a warm blanket in winter. He helped her lie back down and tucked the blanket over her again with surprising tenderness. He smoothed it across her chest as he gave her a faint, apologetic smile. You'll need to stay in bed a bit longer until your strength returns. I know it's frustrating, but your body needs time. Valerie blinked up at him, unable to speak but strangely comforted by his presence. She didn't know who he was or where she was, but something about him made her feel safe. Then, as if on cue, her stomach growled loudly. She flushed, immediately embarrassed, clutching at the blanket as her cheeks turned red. He raised an eyebrow, and then laughed, a soft, genuine chuckle that melted away the tension in the air. He stood and gave her a slight bow with a playful smirk. Wait here. I'll bring you something to eat. Valerie watched him leave the room and disappear down the hall, her heart was still racing. That man. There was something about him. Not just the kindness in his voice or the gentleness of his touch, but those eyes. Emerald green that was deep and expressive. They weren't the eyes of someone who pitied her, but of someone who understood pain. Moments passed. Then the door creaked open again. He returned, this time carrying a tray with both hands. The aroma hit Valerie first, rich, savory, and warm. Her eyes widened and her mouth watered as she instinctively sat up straighter. She hadn't realized how hungry she truly was until now. Her stomach growled again as Arthur approached and set the tray gently on her lap. On it was a steaming plate of shepherd's pie, golden and fluffy on top with hints of seasoned lamb meat and vegetables peeking through, accompanied by a tall glass of clear water. Sorry, it's just some leftovers from last night. Reheated, but still good, I hope. He said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Valerie didn't answer immediately. She picked up the spoon with trembling fingers, staring at the food like it was the most valuable thing in the world. Then she slowly brought a spoonful to her lips. It only took one bite, and her eyes widened as the flavors exploded across her tongue. Rich, warm, and comforting, she chewed slowly, savoring every second. Another bite. Then another. And another. Her pace quickened. She ate with quiet hunger, unaware of the tears building in her eyes. They spilled freely down her cheeks as she kept eating, her hands trembling. She didn't know why, nor could she explain it. But it had been so long since she had tasted something made with care, something that didn't come from a bucket that wasn't meant to keep her barely alive. He didn't say anything. He simply sat beside her, watching her with calm, quiet eyes. In his heart, he felt something twist. What had been done to this girl, what she'd been through to make a simple meal move her to tears, he didn't want to imagine it. She finished the plate entirely, licking the last of it from the spoon without even realizing it. Then she grabbed the water and drank it down in one go. She sat back, eyes red, chest rising and falling with a soft sigh of relief. That was when she noticed, her face was wet. She touched her cheeks, confused, and wiped at the tears. He reached over and handed her a handkerchief. Here. She took it and held it gently, nodding slowly in thanks. Are you okay now? He asked softly. Valerie hesitated, then nodded again. She clutched the handkerchief to her chest. Thank you. She whispered. He gave her a small smile. I'm happy to help. He rose, picked up the empty tray, and turned to leave. But before he could reach the door, he felt something grasp his wrist. Valerie was holding onto him. Their eyes met, her ruby-red eyes locked with his emerald-green ones. They stared at each other for a moment. Then she realized what she was doing and blushed deeply, pulling her hand away quickly, embarrassed. I am sorry. He chuckled lightly. Don't worry. I'll be back soon to check on you later. Valerie nodded shyly, still holding his handkerchief. He turned to leave again. But her voice called out, soft and trembling. Wait. He paused. Turned. She hesitated, then asked. What's your name? He smiled gently. Arthur. She looked down for a moment and then whispered. Valerie. Arthur's smile widened just slightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Valerie. He left, closing the door gently behind him. Valerie sat there in silence. She lay her head back onto the pillow, her body warm, her heart felt strange. Her mind kept replaying his eyes, his voice, and his tenderness. She turned to look at the open window beside her. The sky outside was a clear, endless blue. Her eyes softened as she whispered the name again. Arthur. DxD. Hello readers. How was Arthur and Valerie's interaction? Good? Bad? Let me know in the comments. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, Group Meeting. Time had lost all meaning in the dark room. The faint, melancholic notes of Chopin's Prelude in E minor op. 28 No. 4 played softly from the old gramophone in the corner. Its haunting melody filled the silence, graceful and cold, echoing around the stone walls of the chamber. The only light in the room came from a single floating fireball, small, flickering, and steady, casting long shadows across the blood-slicked stone floor. Marius hung from the ceiling, half-naked and broken. Chains dug deep into his wrists and ankles, suspending him just enough that his feet couldn't touch the ground. His arms trembled from exhaustion, muscles twitching weakly, his head slumped forward, blood dripping freely from his nose and mouth, and his face was barely recognizable, swollen, discolored, one eye swollen shut, the other bloodshot and unfocused. Burns and lacerations marred his pale skin, deep cuts, blistered welts, and small cauterized holes dotted his chest and back, painted with the cruel signature of Arthur's merciless torture. He let out a muffled, guttural moan as another punch struck him squarely in the gut. Arthur's bloodied fist remained clenched as he slowly exhaled. His chest rose and fell steadily, the strain of repetition starting to weigh on his arms. Number 312. Wick Johnson. Age 52. Local veterinarian. He muttered coldly, landing another strike. Marius spasmed violently, choking on his gag. Arthur continued with his onslaught. Number 313. Max Burner. Age 32. Mailman. Painful groans. Number 314. Isaac Lowe. Age 11. A child. Muffled screams. Number 315. Carl Potts. Age 69. Retired police officer. Intense spasms. After some time, Arthur's breathing was heavier now from the sheer physical exertion. He stepped back, flexing his fingers, his knuckles covered in dried blood and flayed skin. He turned toward the trolley nearby, where his tools gleamed dimly in the firelight. The once clear holy water bucket was now tinted dark red, blood swirling lazily within it. Arthur dipped his bruised knuckles into the bucket with a faint hiss as the holy water reacted to the cursed blood on his skin. The mixture bubbled faintly, sizzling against his flesh, but he felt nothing. He held his fist into the water for a moment, watching his reflection distort, before pulling his hand out slowly. He grabbed a towel and began wiping the blood from his face and hands in silence. The instruments on the trolley, pliers, branding rods, crosses, stakes, hammers, and more, were already stained. The air reeked of iron, holy oil, and burnt flesh. Arthur walked slowly over to a small wooden chair and sat down. His eyes never left the broken figure dangling before him. He took in a long, controlled breath. "This won't stop, you know." His voice was calm. Marius slowly raised his battered face, one eye barely able to focus. Even in his dazed state, Arthur could see Marius' madness, and something else. Fear. Arthur stood up again. "No matter how much you curse me, beg me, cry, or even piss yourself, I won't stop," he said, walking forward. He stood just a few inches from Marius now, staring directly into his swollen, bloodied face. "I will keep going until your debt is paid. Every soul you stole. Every life you extinguished." Marius made a faint noise, whether a laugh, a moan, or a plea, it was unclear. Arthur reached into the folds of his coat and pulled out a thick, black folder. Marius's eyes widened. Arthur flipped it open casually. "You see, my friend Chow Chow brought some fascinating documents when he abducted you." He began turning the pages, each one rustling softly. Detailed communications with the old Satan faction. Plans of a coup against your father and the Teeps faction. Strategic outlines for extracting one of Valerie Teep's 3 holy grails for their own use. And this, oh, this one's a favorite. Arthur flipped a few more pages. A project for the resurrection of evil dragons and transforming the entire Teeps army into unkillable super soldiers, intended to wipe out humanity and challenge the major pantheons for supremacy. Marius clenched his teeth behind the gag, eyes darting between the pages and Arthur. Arthur stopped and tilted his head. "Honestly, it's all so cliché," he muttered, closing the folder with a sharp snap. "Evil plans, mass destruction, family betrayals, world domination. Very uninspired." He tossed the folder to the side. Arthur stepped closer, his voice turning colder. "But there are 2 things I care about." He raised a finger slowly. 1. You orchestrated the massacre of my hometown. He raised another finger. 2. You and your scum tricked a damper child, Gasper Vladdy, into sacrificing himself under the promise of saving his sister. A promise you never intended to keep. Marius' breath hitched. Arthur turned and walked toward the trolley. He picked up a pair of rusted, black iron pliers, their teeth already stained crimson. The fireball above flickered as if reacting to his growing fury. Arthur raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The gag chain around Marius's jaw uncoiled like a serpent and slithered back into the ceiling, leaving his mouth exposed. Marius panted heavily, blood oozing from his cracked lips. He coughed violently, some of it splattering onto the floor. Arthur stood before him with the pliers in hand. Care to explain, Marius? His voice was calm again. Depending on your answer, I might even consider granting you mercy. For a moment, silence. Then, a slow, raspy chuckle escaped Marius' throat. The chuckle grew into a laugh, raw, bitter, and deranged, a laugh that carried through the room like a sickness. You think, that matters. You think that, you can beat redemption out of me, mongrel. Marius spat blood on the floor. His eye widened with manic glee. You can torture me. Burn me. Rip me apart. But it won't change what happened. You can't unspill blood. His voice cracked with joyless madness. And let me tell you. The screams of those worthless insects were music to my ears. I'd do it again and again. Every single day. Just to hear their screams of despair. Arthur didn't move. And that brat Gasper. Marius smirked, broken teeth bloodied. My only regret was not being there to see his pathetic little face when he realized we were never going to free his sister. He started laughing again. I bet he cried like a little girl. In an instant, Arthur's hand snapped up and seized Marius by the jaw, forcing it open. Marius watched as Arthur's pupils turned to slits. You know what? This was supposed to be an act of justice, but screw justice. He said in cold fury. He shoved the pliers into Marius' mouth and gripped one of his fangs tightly. Marius tried to jerk away, but the chain snapped taut and held him fast. Arthur's grip tightened. And screw you, asshole. Yank. Marius screamed in sheer pain. The fireball above flared violently as the gramophone clicked into a new song. Beethoven's For Elise. Arthur tossed the bloody fong to the ground. Number 401. Samantha. Age 9. Orphan. And without a word, he reached in for the next fong. DxD. Inside a meeting room at a luxury hotel, a circular wooden table stood as the centerpiece, covered in neatly stacked files and a few cups of tea. Gathered around were the members of C times C. Siegfried leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, as he idly observed the others. Jean sat beside him, her posture straight, expression calm but attentive. Across from them, Dulio whistled a low tune under his breath, spinning a pen between his fingers. Carmela rested his chin on one hand, lazily tapping the table with the other. Chow Chow sat quietly, fingers interlaced as he leaned forward, expression sharp as ever. Heracles was slouched slightly, his massive arms crossed, occasionally cracking his knuckles out of boredom. George flipped through a collection of documents with his usual focused intensity. Lavinia, seated between Carmela and the empty chair reserved for Arthur, sipped tea with a slightly distant look. A moment passed in comfortable silence until Heracles tilted his head and looked toward the empty seat. So, where's the boss man? Didn't he call this meeting? Lavinia perked up, blinking as she gently set her cup down. He said he was doing some handiwork. Didn't explain to me much about what he's been doing. She answered softly, brushing a lock of blonde hair behind her ear. Heracles shrugged. Long as he shows up. Just then, the large double doors creaked open, and Arthur stepped in. His coat was freshly worn, his red hair slightly damp, and there was a small, almost imperceptible smear of blood on the cuff of his left sleeve. He adjusted the collar of his shirt and walked with the same calm, steady pace as always. Sorry, I'm late. I had to take care of something unimportant. Arthur said, his voice steady but faintly tired. Arthur made his way to the seat next to Lavinia and sat down. She glanced at him, briefly catching the subtle scent of iron on him, but said nothing. All right, let's make this meeting quick and short. Arthur said simply. We'll start with Lavinia and Jean. Lavinia nodded and pulled out a small folder from her side of the table, placing it in the center. We finalized the agreement with the Carmela faction. They've accepted our terms to share resources and intel with us. They're officially our allies now. She reported. Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Good. At least they see reason. He looked toward Siegfried and Heracles. Siegfried leaned forward slightly. We finished relocating the Dampiers and the kidnapped humans we rescued. We also pulled a few human families out of a few remote areas that were terrorized by the Teeps faction. Siegfried looked at Arthur. Also, one of the Dampiers asked to meet you, Arthur. No idea why, but she said it was important. Helped us out a bit during the relocation, too. Arthur nodded slowly. I'll think about it. Then he turned to Dulio. Dulio, how's the thing that I asked you about? Dulio smirked, leaning back and folding his arms behind his head. The church is nearly finished rebuilding your hometown. The structures are intact, and water systems and electricity have been installed. It'll be ready to house the relocated Dampiers and human children in about a week or so. Also, security barriers have been installed. Even the old chapel's been rebuilt. Arthur was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. Thank you. Dulio shrugged, still grinning. Come on, I'm your senior. This is the least I could do. Arthur chuckled lightly. I'll remember that when I get in trouble next time. Everyone shared a small laugh. Arthur then turned to Chow Chow. Chow Chow sat up, pushing a few sheets toward the center. George and I swept through the western forests near the ruined Teeps castle. Found a few vampire scouts and 2 devils spying on us during the massacre. All of them were tied to the Cows Brigade. Arthur narrowed his eyes. Did you get anything useful? George answered without looking up. Some scraps. No full documents, but enough to confirm they're trying to retrieve Valerie Teeps, or more specifically, her Sephiroth Graal. Jean's brow furrowed. That's dangerous. Arthur nodded slowly, his expression grave. We'll tighten our security around Valerie, just to make sure that she and the 3 Grails won't fall into their hands. Carmela spoke next, shifting forward. Speaking of Miss Valerie, how is she? Arthur's gaze softened just a bit. She's stable. Still bedridden, but healing. Hopefully, she'll recover after a week or 2. Lavinia raised an eyebrow and leaned forward slightly, arms folded. Must be nice spending all your time tending to a pretty girl while the rest of us were busy. She said with a small pout. Arthur blinked. Lav. I'm not trying to actively get into her pants, you know. She looked him in the eyes and sighed. I know. I know you're helping her recover. Still. I'm trying to get used to this. Arthur gave her a tired look. Look, Jean loudly cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention. Can we continue with the meeting, please? Arthur blushed a bit as he fake coughed. Right, sorry. He took a breath and looked around at everyone. You've all done great work, team. We're making progress. Real progress. We've saved a lot of innocent people. We've secured allies. And we made the Teeps faction pay for their crimes in full. He paused, face hardening. But from this point onward, we're going to be noticed. There'll be reactions. The enemy will try to destabilize what we've built, and other pantheons will try to rope us into their cause. He looked around the table. So starting tonight, let's take this week off. Enjoy the peace while it lasts. Because soon. Arthur stood up. There will be no rest. Everyone nodded in quiet understanding. Heracles grinned and stood up. Okay then. How about we celebrate our first real victory together? Drinks, food, games, maybe even get George drunk enough to dance the Macarena. George raised an eyebrow without emotion. Unlikely. Jean smiled softly. Still worth trying. Chow Chow gave a rare smirk. We'll need this kind of break. As they began casually discussing where to go and what to do, Dulio quietly stood up and walked past them, heading for the door. Nah, I'll pass. You guys enjoy. Wait, you're leaving. You're always finding dumb excuses just to hang out with us. Siegfried asked, surprised. Dulio waved casually. Don't worry, I'll try to catch up. I've just gotta go and run a few errands. Arthur's eyes flicked toward Dulio, and for a brief second, their gazes met. Dulio gave him a faint, knowing look, and Arthur's eyes narrowed. He nodded, almost as if understanding Dulio's intentions. Try to make it quick, all right? Yeah. I'll be back before you miss me. Dulio grinned, stepping out of the room. See you later, losers. The door closed behind him. Heracles blinked. Okay, that was weird. Siegfried muttered. Very. But Carmela clapped his hands. Well, I still vote we celebrate. Hell yeah. Let's go find a place with a lot of meat and some strong alcohol. Heracles agreed. As the team began filing out, chatting and joking, Arthur stood in place for a moment longer, staring at the door Dulio had walked through. You'd better know what you're doing, Dulio. DxD. At the heart of the Vatican lay the council chambers, its walls were adorned with tapestries, saints, and the angelic figures watching over mankind. The murmur of conversation filled the chamber as the high-ranking members of the Vatican's council spoke quietly, debating political moves, theological rulings, and minor disputes between branches of the faith. Then, the last to enter, the head councilman, walked briskly through the tall oak doors. His ceremonial robes flowed behind him, and the room turned to acknowledge him. Ah, you've arrived at last. We were just about to wonder where you were. What's the emergency? One of the older men said. The head councilman blinked, adjusting the golden spectacles on his face. Emergency? What are you talking about? The chatter quieted instantly. You issued the summons, did you not? Another asked, frowning. I most certainly did not. Who ordered this? The head councilman said sharply, looking around. Confusion rippled through the room like a wave. One by one, the councilmen turned to each other, whispering, asking the same question. Who called this meeting? I received the summons with your seal. So did I. I assumed it was an emergy. If it's not you, then who could it be? A moment of silence followed. I did. All heads snapped upward. Suspended effortlessly near the golden dome of the chamber, floating among the sacred murals, was a figure in a white overcoat that drifted gently in the air currents, and golden locks of hair. His face was cast in shadow at first, but as he descended into view, the flickering candlelight revealed him. Dulio Gesualdo. His face held no smile nor cheerful act, just cold, implacable calm. Dulio Gesualdo. What is the meaning of this intrusion? The head councilman barked, rising from his seat. Dulio landed gently on the white marble floor with the faintest sound, hands behind his back. No reply. Answer, boy. Who gave you authority to summon the full council? Another cardinal snapped. Dulio finally raised his head slightly. Do you all remember what I said last time? The room stilled. His voice was like wind before the storm. About what would happen if any of you fucked around with my junior, or anyone close to him. A low hum gathered around his figure. A ring of clouds circling him turned dark gray, twisting into a storm cloud. Before anyone could respond, Dulio raised one hand and snapped his fingers. A thunderous crack echoed and the heavy oak doors slammed shut behind him, the iron bolts locking into place. The stained glass windows, once glowing with soft light from the sun, suddenly shimmered and shifted, changing shape, color, and content. No longer did they show saints and angels. Now they showed the charred remains of a once peaceful town. Burned homes, broken streets, blood-soaked claws, and among them, dead bodies covered in ash and blood. The chamber darkened as the sun was shut out entirely, and the holy candles flickered once, then died, one by one. Darkness swallowed the room. A roar of wind spiraled down from above, extinguishing every light, shaking the relics, and sending many of the elderly councilmen reeling back in fear. Some cried out. Some clutched crosses. Some tried to whisper prayers through trembling lips. And then, a pair of glowing green eyes opened in the dark. Dulio's voice, cold as steel, rang out. Turns out, I've just found out who recalled the exorcists from a town in Europe. His boots echoed as he walked forward through the dark chamber, slow and heavy. An entire town, wiped out. Men, women, elderly, children, and orphans were slaughtered. He stopped, looking toward the center of the circle. And none of you sent help. We don't know what you're talking about. One of the cardinals stammered, stepping back. Preposterous. You're accusing the church council of dereliction. You have no right to speak of us in such manner. Another shouted. Someone is feeding you lies. We never dash. Silence. Dulio said quietly, cutting them off. Lightning crackled around his arms, illuminating his face in terrifying clarity. I read the deployment logs. I traced the orders myself. The signature belonged to this very chamber. The recall was authorized. He stepped closer to the table, where the elders began to back away. You left them to die. An old man fell to his knees, shaking. We had to redirect forces for other important matters. That town you speak of is under no threat. You have to understand that we are understaffed at the moment. You left them unguarded. You left children to burn. You abandoned Arthur's people. The very same innocent people that the church has sworn to protect. Dulio thundered, the room shaking with the sheer force of his divine pressure. A cardinal tried to stand firm, pointing a trembling finger. This is that boy's doing, isn't it? He's twisted your mind. He brainwashed you with devil magic, did he? Dulio paused, then gave a hollow, exhausted sigh. His hand rose slowly. Storm clouds gathered into his palm, and cracks of lightning rippled around him, arching toward the ceiling and burning away the edges of holy scripture on the walls. So it's like that, huh? Trying to play the blame game. He murmured, as though tired of the conversation. He lifted both arms. Crackling energy surged around him, swallowing the hall in waves of blue light. The very marble beneath his feet began to split and crack as the storm gathered in intensity. Oh well. I've already gotten my answer. He tilted his head slightly. Now you're all gonna die. Wait. Gesualdo, please. We are the Holy Council of Dash. See you all in hell, you old prunes. Dulio's eyes gleamed like divine judgment as the lightning reached its peak. And then everything went blank. DxD. Hello readers. Need more power stones, please. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, More Reactions. In the sixth heaven, inside Archangel Michael's office. Michael sat behind a broad desk carved from ivory, his expression calm but wearied. His eyes scanned line after line of glowing alerts blinking on the screen. Unprocessed prayer requests, 1,527,503 and rising. Pure angel population, 5% decrease over the last century. Exorcist defections reported in Italy, Japan, Brazil. Town of Sanlo, confirmed vampiric massacre, human casualties estimated at 97%. Michael exhaled slowly through his nose, eyes closing briefly. Despite the tremendous weight of the heavens he bore, he said nothing, no complaints. He simply kept working, typing out commands, reordering deployments, recalibrating allocations worldwide, and maintaining God's system that governed both heaven and earth. His fingers were halfway to his desk mug filled with still hot cocoa when the chamber doors exploded open. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand pausing just an inch from the mug. Raphael stormed in, panting, her long hair messy, the hem of her white robes fluttering with her frantic movement. She didn't even wait to be acknowledged as she practically ran to his desk. "Big brother, have you not seen the news?" she said quickly. Michael straightened in his seat, blinking once in mild surprise. "Raphael, what do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Look!" she shouted, moving past his desk and tapping at the massive screen. The display instantly shifted, glowing softly, and showed a recorded feed from Earth. Specifically, Romania. Michael's eyes widened. Teep's castle was in ruins, the once proud stronghold of the vampires was now reduced to molten stone and scorched soil, the surrounding battlefield was blackened, burned into glass by crimson inferno, and the air above the land shimmered with the aftermath of raw power. Those flames. Michael leaned forward, eyes narrowing. He didn't need confirmation, but he asked anyway. "Are those?" "Yes. Those are the flames of Drake. More specifically, Arthur's." Raphael answered grimly, adjusting her glasses. Michael leaned back, his expression unreadable. "Southwest Heus Juggernaut Drive." Raphael nodded. "There's also this." With a swipe of her hand, and shows a recorded footage of Arthur that made Michael widen his eyes. "Heed my words, vampires. I, Arthur Pendragon. Son of Serzex Lucifer. Descendant of King Arthur. Bearer of the boosted gear. Shall burn you all down." The footage showed Arthur activating Juggernaut Drive and going on a rage-fueled bloodbath. But Michael was more focused on what the young Pendragon had announced. "So, Arthur is Artoria's. And Serzek's son." Raphael nods as she, too, couldn't believe it. Back in the old days, she was well acquainted with Heaven's guardian angel, Artoria Pendragon, but not on the same level as her sister, Gabriel. She was aware that Artoria was in love with the devil, but she could never have expected that it was the Crimson Satan himself. Michael thought so as well and asked. "Does Gabriel know about this?" Raphael shook her head as she was focused on the screen. "I don't know, but I believe that she is aware to some extent. But there's still more to be seen." She then brought up a full series of images, all captured by unknown means. Arthur, clad in his Juggernaut Drive, stood among a group of terrifying individuals. Dulio Gesualdo, wielding Zenith Tempest as he wiped out the reserve army. Siegfried, his demon swords drawn, as he cleaves through the town hall. A Chinese teenage boy with the true Longinus in hand. A magician with the dimension lost shrouded the battlefield in a purple mist, imprisoning the vampires. Conla, whose eye glowed with eerie black, the power of Aeon Baylor manifesting around him. And a muscular teen, unleashing explosive energy from his palms alongside Regulus Nemia. Michael stared at the screen for a long time before speaking. "This is unprecedented, 6 Longinus users, no 7, including Arthur, all gathered in one place." Raphael nodded again, though her face was grave. "There is a possibility that there are more of them, but it is uncertain. But there is no denying that it's the first time in recorded history." She tapped the screen again, this time bringing up a strategic overlay. They coordinated an all-out assault on the vampire nobility in Romania. Every vampire was annihilated and their stronghold obliterated. All except the Carmela faction, who had brokered a deal with Arthur's group beforehand. Michael leaned back in his seat, folding his hands. "This is quite the shocking development. But that's not the only thing that I have to show you," Raphael said, voice low as she tapped the screen again. A wave of silence passed through the room. Images now filled the display, grainy security feeds from the Vatican's council chambers. "The council?" Michael whispered. "All of them. Dead. Every last one. Slain by one of our own," Raphael confirmed. "Who?" "Dulio." Michael looked up sharply. "Dulio Gesualdo." She nodded once. "He summoned them to an emergency meeting, locked them inside the chamber, and then executed them. Lightning. Wind. Flames. He killed them all using the Zenith Tempest. Michael's mouth parted slightly, but he said nothing. Raphael continued. Ewald Cristaldi, Griselda Corda, and a battalion of exorcists arrived shortly after. They were ready to arrest the culprit, but it was revealed that it was Dulio. He handed them a full record of the council's hidden activities. She slid another document onto the screen, a report with seals and signatures glowing in red. Michael read the titles in silence. Holy Sword Project, Unredacted Experimentation Log. Cloning Initiative, Subject, Sigurd, Lancelot du Lac, Gawain. Unauthorized recall of exorcist forces from non-priority settlements. Arthur's hometown was listed as one of those non-priority. Michael stared at it for a moment, then slowly lowered his gaze. They left them to die. They did. Arthur's entire hometown. Dozens of children. The orphanage. Gabriel locked herself in her chambers when she found out. She hasn't spoken since. But at the Vatican, there was an uproar. If it were not for Uriel's arrival, the internal conflict would worsen. Raphael said bitterly. Michael looked down at his untouched mug of cocoa that had become cold. Where is Dulio now? He asked, his voice quieter now, almost weary. Raphael hesitated, eyes flicking away. Well, the thing is. She took a deep breath. He turned himself in. Michael's eyes widened. He walked directly into the custody of Uriel. No resistance. No words. Just handed over the documents and surrendered himself with a smug grin on his face. He's currently being held in a room alongside Uriel. And the exorcists? What do they say? Most of them support him. After seeing the evidence, the council's corruption, even Ewald and Griselda didn't cause a scene. Michael didn't say anything. The screen remained alight, casting soft blue and gold light against the walls of his chamber. What now? Raphael asked, more gently this time. Michael slowly rose from his seat, stepping forward until he stood before a nearby window. His thoughts moved between the footage of the battle-scarred castle, the ruins of the Vatican Council chamber, and the young man at the center of it all. Arthur. I don't know. Michael spoke softly. He closed his eyes. But one thing is certain. He opened them again, his gaze filled with resolve. The world is changing. And I believe it's time for us to get with the times. DxD. Inside Grigory's underground training facility, sparks of blue and white light lit up the chamber, clashing violently with bursts of blue and silver aura as a high-speed battle unfolded. The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the ruined arena, deep gashes and craters marring the floor and walls. Vali Lucifer, age 14, glided through the air with rapid speed, the light wings from Divine Dividing flaring brightly behind him. His silver hair fluttered, blue eyes glowing with excitement and intensity as he swung a long sword at his opponent with relentless fury. Every strike, every calculated feint, was filled with raw talent and refined technique far beyond his years. Barakiel, the gruff and battle-hardened vice-governor-general of Grigory, stood his ground on the cracked arena floor. A light spear hummed in his hand while arcs of holy lightning danced across his muscular frame. Despite the overwhelming speed of Vali's attacks, Barakiel's expression remained calm, even mildly amused. He parried the strikes with minimal movement, his feet barely shifting, and only counterattacking when an opening presented itself. Vali darted to the right, then circled from behind, wings flaring as he dashed in from an unexpected angle. Their weapons clashed once more in a ringing spark of steel and energy. In a sudden maneuver, Vali grabbed Barakiel's light spear with his free hand. Divide. The voice of Albion, the vanishing dragon, echoed from his Longinus. In an instant, the power of Barakiel's weapon was halved, its radiance dimming as the light spear weakened in his grip. With a grin of triumph, Vali twisted his wrist and moved in for a clean strike aimed at Barakiel's torso. But Barakiel was faster. A bolt of holy lightning erupted from his hand, hitting Vali square in the chest and sending him crashing into a stone pillar. Smoke trailed from Vali's singed shirt, and he grimaced but quickly recovered, soaring back into the air with a determined glare. He charged once more, sword drawn and battle ready. That's enough. Barakiel said suddenly, holding his hand up. Vali skidded to a halt midair, his blade stopping just inches from Barakiel's face. What? Come on, I was just getting started. Vali complained, lowering his weapon reluctantly. Barakiel nodded, a rare smile tugging at the edge of his stern face. Your swordsmanship has improved immensely. Your instincts are sharper. You've learned how to use Divine Dividing offensively and tactically. I'm impressed. Vali smirked, proud of his hard work. As expected. I'm not training this hard just to play around. I have a goal to accomplish. Barakiel folded his arms, his expression hardening slightly, though not out of disapproval. The Red Dragon Emperor. Vali's grin widened. Yeah. Arthur Pendragon. The boy who killed a god. He said it with something between admiration and rivalry. It was a truth everyone in the supernatural world was starting to accept. Arthur Pendragon wasn't just any mere Cambion, he was the strongest Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. And this excites Vali even more when they inevitably clash in the future. Then you'll need more than speed and talent, you'll need to master your demonic powers and your Longinus, completely. Barakiel warned. Right on cue, Albion's voice rang in Vali's head. Indeed. If you want to match the Red One, you must awaken the full potential of divine dividing. And you must find a weapon worthy of facing the boy. A magic circle of Grigory design suddenly appeared on the floor with a burst of yellow light. Azazel stepped out of the light, looking relaxed, his hands in his pockets as he observed the damaged arena. Whistle. Wow. You two really went at it. I see your training is getting intense. Azazel said casually, then turned to Barakiel. Mind giving us the room? Barakiel gave a curt nod and walked out without a word, only sparing one last glance at Vali as he left. Vali floated down and stood straight. What are you doing here, Azazel? Azazel gave a sly grin. I've got something to show you. Come with me. Without waiting, he snapped his fingers together and summoned a second teleportation circle beneath their feet as the two vanished in a flash of light. When they reappeared, they stood inside Azazel's office, lined with bookshelves, instruments, artifacts, and a mini fridge near the desk. Vali crossed his arms. All right, what is it? Planning on sending me to some boring adventure again? Azazel grinned wider. I think it's better if I show you. With a wave of his hand, a glowing screen formed in midair. The display activated, showing shaky footage taken from an unknown observer's perspective, possibly through magical surveillance or a scrying spell. Vali's eyes narrowed as the video played. The Teep's castle in ruins, the battlefield was scorched black, surrounded by piles of vampire corpses. Crimson flames still burned across the horizon like a hellish wildfire, and the skies above were streaked with ash. The sheer devastation resembled something akin to hell on earth. Standing at the center of it all was a figure with a crimson humanoid dragon roaring at the heavens as its very aura disrupted space itself. Arthur Pendragon. Others were battling at the sidelines, Longinus users. Siegfried, George, Heracles, Carmela, Chow Chow, and Dulio. Vali leaned closer to the screen, captivated. What is this? Azazel crossed his arms. Your rival. This is what he and his team did. The Teep's faction was completely massacred, and the vampire population was almost erased that night. Arthur and his allies destroyed the Teep's faction and left only the Carmela faction alive. Vali just stared at the screen, silent, as there was one particular scene that fascinated him. Heed my words, vampires. I, Arthur Pendragon. Son of Serzex Lucifer. Descendant of King Arthur. Bearer of the boosted gear. Shall burn you all down. Vali didn't say anything for a long moment as he heard Arthur's words. Azazel raised a brow. Hey, you okay? I gotta admit though. I had a hunch that he's Serzex kid, but this clarifies it, huh? As Azazel said this, Vali finally spoke. That is. Azazel blinked. Huh. Vali turned toward him, eyes practically glowing. That is. So. Awesome. I finally got to see him fight for real. That was insane. And the others, so many Longinus users together, it's like something out of a dream. Vali paced around as he continued. Not only that. He's actually the son of the Serzex Lucifer. Can you believe it, Azazel? It's like the universe decided to give me the best opponent to challenge me. Ha. I can see it now. The Red Dragon Emperor versus the White Dragon Emperor, both born from a powerful demonic lineage. In the future, the whole world will witness as the old Lucifer battles against the new Lucifer. It's gonna be the best battle ever recorded in history. Azazel opened his mouth, then sighed, unable to stop a smile from forming. Vali was pacing now, completely hyped. I've got to train more. My Longinus, divine dividing, alone isn't enough. I need to master my demonic power and unlock Juggernaut drive, maybe even create future forms just like Arthur did with his Excalibur swords. And, yeah, speaking of swords, I'm gonna need my own magic sword. A really strong one. Something that screams terror at the hearts of my enemies. Maybe something holy, demonic, or forged by some famous dwarf from a dying star. What? Azazel asked flatly. And a team. I should form my own team too. But mine'll be way stronger and way awesomer than Arthur's. Like, no offense, but come on, I could one-up them if I tried. Vali added, spinning on his heel. Azazel just watched him, arms crossed, eyes slowly drifting to the window beside his desk, deep in thought. The fragile balance that held the three factions together was cracking in ways no one had foreseen. Old powers were scheming, new powerhouses are rising, and the whole world is gonna experience a new age. And at the center of it, like the spark that ignited the powder keg, Arthur Pendragon. Azazel sighed again and muttered under his breath. Man, this era is getting more troublesome as time passes. He turned toward Vali, who was now talking to Albion about training his muscles into steel. Yeah. The world is gonna be in for a wild ride. DxD. In the heart of Lusafad, capital of the underworld and seat of power for devilkind, the grand chamber of the Devil Council echoed with distant murmurs as nobles and high-class devils gathered for a meeting that was, until this morning, not on anyone's schedule. The obsidian floor reflected the dim magical chandeliers hanging from above, while rows of thrones and ornately carved seats lined the circular formation of the council. In the center of the chamber sat the section reserved for the four great Satans. Ajuka Beelzebub, the ever-calm and calculating genius of the group, adjusted the cuff of his coat as he eyed the empty seats next to him. Where are Surzex and Falbium? He asked idly, more out of formality than worry. Seraphal Leviathan, dressed in her usual magical girl outfit complete with frills and glittering accessories, sat with her arms crossed, cheeks puffed in exaggerated frustration. She twirled her staff with a pout, clearly not in the mood to answer. Falcuin said something about being violently allergic to politics and refused to leave his room. She said dismissively, then gave a dramatic huff. And as for Surzex? I don't know. He could die for all I care. Ajuka blinked, clearly registering the unusual irritation in her voice. Did something happen? You seem to be quite upset at him. Seraphal turned away with a cute little scoff. Let him explain himself. I'm not in the mood to deal with that idiot. Ajuka raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Before he could press further, the chamber doors opened with a soft chime of magic. All present turned their attention forward as Graphia Lucifuge entered, poised as ever in her crisp-made uniform, and her silver hair shimmered. Greetings, honored nobles. Announcing the arrival of Lord Surzex Lucifer, she declared. A wave of silence washed over the chamber. Every noble and official stood, or at least bowed their heads, as the crimson-haired super devil entered, his aura held tightly in check yet undeniably present. His long red locks trailed behind him like a cape, and his expression was tempered only by the calm smile he wore. He offered polite nods and gestures of acknowledgement as he strode toward the thrones reserved for the Satans, with Graphia at his side. Seraphal refused to make eye contact, arms still crossed. Ajuka observed the tension with careful detachment, but still greeted his best friend. Surzex, took you long enough. Heh. Sorry, old friend, I was preoccupied with other matters. Surzex sat beside Ajuka, adjusting his posture slightly before letting out a tired sigh. She's still not speaking to me, huh? Ajuka kept his eyes forward. What exactly did you do to upset Seraphal? I honestly don't know. She refused to talk to me earlier. Just stormed off in a cloud of glitter and fury. Ah, I see. Good to know. Ajuka nodded. Before more could be said, a deeper, older voice echoed through the chamber. Welcome, everyone. Let the meeting commence. Spoke Zekrom Baal, the patriarch of the Baal clan and the leader of the Great King faction. He sat tall in his throne, his presence dominating the other nobles at his side. His purple eye surveyed the room like a hawk, sizing up prey. Today's meeting has been called in response to a development in Eastern Europe. Specifically, in the territory belonging to the Teeps faction of vampires. This drew a ripple of murmurs across the Devil Council, especially among the older families. One of the nobles scoffed openly. Why should we concern ourselves with what happens to those leeches? Their politics are their mess. Several others nodded in agreement. But Zekrom raised a single hand, instantly silencing the room. It is not the vampires we should focus on. It is the disaster that happened to them and those who did it. The ancient devil waved his hand, and a glowing magical screen projected itself above the center of the chamber. The room darkened slightly to make the image clearer. What they saw sent a wave of shock through the gathering. The ruins of Castle Teeps, bodies of vampires strewn across the scorched stone in grotesque heaps, crimson flames engulfing the towers and trees, and the battlefield was painted in blood and ash. In the midst of it all, a singular figure clad in crimson draconic armor rampaged through the ranks like a wrathful god. Arthur Pendragon, the Red Dragon Emperor, in his juggernaut drive. His comrades were equally recognizable, they were all Longinus users. Ajuka leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued. So many Longinus users at once. Seraphal said nothing, her expression uncharacteristically unreadable. Her usual bright demeanor was replaced with a quiet, intense focus, her eyes locked on Arthur's demeanor and actions. She watched how he moved, how he attacked, the way he spoke, as if planning to remember each detail. Surzex, for his part, had gone quiet. There was a small, almost imperceptible smile on his lips as he watched the footage. It wasn't pride in the destruction but in the boy himself. His and Artoria's son, who had carved his own legend and stood tall amongst monsters. Surzex didn't speak, but beside him, Graphia allowed the faintest smile to grace her lips as well. Zekrom Baal spoke again, his voice commanding. As you can see, Arthur Pendragon, the Red Dragon Emperor, known for being the first of his kind to slay a god, led a group of Longinus users into vampire territory and decimated the Teeps faction in a single night. His reasons remain unclear. The council began murmuring again. Did the Vatican send him? Is he under heaven's orders? Could he have been targeting other similar factions as well? Zekrom raised his hand to silence them. Now, I want to show all a very important clip that is the reason why this meeting was announced. The footage changed, showing Arthur in his scale mail, his voice echoing across the soon-to-be ruined battlefield. Heed my words, vampires. I, Arthur Pendragon, son of Surzex Lucifer, descendant of King Arthur, bearer of the boosted gear, shall burn you all down. The chamber fell into stunned silence. All nobles reacted poorly and began protesting. He is, what? Impossible. A claim like that cannot be made lightly. Such a forbidden union is impossible. Zekrom calmly pulled forward another screen and presented readings. As you all could see, these are demonic energy residues recovered from both Teeps territory and from the ruined Isles of Ireland. They all match two distinct lineages, Baal and Grigory. This is not speculative. This is a fact. He turned to Surzex, his voice sharp. And since the young heiress, Rias Grigory, is too young to bear a child, there is only one possibility. Lord Surzex Lucifer, you are the father. An uproar exploded throughout the chamber. Shouting. Accusations. Demands for answers. Some nobles looked furious, others terrified. A few, like a Juka, simply stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Surzex was frozen still in his seat, and his hand slowly went to his face as he rubbed his forehead. A Juka turned his head toward Seraphal. So this is why you're angry with him. Seraphal huffed and rolled her eyes. Took you long enough to figure it out, a Juka. I'm upset that Surzex kept my godson a secret. And I can't believe Torai-chan didn't even give me a call that she has a son. Surzex turned to her, his voice low, trying to defuse things. Seraphal, please. Let me explain. Don't bother, Fia-chan already told me what I need to know. Surzex turned slowly to look at his queen and wife. Graphia bowed, her voice calm. I sincerely apologize, my king. That would be my fault. When we last met, she noticed my expression was off when she mentioned Artoria. She kept pestering me until I confessed and made her promise to keep it to herself for now. Since word will eventually spread sooner or later, I believe we may as well tell our friends and family. But what I didn't expect was that someone else beat us to it, though. Graphia said simply, hands clasped in front of her. I guess you're right. Surzex muttered, sighing in defeat. A Juka made a slight chuckle. Well, I was wondering why Arthur looked similar to Surzex, and now the mystery is solved. But the meeting is not done yet. All around them, nobles continued to rant, the Devil Council chamber was engulfed in uproar. Outrageous. A Satan consorting with a human. A spawn of Lucifer and the King of Night's descendant, this is madness. The underworld cannot afford this stain on its pure blood. This is unheard of. That child is a walking political disaster. Amid the chorus of accusations and disbelief, Surzex Lucifer remained seated with his hands folded calmly in front of him, but his crimson eyes gradually narrowed as he listened to them belittling his son. A slow exhale escaped his nose, and finally, he stood. Silence. His voice wasn't raised, but it didn't need to be. The sheer weight of his presence pressed down upon the room so that even the most belligerent nobles immediately shut their mouths, reminding them of exactly who stood before them. The chamber fell into silence, all attention now on the Crimson Satan. Surzek's expression was neutral, but he looked directly at Zekrom Baal with quiet authority. What exactly is the reason behind showing us all this, Zekrom? Zekrom's expression remained unreadable. The Baal clan progenitor leaned back in his chair slightly, steepling his fingers together. Is it not obvious? He said smoothly. Murmurs rose again among the council, softer this time, more contemplative than outraged. Zekrom continued. This boy has already done what few devils of our generation could dream of. I see in him not an anomaly, but potential. I propose we acknowledge his bloodline and allow him to return to his rightful place as the underworld's crown prince. Surzek's brow furrowed. Zekrom's voice carried across the chamber. He should not be left alone to wander as an outsider. He should be here, alongside his people, protected and guided. If other factions bear ill will against him, then we must be ready. It is not just for his sake. It is for ours. At that, the room shifted again, and the idea now hung in the air. The thought of binding not only Arthur but his powerful companions to the underworld was a tantalizing opportunity that even the most conservative nobles had to consider. At the side of the four great Satans, Ajuka's eyes sharpened. His mind pieced the real intent together in seconds. He's trying to rope Arthur and the Longinus users into becoming the underworld's property and to strengthen our forces and influence. He knows how valuable they are. He wants to tie them down before someone else does. Grafia remained composed beside her husband, but inwardly, she had reached the same conclusion. Zekram's too cunning to move without intent. Seraphol, for once, not flailing her wand or squealing in a high-pitched voice, had her arms folded with narrowed eyes. That old fox. He doesn't care about Arthur. He just wants the Red Dragon Emperor and his team under control. TCH. Now, all three of them turned their eyes toward Serzex. Serzex looked around the room slowly. From the suspicious nobles, to his fellow Satans, to Zekram himself. And then he simply said, "I refuse." That one answer brought the entire chamber to a standstill, the murmuring ceased, and even Zekram's eyes widened. Serzex spoke again, his voice calm, unshaken. "My son is no longer a child in need of protection. He is a young man who has grown strong enough to defend himself and his comrades. Strong enough to survive the world's cruelty without our hand guiding his every step." He looked over the crowd again, his words firm. "More importantly, he has the right to make his own decisions. I will not allow this council, or myself, to dictate the course of his life." A few nobles began to nod quietly, others were still uncertain, but opinions were shifting. Zekram's voice came again, slower, deliberate. "Are you certain, Lord Lucifer? Would it not be better if Arthur were here, with his real family? With proper resources and influence, he could achieve far more. In time, he might even become a super devil like his father." Serzex narrowed his blue eyes. "You assume he needs us to reach that level. But from what I've seen..." He let the words trail off as the image of Arthur's juggernaut drive tearing through his enemies. "He's already well on his way to surpassing me." There was a sense of pride in his tone. Serzex then took a deep breath and spoke with finality. "Unless Arthur himself comes to us, asking for aid, and to be part of the underworld, I hereby forbid any interference. He is to be left to his path, unless he or his team is in immediate danger. That is my decree." Zekram sat back in silence. After a long moment, he gave a tired sigh and nodded once. "Very well. If that is your will, we will respect it, Lord Lucifer." The rest of the council slowly bowed their heads or nodded in turn. With the major matter resolved, Zekram moved on to other, more trivial updates regarding territory disputes and noble succession hearings, but the room was only half listening. Serzex sat back down in his seat, his features calm again, but there was a faint shadow in his expression. Ajuka leaned closer, speaking softly. "You know I agree with you, but are you sure? About keeping him away from your side of the family?" Serzex didn't answer immediately. His gaze drifted toward the large screen that displayed his son. "I want to meet him more than anything, especially his mother. But I can't just walk into his life and pretend everything can be perfect. If I suddenly appeared on his doorstep and told him who I was, I'd only inconvenience him." He looked down at his hands. "When Arthur decides to seek me out, I'll be here. Not as Satan Lucifer, but as his father." Beside him, Grafia glanced sideways with the faintest raise of her brow, her expression somewhere between exasperation and fondness. "You're an idiot, Serzex. A noble idiot." Seraphol, on the other hand, scoffed loudly as she stood. "Oh, screw that. I don't care about your stupid guilt trip or waiting around. Arthur Pendragon is going to meet his super cute, ultra-magical, mega-adorable godmother, Miracle Leviathan," she said, putting a hand on her hip. Ajuka groaned. "Oh no." Serzex turned in alarm. "Seraphol. Please dash." But she was already gone, vanishing in a glittering sparkles using a magical circle. The three remaining devils just sat there in silence for a long moment. Ajuka pinched the bridge of his nose. "Well. This will be a disaster." Grafia let out a quiet sigh. "She's probably halfway to Earth by now." Serzex looked at the spot where Seraphol had vanished. He closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Arthur. Please forgive Seraphol if when she goes overboard." He had a feeling she absolutely would go overboard. DxD. Within the old Satan faction's war chamber, dimly lit by flickering green torches and surrounded by stone pillars, a meeting was underway. Shalba Beelzebub leaned forward in his throne-like chair, his clawed fingers rhythmically tapping against the table's surface. Kateria Leviathan sat beside him, legs crossed elegantly, arms folded in annoyance. Cruzari Asmodeus remained composed and still, his gaze fixed on the two men standing before them. Lord Vladi and Lord Manther, vampire lords of the now decimated Teeps faction, stood nervously, pale and battered from both travel and failure. Their pride was in ruins, and the air in the chamber felt like it weighed tons. Shalba's tapping suddenly stopped. So, would either of you care to explain how you managed to lose everything in a single night? He began, voice calm but laced with venom. Neither vampire answered immediately. The Sephiroth Grawl taken and the Teeps faction dismantled to a group of humans and their half-blood leader. Shalba continued, emphasizing each word. Lord Vali opened his mouth. My lord. You don't understand, the Red Dragon Emperor was a monster. That power, his aura, it wasn't natural. He dash. Shalba's fist slammed onto the table. The room fell deathly silent. Kateria sighed and rolled her eyes. What a pathetic excuse. You lost the Holy Grails and allowed your stronghold to burn to ash, to a mongrel and his band of monkeys. Lord Manther's fists clenched at his sides as he muttered bitterly. It's not like we knew the Red Dragon Emperor was Surzek's son, you fools. A terrible stillness fell over the room. And then, crush. Lord Manther's body bent unnaturally as a crushing force smashed him downward in an instant. His bones ruptured, organs imploded, and his head exploded before he dropped dead to the floor. All eyes turned to Grigory Asmodeus, who stood with one palm lazily raised in the air. Grigory let his hand drop as he coldly addressed the other vampire. Fools. You come before us empty-handed, and then insult us straight in our faces. You lost everything, and yet you speak as if we're to blame. Lord Vali collapsed to his knees from the earlier display of power, his body shaking uncontrollably as he stammered in terror. Please. Have mercy. Give me another chance, I'll use the remaining vampires to retrieve the dash. Shalba's eyes narrowed coldly as he cut him off. You've bled us dry of our precious time, attention, and resources. You have already lost your worth. Now it is time for you to pay. With a snap of his fingers, a chittering sound filled the air. From the shadows behind him emerged a dense swarm of black, crimson-eyed mosquitoes, created using his demonic power, King of Flies. In an instant, the swarm rushed forward, enveloping Lord Vali as he screamed and thrashed. In seconds, the screams turned to choking gurgles as the insects drilled into his flesh and sucked every last drop of blood from his body. A minute later, his corpse collapsed, shriveled like a mummified corpse. Kateria gave a light, almost amused chuckle. How ironic. A vampire dying of blood loss. She said with a smirk. Grigory folded his arms and nodded. How poetic. Shalba said nothing. He only stared at the dried corpse until his gaze lifted, and suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped. And then she was there. Standing atop the center of the obsidian table, as if she had always been there, was a barefoot young girl with long black hair and emotionless gray eyes. All three Satan's successors instantly rose from their seats and bowed in unison. Lady Ophis. They greeted respectfully, voices subdued. Ophis gave them a slow, quiet nod. Her gaze drifted toward the two vampire corpses now staining the floor. She stared for several seconds in complete silence before speaking. What happened? Grigory stepped forward cautiously. The Teeps faction failed us, Lady Ophis. They have lost the key artifact to proceed with our plans. Kateria twirled a strand of her hair. What brings you here, Lady Ophis? We've not seen you in weeks. We were searching for your whereabouts. Ophis looked at Kateria briefly, then at Shalba and Grigory. Her voice was as flat and cold as ever. I met a strange one. The three exchanged quick, confused glances. Shalba blinked. A strange one. What do you mean by that, Lady Ophis? She didn't answer right away. Kateria raised an eyebrow, but her instincts warned her not to press. Ophis finally turned to Grigory. How are the forces? Grigory nodded. Our numbers are growing steadily. The wizards of us have pledged themselves to us. Some fallen angels, a few stragglers from the underworld, even remnants of dead pantheons have been recruited. But it is not enough. If we are to challenge Great Red, we still need more. Ophis nodded once. Good. Continue. I shall bring the strange one soon. The three exchanged glances again. Shalba tilted his head slightly. The strange one. Forgive my curiosity, but who is this strange one, Lady Ophis? He asked carefully. Ophis looked at him. And kept looking. Her eyes locked on his for a full, unblinking minute. The tension in the room returned, heavier than ever, almost suffocating. Shalba didn't dare move. Then finally, she answered. I don't know. And with that cryptic declaration, Ophis vanished in silence. The chamber was still again. Shalba slowly sat back down, face tense. She doesn't know. Kateria exhaled through her nose, brow furrowed. Did she mean she hasn't chosen yet, or that this strange one she met is unknown? Grigory narrowed his eyes. Either way, we should tread carefully. If Ophis has taken an interest in someone with an unknown background, it could change everything. Shalba looked toward the center of the table where she had stood. His mind swirled with thoughts of Arthur Pendragon, of the Sephiroth Graal, and of the plan being pulled off its rails. Find out who this mysterious person is. If they are a threat, they must be eliminated. DxD. Hello readers. First of all, college F *CK *ing S *CKB *GF *T throbbing H *RS *D *CK. Second, this chapter is pretty long, so please give me all your power stones and add this to your library. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 60, Chapter 59, even more reactions. In the elegant sitting room of the Grigory clan's mansion, the air was thick with the scent of fine tea leaves and subtle tension. The late morning sun spilled through the tall windows, but inside, things were far from peaceful. At a round marble table adorned with a tea set and fresh biscuits, two noble figures sat across from each other. The woman, dignified and graceful, had long flaxen hair and violet eyes that, despite her warm smile, held back her true emotions. She was dressed in regal white robes, the fabric embroidered with black designs. This was Venelana Grigory, formerly Venelana Bale, matriarch of the Grigory household. Across from her, seated rigidly with a teacup in hand, was a tall, imposing man with long crimson hair tied into a neat ponytail, who had bright blue eyes and a short, red beard with horn-like protrusions. His fingers trembled against the porcelain. This was Xiaudicus Grigory, current head of the Grigory clan and husband to the increasingly dangerous woman in front of him. Venelana sipped her tea with perfect posture, humming a pleasant tune as though nothing in the world was amiss. But Xiaudicus, who had known her for centuries, could feel the low-burning fury simmering beneath her gentle demeanor. He cleared his throat. "Venelana, are you all right?" he said cautiously, setting his teacup down with a soft clink. Venelana paused her humming and turned her eyes toward her husband with a sweet smile that somehow made the room feel colder. "Yes, Xiaudicus. I am perfectly fine. Well, aside from the overwhelming urge to bury our son alive the moment I see him for somehow siring a firstborn child without telling anyone, especially not his mother, nor having the decency to introduce our grandson to us." Her smile widened slightly as her violet eyes practically glowed. "Other than that, I am indeed fine, my love." Xiaudicus blinked and gave a weak, nervous chuckle. "Ah, right. Perfectly fine." He swallowed and thought to himself with growing dread. "Son, you better have one hell of an apology planned. Because your mother is not pleased." The moment of silent terror was interrupted by the echoing sound of the large doors swinging open with a creak. "Mother. Father." A cheerful voice rang through the room as a young girl with long crimson hair and sparkling blue eyes bounded toward them with energetic steps. Behind her followed another girl of the same age, with long raven black hair tied in a high ponytail and violet eyes, wearing a traditional Miko outfit, and walking with quiet poise, though her expression was warm and gentle. Venelana's stern features instantly softened at the sight of her daughter. "Rias, Aquino, welcome. You seem rather excited. Is something the matter?" Rias skidded to a stop right in front of them, eyes sparkling with excitement, her hands clasped tightly together. "Mother. Father. Is it true? Is it really true that Big Brother Surzex has a son who is half human half devil, and the famous Red Dragon Emperor who killed a god?" Venelana glanced towards Xiaudicus, who immediately looked away and pretended to sip his tea again. Venelana smiled gently at her daughter and answered. "Yes, darling. It is true." Rias's entire body lit up with excitement. "That's so cool. Oh, can we visit him? Please, can we go meet him? I want to see what he looks like and what he's like. I want to meet my nephew." Before Venelana could say anything, Xiaudicus hurriedly raised his hand. "Rias, perhaps we should wait until your big brother comes back first. It might be best to coordinate with him before we visit." Rias deflated slightly, her face scrunching into a small pout. "But father, I really want to meet him. Can't we just call Big Brother or something?" Venelana, however, raised an eyebrow with sudden interest and calmly asked. "Rias, dear. Is there a particular reason you're so eager to meet him?" The question hit Rias like a splash of cold water. Her excitement flickered, and her eyes widened ever so slightly as she stiffened under her mother's gaze. "Oh no. I can't tell them the real reason why I want to meet him. If they find out then..." She opened her mouth, then closed it, visibly trying to find the right words. Aquino, quick to pick up on the shift in atmosphere, stepped in smoothly with a smile. "Venelana-sama, I believe Rias just got caught up in the excitement. But perhaps, we should wait until Surzex-sama returns." Venelana tilted her head, studying both girls closely. Her smile didn't falter, but the sharpness in her gaze made Rias squirm. "Yes. Perhaps that's best," she said slowly. Rias let out a tiny sigh of relief and nodded rapidly. Yes. We'll wait. Of course. We'll wait. Akino gave a small bow, hiding her relief well. Thank you for your time, Venelana-sama, Zyotaka-sama. We'll take our leave now. As the two girls turned to go, Rias glanced over her shoulder with renewed cheer. Oh. We should tell little Mil Icas. He'd love to know he has a big brother now. Venelana smiled sweetly and waved them off. Of course, dear. Go on. The girls disappeared through the door, the sound of Rias' excitement fading down the hallway. The room was quiet again. Venelana turned back to her husband, her smile still in place. Zyotacus immediately looked down at his teacup, trying not to make eye contact. Zyotacus. She said in a calm and reasonable voice. Yes, dearest. When Sirzex returns, do make sure he's escorted directly to me. Zyotacus gulped and nodded. Yes, of course. As he said this, he murmured in his mind. Son, you're on your own. Good luck. DxD. Somewhere in the 9 realms. In Asgard, an elderly man wearing blue robes and a monocle on his left eye sat alone upon his high throne. Odin, king of the Aesir, all-father of the Norse pantheon, reclined slightly on his throne, the divine spear Gungnir resting beside him. His remaining eye stared into the streams of thought and memory passed to him by his twin ravens perched atop each of his armored shoulders, Hugin and Munin. The two birds flapped their wings occasionally as they whispered their report, their voices barely audible except to Odin's ears. The Teep's line lies in ruin. Hugin murmured in a voice like rustling parchment. Slain by the beast in red and those who walked beside him. Munin added with a solemn echo. Odin hummed to himself, fingers stroking his silver beard, lips curling into a half-smile as he leaned back in his throne. A low chuckle escaped him, echoing through the empty court. Good riddance to those arrogant bloodsuckers. They deserve what's coming to them. He muttered, his voice gravelly but amused, and let out a full-bellied laugh. And bravo to the Pendragon boy. First, he lays low an evil god, now, he topples a vampire dynasty. He's shaping up to be quite the interesting brat. Before he could muse further, a gentle cough echoed through the marble chamber. Odin blinked and looked down from his throne. Standing just before him, her posture rigid and respectful, was a tall, beautiful young woman clad in full Valkyrie armor, her long silver hair combed neatly, and her aqua-colored eyes avoiding direct contact. Odin grinned. Ah. Rosweiss, my favorite Valkyrie. Did you manage to do the very important thing I discussed earlier? Rosweiss flushed red to the tips of her ears, her hands clasped behind her back as she fought to retain her composure. Why yes, Allfather. Your appointment with the Issei Club has been successfully scheduled. You have a private booth and an overnight reservation. As you requested. She said with strained professionalism. Odin raised a hand and gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Perfect. Excellent work, as always. I knew I could count on you, my little bodyguard. Rosweiss forced a smile, twitching slightly at the corners. Is there anything else you require, Allfather? Probably something important, such as documents, important meetings, or anything similar. Odin leaned on the side of his throne, eyes gleaming with mischief. Rosweiss, can you not loosen up even a bit? You're so stiff most of the time. No wonder you haven't landed a boyfriend yet. They're probably too boring in their eyes. The moment the words left his mouth, Rosweiss visibly stiffened, her expression cracking. That's not fair. She whimpered quietly, slowly sinking to the floor beside the throne. Please don't remind me that. It's just been so hard to get into a relationship. She hugged her knees in comical despair, streams of tears rolling down her cheek. The massive doors of the throne room creaked open once again, and a graceful yet powerful presence entered the chamber. Approaching the throne was a tall, statuesque woman draped in flowing robes, her honey-blonde hair braided intricately and adorned with flowers, and her golden eyes were sharp with disapproval at the old man. Odin, must you torment your Valkyries with such cruelty? She said curtly, her voice tinged with reprimand. Odin blinked and chuckled nervously. Frig, my love. I assure you, it was a harmless jest. She's always so serious, I thought I'd get a smile out of her. Frigg shook her head and made her way toward Rosweiss, who was still curled up like a disappointed child. The Queen of Asgard knelt beside the young Valkyrie and gently began patting her head, her voice soft. There. Don't mind him. You're lovely and capable, and any suitor would be lucky to have you. Rosweiss sniffled softly. Why, you really think so? Frigg nodded. Of course. You just need to smile more. And perhaps avoid speaking about work in casual conversations. Rosweiss managed a tiny smile and wiped her eyes, trying to regain her professional stance. I'll try, my lady. Meanwhile, Odin turned back to his ravens, his mirth fading as he gestured for them to take flight. Hyujin. Munin. Go fly. Keep watch over the red one. I want eyes on him when he goes into action again. The two ravens flapped their wings, launching into the air and disappearing into a portal that closed behind them. Frigg stood, brushing her hands off, and looked back at Odin with a piercing gaze. Ever since his debut in Ireland, you seem quite invested in this boy. Odin's good eye narrowed as he sat straighter on his throne, his jovial tone replaced by seriousness. I am. There's something about him. Something tangled in fate. His steps ripple across the branches of Yggdrasil. I can feel it in the well of Ord. The future has become uncertain. Frigg's expression grew serious. Is that a good thing? Or a bad thing? Roswy stood attentively beside her, curious despite herself. Even though she could feel the air shift, the Allfather was never vague without reason. Odin looked at both women, his eye distant yet focused. I don't know. He said after a long pause. But I hope it's a good thing. Because if it isn't. He didn't finish the sentence, but the silence that followed was more ominous than any words. DxD. Somewhere in Japan, a sleek high-rise tower loomed above the cityscape, its glass windows reflecting the urban lights. On the topmost balcony of that tower, the gentle breeze rustled the curtains behind a half-open door, carrying with it the faint sounds of sirens and distant laughter from the streets below. A tall man sat on a polished ebony chair, poised near a marble table. His brown hair was slicked back neatly, and his silver eyes shimmered in the moonlight. His features were sharp and noble, yet so cold that they instilled instinctive caution. He held a wine glass between his fingers, the red wine within moving around, and brought the glass to his lips and took a quiet sip. Floating before him in the air was a translucent screen, and on it played looped footage of the Teeps castle ruins. Crimson flames consumed the battlefield, vampires turned to ash, and the sky had burned red as Arthur, in his juggernaut drive, descended upon the battlefield. The man watched intently, his eyes unblinking. Fascinating. Such raw power and yet controlled. And those eyes, they were not lost in the madness. He muttered to himself. The man leaned back slightly, letting the glass rest in his hand as his expression darkened with curiosity, the kind a man of science might have. Just then, behind him, a teleportation circle flashed, and a figure emerged from its center, kneeling immediately. A male fallen angel, cloaked in dark armor and bearing two black wings, bowed low with reverence. Lord Satnal, I bring news. The fallen said, his voice laced with respect. Satnal didn't turn, but simply gestured with one gloved hand, signaling the fallen to speak. The Utsasimi agency has responded. They have accepted the alliance, on the condition that their autonomy is respected. Satnal's silver eyes narrowed, not in disapproval but calculation. Expected. They are prideful insects hiding behind the scenes. And yet, useful. The fallen angel nodded. Additionally, a boy and a girl, both claiming ties to the Nakiri clan, have made contact with our observers. They appear to be seeking an audience. At this, Satnal finally turned his gaze slightly toward the fallen angel, his voice now low and commanding. Send in the Abyss team. Secure the two humans. If they hold anything of value, I want them extracted. The fallen angel bowed his head. As you command, Lord Satnal. Anything else? Satnal turned fully toward the screen again, the footage of Arthur's rampage still playing in slow loops. Gather everything we can about the Red Dragon Emperor. If possible, I want data on his boosted gear. The fallen gave one final nod. As you wish, my lord. He said, before vanishing in a flash, the teleportation circle vanished along with him. Now alone once more, Satnal leaned forward and tapped the screen. It zoomed in on Arthur's final attack, releasing a burst of pure destructive beam that left the battlefield and the castle in ruin. He replayed that frame many times, and a small, delighted smile played at the edge of his lips. So much potential for chaos and evolution. He stood slowly, walking to the edge of the balcony, looking out over the neon-lit sprawl of Tokyo as the wind tugged at his coat, but he didn't notice. How beautiful. He said, spreading his arms as if embracing the city. The world is changing. The wheels of fate spin anew. And when it breaks, I will be there. His smile widened, silver eyes glowing faintly in the dark. And I cannot wait to understand you, Arthur Pendragon. The screen cracked and dimmed, the sound of Arthur's draconic roar echoing one last time across the still night. DxD. At the heart of Vatican City, in an interrogation chamber, a small table stood at the center, surrounded by two chairs, and only one was currently occupied. Dulio sat comfortably, legs stretched and hands folded behind his head, his chair tilted back at a precarious angle. His expression was annoyingly calm, carefree even, as if he hadn't just been responsible for causing the deaths of the council. The golden-haired youth looked as if he were lounging on a summer day, not sitting in the middle of an official disciplinary inquiry. Across from him, pacing with tension in every step, was Uriel, the flame of God, who is currently very frustrated. His face, usually serene and unreadable, was twisted with disbelief, as if trying to process just how absurd this whole situation had become. His eyes finally locked onto Dulio again, and he stopped pacing. "Do you even realize what you've done?" Uriel said sharply, voice echoing slightly through the sanctified walls. "Do you understand what your actions have caused?" Dulio didn't flinch or stop smiling. He turned his head lazily toward the seraph and nodded once. "Yep. I totally did," he said, popping the P. Uriel's lips tightened, his fingers twitched before he slammed his palm on the table, not out of violence, but exasperation. "Then give me a reason," Uriel shouted, wings flaring for a brief second in a flare of holy light. "Give me one good reason why you did it. Why you, Heaven's Vanguard, would cause such a scene." Dulio lowered his chair back onto all four legs, his expression unchanged. He slowly reached forward and tapped at the folder on the table, filled with reports, images, and names. "You already know the reason. Everyone knows now. Hell, I bet even Old Man Strata knows. So why do I need to explain it again?" Dulio said flatly. Uriel ran a hand down his face and rubbed his temple, inhaling deeply. There was a long pause, and he sighed. "I understand why you did it. I almost wanted to pat you on the back for doing it." Dulio smirked. "You're welcome." Uriel gave him a silent glare. He leaned over the table now, both hands pressed against the surface as he looked the younger man directly in the eyes. "What I want to know is why you would go that far. Why risk the instability of the entire church and its faith? Why not at least attempt a more rational, diplomatic approach?" The joking look in Dulio's eyes dimmed. He sat up straight for the first time, and his expression grew serious. Because people like the council wouldn't have listened otherwise. Such as when they turn war orphans like him into child soldiers against their wishes, and close their eyes while innocent people are dying because they are no longer useful. Innocent people, whole families, children, were butchered by the supernatural or other humans while they sat in their thrones arguing about the status quo or the greater good. Uriel remained still, he knew Dulio was referring to his dark past. When vampires marched on cities, when exorcists died begging for help that never came, they still did nothing. "So yeah, I made my choice. We all did. Me, Arthur, the others. We decided we're done waiting for the world to change." Dulio continued, his voice filled with conviction. Another long pause followed, and Uriel slowly sat in the chair across from him, folding his hands together. "So you think that joining Arthur in this new organization he's forming, you believe that's the best way to make a difference?" Uriel said slowly, and Dulio didn't hesitate to answer. "I don't think so, Uriel, I know so." Just one look in his eyes, and I knew. Uriel tilted his head. "Knew what?" "That he can do it." Dulio answered firmly. "Arthur is not just strong, he understands what needs to be done. He doesn't want power or glory. He wants to protect others from suffering, and he doesn't hesitate. He's the kind of person who makes things happen, even if the world stands against him. That's the kind of person I can follow." Uriel leaned back in his chair, exhaling heavily as he stared at the ceiling. A faint groan escaped his lips, and he muttered to himself. "You two are going to be the death of me." Dulio grinned. "I'll take that as a compliment." With that, the golden-haired exorcist stood up from his chair and began walking toward the door. "Where do you think you're going?" "You're still being interrogated?" Uriel asked, lifting a brow. Dulio glanced back over his shoulder with a playful glint in his eye. "Come on, Uriel. You and I both know this interrogation's just for formality. I'm not getting punished. No one's gonna throw heaven's strongest exorcist in a cell when the world's starting to crack again." Uriel stared at him, expression unreadable. Dulio reached for the door handle. "Though if you could talk the other exorcists out of going rogue, that'd be great. I'd appreciate it." "Thanks." He gave a cheeky salute, opened the door, and disappeared into the hall with a casual wave. Uriel sat there in silence for a long moment. The seraph stared at the files on the table, at the photographs of a crimson red-hair young man with emerald green eyes. He rubbed his face again, sighing heavily. His eyes. They really do look like hers. He muttered to himself. DxD. Hello readers. This is probably the last reaction chapter, I think. Now, do me a favor and give me all your power stones. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 61, Chapter 60, Celebration. Cheers, X. Heineken bottles clinked together as the team raised their drinks in a cheer that shook the room. Heracles sat with a massive turkey leg in one hand and a beer mug in the other, laughing as he continued to boast about his vampire-slaying record at Carmela. "I swear, man. I took out like 100 of those bloodsuckers with one hand tied behind my back. It was awesome. Nearby, Regulus crouched on the floor, casually gnawing on what looked like the entire hindquarter of a buffalo. It was 72. And he used both hands. I was the one with the most kill count. Regulus corrected bluntly. Bah. Point is, they died. We won. End of story. Heracles scoffed. On the other side of the table, George slumped across the table, a half-empty bottle of wine cradled in his arms. It's all fake. Hick. George muttered with a lopsided grin, waving his free hand at the ceiling. Don't you see it, Chow Chow? We're just concepts. We are made to entertain perverts. Hick. Chow Chow, seated next to George with a bowl of steaming rice in front of him, chewed his food slowly while eyeing George with concern, and shook his head. Listen, George. You're drunk. Even though you've only had half a glass of wine. No, you listen. We're not real. Every time I blink, I swear I see them. Those horny bastards. The illusion is cracking. Our whole life is a lie. George suddenly lurched forward, grabbing Chow Chow by the shoulders with wide eyes. Chow Chow blinked. You need water, George. And sleep. And maybe Jesus. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Siegfried was in the middle of calming down a drunk Jean d'Arc. Her face flushed bright pink, and swaying dangerously with a half-empty beer in hand, she was poking at Siegfried's cheek like an annoyed cat. Have I ever told you how cute you are? She slurred, giggling and hiccuping between pokes. Why don't you notice me? Huh? I've been dropping hints since forever. You're just, what are we talking about again? This is why I told you not to drink alcohol, woman. You know how much of a lightweight you are. Siegfried groaned, trying to push her off gently without being rude. I'm not a lightweight. Why you are. Jean protested as she attempted to stand up straight and almost stumbled. You're a coward. Why you big, cranky, handsome, coward. What the fuck? He muttered as he caught her before she face-planted into the floor. At a quieter part of the room, Lavinia Rennie was enjoying her meal calmly, a soft smile on her lips as she observed the delightful chaos around her while sitting beside Arthur, who remained uncharacteristically silent. They're really letting loose tonight, huh? It's nice seeing everyone have fun like this. We should do this more often. Lavinia said, casting him a glance, but Arthur didn't respond immediately. He stared down at his food, untouched. His expression wasn't gloomy exactly, but distant. Lavinia frowned gently and leaned in, nudging his side with her elbow. Hey, you okay? Arthur blinked as if pulled out of a trance, looking at her. Sorry. Did you say something? I said. This is supposed to be a fun night. You seem to be troubled, though. She replied, a bit firmer now. He forced a faint smile and raised his bottle in a slight toast. I'm fine, Lav. Just thinking. About what? He hesitated before answering. A lot of things. Don't worry about it. Before she could press further, a magic circle appeared, and it revealed a familiar blonde-haired young man carrying 10 massive pizza boxes stacked high. Pizza time. Heads turned instantly. Dulio. Jean squealed with delight. Oh hell yeah. Heracles roared. You brought pizza? Carmela asked with a mouthful of food. From Italy, no less. Freshly made. I personally threatened the chef to get these out fast. Dulio placed the boxes on the table, opening each one in turn. The smell of fresh mozzarella, basil, and sauce filled the room like a second wave of joy. The group immediately swarmed him like moths to a flame. Everyone grabbed a slice, even the drunk George stumbled over, muttering about pizza being the key to end world hunger. Lavinia leaned into Arthur's shoulder again and smiled. Maybe you should leave all that thinking for later. Arthur watched his team, laughing, joking, living the best life. He finally allowed a small, genuine smile to surface. Yeah. I guess you're right. Later, as the celebration continued, a completely wasted George stood on the center table, dancing and singing the Macarena with complete seriousness. Everyone else joined in, cheering and clapping along. Even Siegfried cracked a grin while trying to keep Jean from falling over as she was sitting on his lap, cheering. DxD. A few hours had passed since the celebration. The once loud and energetic VIP room was now silent, the scent of food and alcohol lingering faintly in the air. One by one, the members of the team had filtered out, their laughter echoing softly down the hallways as they made their way to their respective hotel rooms to rest. Arthur was one of the last to leave, a faint flush coloring his cheeks as he leaned against the wall outside the suite. Ugh. That was a bad idea. Yes. Yes, it was. Come on, we're almost there. He was clearly tipsy, maybe more than he let on, and wrapped his arm around Lavinia's shoulder to help him back to their room as she offered support. They reached their shared room at the end of the hall. Lavinia opened the door with her keycard and guided Arthur inside, switching on a dim lamp near the bed. Arthur let out a low breath and collapsed onto the bed with a heavy thump, lying on his back across the mattress. His jacket slipped off halfway, and he reached to tug at the rest, removing his upper layers and boots with sluggish fingers. In the end, he gave up trying to be neat, letting his clothes drop to the floor carelessly until he was left in just his pants. He sighed, head resting on the pillows, and stared up at the ceiling. His head was spinning just a bit, but not enough to dull his thoughts. Arthur's mind turned quietly, reflecting. Things aren't going to be easy from here, are they? The vampires were only the beginning. The deeper we go, the more enemies we'll face. The old Satans, the Cows Brigade, the other factions, and now whatever the future is planning. He thought. You're unusually quiet, partner. What's the matter? A familiar, rumbling voice echoed in his mind. Arthur didn't react as he closed his eyes for a moment. Just thinking, Drake. About what comes next. It feels like we've kicked a hornet's nest, and now the whole supernatural world's turning its eyes on us. I have no idea where to go from here. Then I suggest you start with those survivors under your protection, that damper girl you saved from the massacre, and those who are looking to you for guidance. Start there and eventually everything else will fall into place. Drake replied firmly. Arthur opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling again. You mean focus on the problems right in front of me? Exactly. You've never been one to run from responsibility, Arthur. Show them how capable a person you are. Arthur slowly nodded and allowed himself a breath of relief. Thanks, Drake. I needed that. Drake chuckled. Anytime, partner. Just then, the soft click of the bathroom door opening drew his attention. He turned his head and paused. Steam drifted lazily out of the room, and standing there in the doorway was Lavinia, a towel draped loosely around her shoulders. Her long blonde hair shimmered from the shower's heat, falling damp and straight down her back. She was wearing a light blue lingerie, delicate lace with tiny ribbon accents, modest, but undeniably alluring. Her skin still glistened from the water, and the sight made Arthur sit up a little straighter. She caught his gaze and giggled, clearly amused by the stunned look on his face. Do you like what you see? Arthur blinked and nodded without hesitation. Lavinia's smile softened as she walked slowly toward him, swaying her hips. Her eyes stayed on his, the towel slipping from her shoulders as she reached the edge of the bed. She leaned down slightly, her fingers brushing the mattress, then crawled onto the bed to meet him. She stopped just inches from his face, her legs tucked beneath her as she met his gaze. They were now face to face. Hi. She whispered, voice gentle. Arthur smiled. Hey. Without needing another word, Arthur reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, gently pulling her down onto his chest. Lavinia let herself fall forward, resting against him as she cradled his face in her hands. Their lips met in a slow, passionate kiss. Her fingers curled around the nape of his neck while Arthur's hands roamed up her back, fingertips tracing the warm skin just beneath her shoulder blades. The kiss deepened as they both leaned in, their lips moving in rhythm, mouths parting slightly as they exchanged breath and warmth. Lavinia's lips tasted faintly of mint, likely from brushing her teeth moments ago, and Arthur's mouth still carried a trace of the beer he'd sipped earlier, but the contrast was oddly intimate. Lavinia let out a soft moan when Arthur tilted his head and pressed in deeper, his tongue gently teasing hers into a playful battle that he quickly began to dominate. Her grip on him tightened as her cheeks flushed, warmth radiating off her skin as the kiss became more heated. Arthur's hands caressed her sides, then slid down to her hips. She melted into the contact, hips pressing down against his abs as she responded with equal passion. When they finally pulled away, a thin string of saliva connected their lips, their breaths heavy, both of their chests rising and falling with quiet pants. Arthur rested his forehead against hers, emerald eyes searching her face. You're beautiful, Lav. He whispered. Lavinia smiled, a bit breathless. You're not so bad yourself. They both laughed quietly, the moment between them thick with unspoken feelings, mutual trust, and something far deeper than physical desire. Arthur leaned back against the pillows, trying to steady his breathing. He could still feel the warmth of Lavinia's body pressed against his, her soft skin and sweet scent stirring something primal inside him. His hands twitched slightly, the urge crawling just beneath the surface. His instincts, fueled by draconic instincts and the adrenaline that had yet to leave his bloodstream, screamed for him to pull her close and ravage her all over again. But he didn't. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply through his nose, clenching his fists and resisting the pull of his urges. Beside him, Lavinia noticed the sudden shift in his mood. She had been resting on her side, her head propped up on her palm, watching him with soft, content eyes. But now her expression shifted into concern. She leaned closer, brushing a strand of his hair from his forehead. Arthur, what's wrong? He didn't answer right away. He just gave her a faint smile and shook his head. It's nothing serious, Lav, don't worry. Lavinia didn't move. She saw through that immediately. She reached forward, took Arthur's face in both hands, and turned it toward her so their eyes met directly. Don't give me that. You've been like this since the party. Even when you were smiling with the others, you've been holding something in. Do you not trust me enough to share your burdens? She said softly, but with a firmness that couldn't be ignored. Arthur's eyes widened slightly at her words. He stared at her, taking in her worried expression, the slight trembling of her hands, the way her voice cracked just a little on that last word. Of course I trust you. It's just that. He replied finally, his voice quieter now. Then talk to me. Please. She whispered, pressing her forehead gently against his. Arthur closed his eyes. Her presence, her voice, her warmth, gave him the strength to finally let the weight fall from his shoulders. When he opened his eyes again, they were softer. It's Valerie, the other Dampiers, and the survivors we rescued. I don't know what I should do for them. How to give them a life that's not just waiting for another massacre. Lavinia didn't interrupt, just listened, her fingers rubbing circles against his cheek. But that's not what's been bothering me. Arthur's voice dropped lower, laced with guilt and bitterness. It's the celebration. Lavinia blinked. The celebration. He nodded slowly. We were all laughing, drinking, cheering. But I keep thinking, what did we win, really? We call it a victory, but my hometown was still drenched in blood. Innocent people died. Kids. Families. All because some sick vampires wanted to play God. His hands clenched into fists against the sheets. And while everyone else is partying, I can't stop thinking about how it wasn't enough. How we weren't fast enough. How I couldn't save them all. He turned his head to the side, away from her. Is it bad that I feel this way? That I can't enjoy a night of peace because I'm stuck thinking about the ones we didn't save? He asked in a hoarse whisper. There was a long pause. Then Lavinia leaned forward and placed a kiss gently on his forehead, her lips lingering there as she exhaled softly. When she pulled back, her hands were still cradling his face, thumbs brushing against the corners of his eyes. It's not bad, Art. It means your heart is still open. That you care. That you haven't become numb to all the pain this world tries to drown us in. She smiled proudly. You carry the weight of others because you want to protect them. That's what makes you, you, Arthur. That's what makes people trust you. And one of the reasons why I love you. Arthur's breath hitched at those words. His eyes softened as he reached up and pulled her into a tight embrace. She didn't resist. Lavinia wrapped her arms around his shoulders and held him as closely as she could, burying her face against the crook of his neck. Thank you, Lav. For listening even when I'm like this. He whispered, his voice muffled in her hair. It's nothing. It's the least I could do. She replied quietly. They stayed like that for a while, the silence between them was peaceful. Then Lavinia leaned closer, her lips brushing against the shell of his ear. In fact, how about I show you just how much I love you? She whispered playfully, her tone soft but laced with warmth. Arthur blinked as his heart beat louder in his chest. Lavinia's touch, her words, her presence, it turned him on. He smiled again, this time fully, and whispered back. Then show me. DxD. Hello readers. I need the stones to create more chapters. Also, incoming R18 chapter soon. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, Love, plus 18. Notice. You all know the drill. Skip this chapter if you are below 18. Touch grass for the next 24 hours if you are above 18. Let's continue. DxD. Then show me. Lavinia smiled as she sat on his lap and began taking off her lingerie in front of Arthur. A few minutes later. Lav, you're getting better at this. Arthur moaned as the now naked Lavinia bobbed her head up and down his manhood. Hearing his praise made her increase her efforts while massaging his balls with one hand, while the other hand was used to finger herself. After a few more minutes, Arthur could feel his climax getting closer. Lav. I'm so close, baby. Don't stop. This encourages Lavinia to bob her head faster as she wants to taste his seed. A few more seconds later, Arthur grips her hair and pushes her head up and down, making her deep throat his erection. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm gonna come. He pushes her head in place and ejaculates into her throat. This made Lavinia come as well, her muffled moans causing even more pleasure to Arthur. After a minute of climaxing, Arthur let go of Lavinia's head, and she slowly pulled out, while making sure not to waste a drop. She sat up and swallowed the remaining cum as she slowly opened her mouth, showing it to Arthur. Thank you for the meal. Lavinia happily thanked him, licking her lips sensually. This made Arthur turn on as he pulled her closer, making her straddle his lap. He then starts peppering her neck and shoulders with kisses and bites, marking his territory, while cupping her perky breasts. Ah, Arthur, I can't wait any longer. Shoo. Just wait a little bit more, my love. He whispered in her ear as he put her nipple in his mouth. Ah. She moaned as Arthur then bit and sucked hard at leaving marks, then he proceeded to the other nipple. After a whole minute, Arthur let go as he breathed heavily and looked up to see Lavinia's flushed yet beautiful face. They both took their time to catch their breath before Arthur held the back of her head and kissed her passionately. Lavinia reciprocated and wrapped her arms around his neck, pushing her tongue inside Arthur's mouth. Their tongues battled for dominance once again as Arthur held her close and pushed her back to the bed. Lavinia felt his weight pressing onto her, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, feeling his cock poking her entrance. She managed to separate their lips as they panted. Wait, Arthur, hold on. Is something the matter, Lav? Arthur asked, wondering if he had done something wrong. Lavinia shook her head as she held him close. Nothing's wrong. It's just that. Can we use condoms? He raised an eyebrow in confusion. That's odd. You always suggest unprotected sex, unless... Suddenly, Arthur's eyes widened a bit before calming down as he asked. Lav. Are you? Lavinia nods as she starts feeling a bit embarrassed for some reason. Arthur sat up and pulled her in an embrace, wrapping her arms around her back while resting his head on her shoulder. Do you want to stop? We can stop if you wanna. Lavinia shook her head as she held him close, feeling his erection rubbing on her cunt. I don't want to stop. But I think it's better if we play it safe. Arthur chuckled as he thought. Hey, cute. Lavinia pulled away a bit before glaring at him, thinking that he was laughing at her. Okay, you pouty face. No need to be upset. Give me a minute. He let go of Lavinia and sat at the edge of the bed, opening the nightstand. What are you doing, Art? Arthur was rummaging through the nightstand, and he pulled out a box of condoms. Hell yeah. Looks like it's our lucky day, Lav. Lavinia blinked as she asked. They have condoms here? He nodded as he opened the box and pulled out a condom. Hotels sometimes put condoms in their rooms for obvious reasons. But enough of that, let's continue, Lav. Arthur then tossed the condom to Lavinia, and he lay down on the bed. She was surprised as she caught it, looking at her boyfriend in confusion. I want you to try and put it on me with your mouth. She was genuinely speechless, unsure of how to respond to what he said. This only made Arthur smirk as she looked so clueless. Okay, Lav. Come here. She snapped out of her trance as she bashfully approached him. After some encouragement and a bit of guidance, Lavinia manages to put the condom on Arthur's cock. He groaned from the feeling of Lavinia's mouth on his shaft. After it was done, Lavinia straddled him and held onto his shoulders. He then positions his cock on her entrance with one hand, while the other holds her waist. Are you ready, Lav? Arthur asked, looking up to see Lavinia looking at him quietly, and she nodded. Now with both hands on her waist, he pushed her down in a swift motion, fully entering her until he hit her cervix. Ah, Arthur. Lav. She started slowly moving her hips up and down, pleasure coursing through them as Arthur held her close, pulling her down to rest on his chest. They continued making out as he began to thrust upward, pushing his cock deeper. Lavinia moaned in Arthur's mouth as their hands roamed around their bodies. Their lips separated as Arthur's hands grabbed her ass and increased their pace. Ah, Arthur, faster, give me more. Lav, you feel so good. As they continued making love, Lavinia could feel herself getting close and proceeded to move her hips more frantically. Ah. Arthur, I'm so close. Arthur held her hips and thrust deeply, hitting her womb. Lavinia buried her face in the crook of his neck as she was overwhelmed with pleasure. Go ahead, Lav, come for me. He whispered in her ear. As he said that, she couldn't take it anymore. Arthur. Lavinia moaned loudly next to his ear as she orgasmed, her body shaking from pleasure. Arthur just lay there while caressing her back and whispering sweet nothings to her ear. After almost a minute of climaxing, she finally calmed down as she panted hard from the intense orgasms. Ha, ha. Arthur, ha. Arthur pats her head and replies. Did you feel good, Lav? She hums in reply, clearly satisfied. That's good. But remember, I haven't come yet. In an instant, he pulled away cock from her, making her moan a bit, and proceeded to make Lavinia go on all fours, kneeling right behind her. Hey, Arthur. She turned her head to look back, but Arthur grabbed both her wrists and pulled them behind her, and quickly penetrated her womanhood from behind. Ah. She moaned hard, and Arthur began to thrust hard. Ha. Fuck, this position is always better. He groaned as he began to thrust faster, while pulling her towards him, her back touching his bare chest. Lavinia's moans became muffled as her face was covered by a pillow, and Arthur put his whole weight on her, his thrusts hitting her cervix. She managed to turn her head to the side, and she moaned. "Oh God, Arthur, give me more, Arthur." "Fuck, don't worry, Lav. Your wish is my command." He then used one hand to lock Lavinia's wrist near the headboard, while the other was used to grope her boobs. This made Lavinia bite hard into a pillow as she could feel her cervix open up to Arthur. Arthur could feel himself going feral as his pupils turned to slits and his claws and fangs extended. Growl. He was now getting closer and closer to climax as his movements became erratic and fast. Lavinia was also close as she could feel her boyfriend's approaching orgasm. Shit. Lavinia, I'm so fucking close. Ah. Do it. I'm gonna coming too. Then let's do it together, Lav. The couple was now on the verge of climax as Arthur's thrusts became stronger and faster, restraining Lavinia's arms as if preventing her from leaving. Fuck, Lavinia. Get pregnant. Get pregnant. Get pregnant. Get pregnant. Get pregnant. Get pregnant. Arthur did one last thrust and came hard, filling the condom to its limit. As he did so, he bit hard on Lavinia's shoulder, causing her to bleed. Ah. I'm coming. Lavinia came hard from the pain of her shoulder being bitten and the pleasure from feeling Arthur's warmth through the condom. Her orgasm made her drench the bedsheets and Arthur's crotch in her love juices. After a short period, they both finally calmed down, panting hard from their orgasms. Arthur let go of Lavinia's wrists, and he slowly pulled away alongside the full condom on his dick. Lavinia felt lightheaded from the sheer pleasure as she hugged and rested her face on the pillow. Arthur sat up as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at his handiwork with pride. Ha. Ha. Lav. He panted, and she turned her head, looking at Arthur with exhaustion. She notices Arthur's pupils change and fangs emerging, looking at her as if she were prey. Giggle. Lavinia turned around and lay down on her back, showing her drenched, glowing figure. She spread her arms to Arthur and smiled. "I want to go another round, my darling." Her alluring voice made Arthur lose all reason. He growled, ripping off the cum-filled condom from his still hard erection, and pounced at Lavinia. Ah. Arthur. That night, the hotel room was ravaged and filled with moans and the scent of their love. DxD. The next morning. Arthur slowly wakes up from the sounds of slurping and the pleasant feeling on his crotch. He knew where this feeling came from and looked down to see a massive bump within the blanket. He pulled away the blanket, and what he saw was Lavinia sucking his morning wood. As she continued her pace, Arthur smiled as he patted her head. "Good morning, my Lav." She looked at Arthur and slowly pulled away with a pop and proceeded to stroke his member happily. "Good morning, Art. I hope you don't mind if I have a quick breakfast. He nods as he caresses her face. "I don't mind, Lav. But would you prefer if we continue this in the bathroom?" This made her eyes lit up as she nodded happily. He chuckled and sat up to get off the bed, revealing his well-built figure, then swiftly carried Lavinia towards the bathroom. She laughed as she wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a peck on the cheek as they entered the bathroom. DxD. Hello readers. I've been hearing some comments about the characters having different eye colors or hair colors. I wanted to inform you all that I'm still busy with other important stuff, and that I sometimes forget about their appearances from time to time. So to those who pay attention to the details, I apologize, and please chill out. In the end of the day, this is just a fanfic I made just for fun. Also, I'll probably gonna change the title and the cover, which also serves as the MC's official appearance. Comment on which one I should choose. Karama from Yu Yu Hakusho. Personally, my original idea. Reinhard van Istria from Re:0. Dialek Ragnvinder from Genshin Impact. Or other suggestions. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 63, Chapter 62, Avalon. That morning, the sound of early jazz played over the diner's speakers as the scent of coffee, eggs, and toasted bread filled the air. At a corner booth near the window, a portion of Team C times C sat scattered around a table littered with breakfast plates and half-empty coffee mugs. Arthur sat beside Lavinia, cradling a hot cup of coffee between his hands, but his eyes were fixed on one very specific sight, Siegfried. The albino swordsman sat in complete silence, nursing a black coffee and slowly pushing scrambled eggs around his plate with his fork. But what truly caught Arthur's attention was the very obvious red handprint on the side of Siegfried's face. Sitting next to him, Jean was furiously stabbing at a pancake with the kind of cold, silent fury. She looks like she's one twitch away from flipping the entire table as her sharp eyes refuse to acknowledge Siegfried's existence. Arthur raised an eyebrow, taking in the sheer tension suffocating the table. Lavinia, beside him, simply sipped her coffee with a soft hum, keeping her amusement quietly hidden behind her cup. Finally, Arthur broke the silence. "So, is everyone doing good or?" Siegfried looked like he was about to answer, he even opened his mouth, when Jean abruptly snapped. "We're fine. Thank you for asking. Arthur blinked at the sudden bark of sarcasm and leaned back in his seat. Okay. He shifted slightly closer to Chow Chow, who was seated at the next booth near them, casually munching on waffles and looking like the only one genuinely enjoying himself. Arthur leaned toward him and whispered. What happened exactly? Chow Chow didn't even look up as he replied between bites. Last night, after everyone got totally hammered and we somehow managed to get back to the rooms. This morning, Jean was screaming inside Siegfried's room. Arthur blinked slowly, taking a second to process that before his eyes widened just a bit. Oh. Yeah, you can imagine what happened next. Screaming, panic, and a slap sound that shook the walls. Chow Chow said with a little grin. Arthur snuck another glance at Jean, who was now sipping her water in cold silence, her eyes still focused on her plate. She looked like she was holding herself back from activating Blade Blacksmith across the diner. Arthur gave a short, sympathetic sigh as he turned back to his coffee. Jean stood abruptly, her now empty plate clinking against the table. Without a word or a glance at anyone, she picked it up, walked to the counter, handed it over to the waitress with a polite thank you, and then marched out of the diner. Everyone watched her leave in silence. Siegfried just stabbed his breakfast and mumbled. I don't even know what I did to piss her off. Lavinia, hiding her smile now, sipped her coffee again and finally spoke. Where are the others? Chow Chow glanced at the wall clock. Heracles and Dulio are probably still asleep in their beds. Last I checked, George was in the bathroom puking his guts out thanks to the cocktails Dulio made. Arthur winced. Oof. Kamla's with George, being his emotional support. Or maybe holding his glasses for him. Either way, the dude's more reliable than all of us. Chow Chow added. Arthur ran a hand through his hair and took another drink from his mug. After everyone's had breakfast, let the others know we're heading to the newly rebuilt town later. I want to speak with some of the townsfolk and representatives from the Carmela faction. He said eventually, placing his cup down. Chow Chow gave a small nod. Got it. Should I tell them to sober up first? That would be nice. Arthur muttered, rubbing his temples. The atmosphere slowly began to calm. With Jean gone and the tension diffusing, the rest of the group went back to eating. Soon enough, Dulio arrived at the diner and approached their booth, yawning loudly. Yawn. Morning, losers. What did I miss? Chow Chow gestured to Dulio to the empty seat and replied. Meh, nothing important. Wanna order some waffles, Dulio? Nah, coffee and toast are fine. Arthur looked back at Siegfried, who had finally resumed eating, though he looked like a kid who had just been scolded for knocking over a vase. Arthur took a long sip from his coffee, then said. You sure you're okay, man? Siegfried gave a long sigh. I'm fine. Just like Jean said. His voice sounded tired, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, maybe even spiritually. Lavinia gave him a look of sympathy. You didn't do anything inappropriate, did you? No. I swear to God I didn't do anything. The moment I woke up, Jean just straight up assaulted me. Siegfried said instantly. That's what made it worse. She must have thought something happened to the two of you last night, but no one remembers, so it's all one giant black hole of regret and embarrassment. Arthur added dryly. Siegfried groaned as he slumped against the booth. Kill me. Lavinia finally let out a small giggle. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle as well, shaking his head as he reached for a piece of toast. Team bonding at its finest. Chow Chow said, smirking. They all laughed, the last bits of tension fading into the diner's morning crowd. Okay, seriously, did I miss something embarrassing? Dulio asked, completely clueless about what had happened. DxD. Everyone in C stood in awe at what lay before them, each of them taking a moment to take in the sight fully. Arthur, in particular, found himself staring in disbelief before glancing toward Dulio, his brows raised. How in the world did you manage all of this? Arthur asked, his voice holding both admiration and a hint of curiosity. Dulio simply smirked, clearly enjoying the reaction, and folded his arms. Let's just say, a lot of powerful people owe me big time from my early years as an exorcist. He replied casually, though there was a mischievous glint in his eye that suggested there was more to the story. What stood before them was nothing short of astonishing. The small town that had once been nothing but rubble and bloodstains was now reborn into a massive, vibrant town. Traditional European-style stone buildings lined the streets, their fresh paint and polished windows reflecting the light, yet they blended seamlessly with modern infrastructure, streetlights powered by solar energy, communication towers discreetly built into clock towers, and even a small tram line that curved along the main road. But it wasn't just the architecture that caught their attention. The citizens, mostly humans and Dampiers and a few other supernatural species, moved about with hope restored. Here and there, Arthur noticed a few stray fallen angels dressed in plain clothes chatting with merchants, some wandering yokai blending into the crowd as if they belonged there all along. Children ran laughing through the open market, darting between the stalls with carefree joy, and patrolling exorcists mingled with the townsfolk, sharing greetings and offering help where needed. Dulio spread his arms proudly, his tone light yet meaningful. Everyone. Welcome to Avalon. A small slice of heaven on earth. Inside Arthur's mind, Drake's deep voice rumbled with a rare note of approval. Quite the fitting name for such a peaceful place. Arthur smiled faintly at the thought. Yeah. It's hard to imagine this place was in ruins not too long ago. The group stepped into the streets, their footsteps echoing faintly on the clean asphalt path. As they walked, their eyes naturally wandered to every corner, bright flower pots on windowsills, the smell of fresh bread drifting from a nearby bakery, and townsfolk working together to unload crates from carts. More than once, Arthur caught a few people looking their way. The moment their gazes met, the citizens would smile and wave, bow respectfully, or offer a polite greeting. Heracles was scratching his head as he muttered. What's happening? Why are they doing that? Dulio gave a knowing smile. Because they recognize you all. They know what we did for them. This. He gestured toward the town and its people. Is their way of showing respect and gratitude. Carmela shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck. Strange feeling, being looked at like that. Siegfried glanced sideways at him with his usual calm demeanor. You'll get used to it. He said casually, though there was the faintest curl of a smile on his lips. As they strolled through the bustling streets, still taking in the sights of Avalon, Dulio suddenly slowed his pace and glanced over his shoulder at them. By the way, before we go meet the vampire ladies, there's someone who wants to meet you, Arthur. Arthur raised a brow, curiosity flickering in his expression. Seriously? Whom? You'll see. Dulio replied and gestured for them to follow. They passed through the heart of the town, weaving past merchants and townsfolk, until the crowd began to thin. Before long, they found themselves standing before a large, beautifully restored chapel. Arthur's gaze shifted toward the front steps, where several children were gathered. They seemed to be in the middle of chatting with someone just out of view when one of them turned her head and caught sight of Arthur and the others. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a wide smile broke across her face. Look. Big Brother is here. She called out, her voice filled with pure excitement. In an instant, the group of children ran down the steps toward Arthur, their small shoes tapping rapidly against the stone. Arthur couldn't help but smile warmly, bending down to greet them. Hey there, kids. Who here's brave enough to fight me? Some of the kids tackled him in their enthusiasm, clinging to his arms and tugging at his sleeves. At the same time, a few of the braver ones approached the others. One shy little girl tugged at Lavinia's skirt, offering her a small paper flower. Ah. Thank you. Lavinia smiled, patting the girl's head. A pair of twins giggled as they grabbed onto Heracles' large hands, clearly impressed by his size. Ha 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 ha. Hold on tight, kiddos. He started spinning, making the twins scream in joy. Another waved cheerfully at Chow Chow, who responded with a polite nod and a small smile. Even those like Carmela and George, who were more reserved by nature, found themselves smiling slightly as they were pulled into the innocent energy of the moment. Arthur gently patted the head of the little girl who had called to him. How are you, Bella? Like the new place? He asked, his tone soft. We're doing great, Big Brother. And we love it. Bella replied enthusiastically. Then she held up her small hands to reveal a colorful handful of wrapped sweets. And look. Grandpa gave us candy. Arthur chuckled lightly, the warmth in his voice clear. That's nice. Did you all thank this grandpa of yours? Before Bella could answer, a deep, masculine voice chuckled from nearby. Ha ha ha. Worry not, Red One. They already did. Arthur straightened slightly and turned toward the source of the voice. The moment his eyes landed on the figure approaching, his expression froze in mild shock. Holy fucking shit. Can you feel my heart? Standing before him was an absolute unit of an old man. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, his frame was massive, his muscles bulging beneath his priestly clothes in a way that seemed almost impossible for someone of his advanced age. His hair was pure white, and his face was lined with deep wrinkles and scars that spoke of decades of hard battles and earned victories. Nearby, Siegfried, Jean, and Carmela, who had been engaging with some of the children, all stopped what they were doing. Their surprise was plain to see, though Jean's eyes also held a spark of recognition. Dulio's grin widened. Old man Strata. How's the new place treating you? The giant of an elder let out a booming laugh, the kind that seemed to fill the entire chapel courtyard with life. The house was wonderful, young Dulio. I especially like the small garden. He said warmly, looking at each member of the group with a keen, assessing eye. Welcome, children. the name's Vasco Strata. Pleasure to meet you all. DxD. Hello readers. Sorry for the lack of uploads. Busy with personal stuff again, and I'm starting to think that college is another word for prison, but your parents paid good money for you to suffer mentally. Also, check the end of chapter 61 to vote on which character should be the new cover. I'll be changing it soon, also I'll be making slight edits to previous chapters. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 64, Chapter 63, Holy Maiden. Inside one of the chapel's rooms, Vasco sat in a sturdy chair that looked almost too small for his massive frame, while Dulio leaned casually against the edge of a long table, both of them laughing as they recalled stories from their past. And then, get this, his very first mission, and he somehow manages to almost violate 14 international peace agreements in a single night. Vasco boomed, slapping the table with enough force to make the teacups rattle. Dulio grinned sheepishly but didn't deny it. Hey, in my defense, I was still testing if my Longinus could make a thermonuclear warhead using water. Siegfried, leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, chuckled at the memory. That kinda reminds me of the time you threw me into a den of werewolves and left me there to fend for myself, old man. I thought I was done for until my twice critical hit balance breaker for the first time. Vasco's chest shook with laughter. A great learning experience. If you can survive that, you can survive anything. Jean, seated beside him, smirked as she added. Just like last time you visited, all three of us sparred against you, and we didn't even last a full minute before we were on the ground. Conla groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. I still remember hitting dirt, literally. I had to spit out half the training field. The whole group erupted into laughter at that, their voices echoing lightly off the chapel's high ceiling. Meanwhile, Arthur leaned back in his chair, quietly observing as he spoke to Drake in his mind. Hey, did my predecessor ever meet this guy? Drake's voice rumbled in his thoughts. I can't say for sure, but the one before him once heard a story about an exorcist who managed to defeat and corner Kokobeel during the Second World War. It could have been him, by the way he carries himself. Wouldn't surprise me. Arthur nodded subtly, recalling random late-night browsing on the wiki fandom when he was bored. However, there was one thing that had been bothering him since meeting Vasco. Isn't he supposed to be bald or something? He shook the thought away for now, focusing on the present. He cleared his throat loudly enough to break through the ongoing banter. Excuse me for interrupting, but we're here because Dulio said Mr. Vasco here wanted to see me. The laughter slowly died down, and all eyes turned to him. Vasco's expression softened into an apologetic smile. Ah, you're right. Forgive me, lad. I got carried away. Sitting up straighter, Vasco's gaze moved across Arthur and the others. It truly is an honor to meet you all in person. I've heard much about your feats, each of you. Especially yours, young Pendragon. Heracles raised his hand like an eager student. Vasco's thick brows lifted. Yes. Heracles grinned. Can I fight you? Everyone turned toward him with a mixture of disbelief and irritation. Heracles looked around innocently. What? I have to ask, okay. I mean, look at his chiseled biceps. That could make a bull cry in shame. Vasco's deep laugh filled the room again. We'll see about that later. For now. His voice lowered slightly, becoming more serious. There's something I wish to discuss with you, lad. Arthur nodded, his posture becoming more formal. First of all, I want to give you my deepest condolences for your loss. Your mother, Artoria, she was one of the greatest exorcists of her time. She was also my best student. Vasco continued, his tone heavy with respect. Arthur's eyes widened slightly, his chest tightening at the mention of her name. He drew in a slow breath to steady himself, then gave a small nod. Thank you. I appreciate that. But please, don't bring it up again. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Lavinia looking at him, her expression filled with quiet concern. Vasco inclined his head in apology. Of course. He reached inside his robe, pulling out a pristine white envelope sealed with a wax emblem. He held it out toward Arthur. This is the reason I wanted to talk to you today. Arthur raised an eyebrow, cautiously taking the envelope. A letter from the Pope. The weight of the statement made the entire room fall into silence. Yes. Vasco replied, his voice solemn. Arthur stared at it for a moment, then slowly broke the seal, pulling out the folded parchment inside. The others leaned in slightly, curiosity filling their expressions as he unfolded it. He began to read aloud, his voice steady but curious. Dear Arthur Pendragon. It is with a heavy heart that I first extend my deepest condolences for the loss of your mother, Artoria Pendragon, as well as the innocent people of your hometown, which is now called Avalon. I pray for their eternal peace and for your healing in this difficult time. Arthur paused for a moment, but he kept reading. I also wish to express my sincerest apologies for the many inconveniences and, indeed, the pain that the Church has caused you, directly and indirectly. For that, I humbly ask your forgiveness, though I know such things cannot easily be mended with words alone. Arthur's gaze narrowed slightly at that line, but he didn't comment and kept going. First, I have assigned Father Vasco Strata to serve as the resident priest and overseer in Avalon. He will manage the exorcist forces stationed there and ensure that such tragedies never again befall your people. His wisdom, strength, and steadfast character will serve both the faithful and the innocent under your town's protection. Arthur glanced at Vasco for a brief moment before continuing. Second, I have been informed by Lord Michael, through the reports of Dulio Gesualdo, about the existence of your group, the Counter Corps. Lord Michael and I are most impressed by your vision. We have decided to officially recognize and support your organization. Furthermore, we will assist in recruitment efforts, and I have included the names of several recommended individuals whom I believe will be of great help to your cause. I trust you will meet them in due time. Arthur flipped to the next folded section. Lastly, I must impose upon you a personal favor, one that comes with great weight. Father Vasco has informed me of a young holy maiden, one who possesses the power of healing. As you may not be aware, there has been increased disappearances of holy maidens at an alarming rate. To ensure her safety, I have decided she will accompany Father Vasco to Avalon. I am fully aware this is asking much of you, young Arthur, but if you could take her under your protection, you will have my eternal gratitude. This is not merely an act of duty, it is an act of trust, for both Lord Michael and I have judged Avalon to be one of the safest havens for her to grow, meet new people, and live without the suffocating expectations from her peers. Arthur's expression didn't change, but the room felt heavier with every word. That is all I wish to impart for now. May God be with you, Arthur Pendragon. The Pope. Arthur let out a slow breath as he lowered the letter, folding it neatly again. The others in the room exchanged looks, some surprised, some curious, some uncertain. Vasco stepped forward slightly, his tone calm yet firm. Lad, if you're wondering why you were entrusted with this, it's because both the Pope and Lord Michael believe this place is the safest sanctuary for her. Not only that, but they believe you can provide the environment she needs, one where she will not only be protected, but also learn and grow as a person. Arthur looked at him for a long moment, then finally asked. I kinda get why you're doing all this, but before I ask, what is this holy maiden's name? Before Vasco could answer, the door opened. Grandpa Vasco. I'm back from the bakery. Everyone turned to see a young girl, 12 years old, with long, silky blonde hair and gentle green eyes, standing in the doorway. She wore a modest nun's habit, the hem slightly brushing against her ankles, and clutched a woven basket filled with fresh bread. The little nun blinked at the group, her surprise evident. Ah, Mr. Dulio. Mr. Sieg. Miss Jean. You're all here too. She greeted cheerfully before turning to Vasco. Grandpa Vasco, the kind baker, just gave these to me for free. He said he was grateful for our work here. Vasco chuckled warmly and patted her head. That's very kind of him. Thank you, Asia. Then he turned to Arthur and gestured toward her. Arthur, allow me to introduce Asia Argento, the holy maiden we spoke of. She bears the sacred gear known as Twilight Healing. Arthur's eyes shifted toward the young girl, who shyly looked back at him. DxD. Hello readers. Here's another chapter. This one's a little short though, but still give me more stones, please. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 65, Chapter 64, Healing Valerie. Dulio grinned widely, leaning forward as he waved both hands toward the little nun. Yo, Asia. Welcome back. Looks like you're carrying something delicious there. He said warmly. Asia blinked before giving him a sweet smile. Good morning, Mr. Dulio. I brought bread. Jean gave a polite little wave toward the girl. Hello, Asia. It's good to see you doing well. Siegfried followed after her, his demeanor kind, giving the small nun a finger salute. It's nice to meet you, kid. I hope the townsfolk treat you well. It's very nice to meet you all, too. Thank you very much. She said cheerfully, her voice small but carrying a genuine warmth. The joy on her face made Vasco chuckle deeply. He stepped behind her and placed one large, heavy hand gently on her back. Asia, this here is Arthur Pendragon. He's the young lad I spoke to you about before, the one who will be helping us from now on. Asia's gaze snapped up to Arthur at once, her cheeks flushing a little pink. She clutched the basket tighter to her chest before shyly dipping her head. Hello, Mr. Arthur. Arthur's lips curved into a small smile at how bashful she sounded. He walked closer, crouched just a little to meet her height, and reached out a hand. He gave her a soft head pat, his palm brushing lightly over her golden hair. Nice to meet you, Asia. Please, just call me Arthur. No need for Mr. It makes me sound old. Asia blinked up at him in surprise, but then her lips curled into a small, pure smile. She nodded slowly, almost timidly. Okay. Arthur. The gesture seemed to encourage her, and after a moment of hesitation, she tilted her head curiously. May I ask you something, Arthur? Arthur raised an eyebrow. Sure. What is it? Asia fidgeted, her green eyes glimmering with curiosity. I heard that you're a devil who is related to King Arthur. Is that true? Arthur blinked at the question. He hadn't expected her to ask something like that so directly. For a moment, he simply stared, but then he exhaled lightly and gave her an honest nod. Yeah. I am. I'm a direct descendant of King Arthur and the son of the Crimson Satan. Asia's mouth formed a small O of awe. She stared at him as though he were something out of a fairy tale, admiration shining in her eyes. That's amazing. She stated softly. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Want to see something cool then? Asia's eyes brightened, the bashfulness momentarily replaced by excitement. Yes. Arthur lifted his right hand, and light gathered around his palm. In a radiant flash, the Excalibur ruler materialized, the holy energy it gave off filled the air with a subtle pressure of authority. Asia gasped, her hands holding onto her basket as she leaned forward slightly. It's so beautiful. Arthur angled the blade slightly so she could get a better look. You can touch it if you want. He offered calmly. Asia's eyes widened at the invitation. Really? I can. Arthur nodded. Go ahead. Just be careful around the edges. It's sharp as a razor blade. Asia carefully set her basket aside on a nearby table and then reached out with her delicate hands. Her fingertips gently brushed against the flat of the blade, and immediately she flinched at the faint hum of holy energy that coursed through her touch. She didn't pull away, though, her hand stayed pressed softly against the weapon, her green eyes wide with awe. It's so beautiful. She whispered again, her voice carrying almost a purr-like reverence. Around them, the others exchanged looks. Dulio stifled a chuckle, clearly amused by Asia's expressions. Siegfried gave a small smile, while Jean's lips curved into a soft expression of fondness. Lavinia, who had been watching quietly from the side with her arms folded, let out a light laugh. Looks like you found yourself a little admirer, Arthur. Arthur rolled his eyes, though the smirk tugging at his lips betrayed his amusement. She's just curious, like any kid her age. He replied, his tone playful. Asia blinked and tilted her head innocently at their exchange, not realizing she had become the center of attention. She looked back at Arthur, still beaming, her cheeks faintly red from happiness. Arthur sighed softly, still holding the sword out for her, and thought. She's too pure for this world. Drake hums in his head. I agree, partner. I don't know why, but I have this unexplainable urge to burn down the whole world and myself if anything happens to that small nun. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, warmth settling in as Asia's presence seemed to naturally brighten everyone's mood. Asia slowly pulled her hand back from the flat of Excalibur ruler, her fingertips lingering in the air as though reluctant to leave the warmth and brilliance of the holy sword. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her green eyes practically glowing with admiration as she turned her gaze back to Arthur. Arthur, you're so amazing. I heard stories of so many things you did. You rescued those poor orphans, and I even heard you stop an evil god. Arthur froze from her reverence. For a brief moment, he simply stood there awkwardly with Excalibur ruler still resting in his hand. Well, it wasn't really all that impressive, Asia. I mean, there were a lot of people involved, not just me. I just did what I had to do. Arthur began, scratching the back of his head with his free hand. The others around them snickered quietly, unable to resist the scene unfolding before them. Dulio covered his mouth with one hand to stifle a laugh, his shoulders shaking. Even Vasco's lips twitched as he fought the urge to laugh at Asia's wide-eyed admiration. Heracles grinned as he spoke. Don't listen to him, kid. Arthur here is just being humble and stuff. He's the real MVP in this group. George smiled as he added. I agree. Our leader here deserves all the praise. Chow Chow was leaning casually against the wall with his arms crossed, watching with obvious amusement. Conla smiled as he shook his head. She's practically worships you, Arthur. It's adorable. Arthur turned his head ever so slightly, narrowing his eyes at the others before secretly giving them the finger just hidden enough for Asia not to notice. It's nothing worth making a big deal over, Asia. I'm not some saint or savior. I just happened to be there when people needed help, that's all. He tried to play it off with his usual calm demeanor, though there was a faint pink tinge to his cheeks from embarrassment. Asia shook her head stubbornly, her blonde hair swaying with the motion. That's exactly why it matters, Arthur. That's what makes you amazing. You're like a real-life superhero. Her earnestness made him pause again, his hands pressing together in silence. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, so instead he let out a faint laugh under his breath. Trying to shift the subject, Arthur tilted his head and looked at her curiously. Well, what about you, Asia? I heard something about you can heal people, right? At once, Asia's face brightened like the sun, and she gave a small nod, her smile practically glowing. Yes. The Lord blessed me with this sacred power to heal wounds and illnesses. I'm so grateful every day to be able to help others with it. Arthur felt his chest loosen at her words as her voice carried gratitude and kindness. He found himself thinking about her future, where she was excommunicated and had her sacred gear extracted. Without realizing it, his pupil turned to slits as he watched her. When I find that Dora the Explorer motherfucker, I'm gonna roast him alive. Leaning forward slightly, his voice lowered with curiosity. Then, Asia. Would you mind if I asked you to heal a certain someone? Asia blinked, her hands still clasped together, her head tilting slightly as she looked up at him with innocent curiosity. Heal, someone. Who is it? She asked softly, her tone full of gentle eagerness. The room grew quiet, the weight of Arthur's words hanging in the air as everyone turned to glance at him, waiting for his answer. DxD. The quiet atmosphere of the small room was broken by the soft creak of the door. Valerie lifted her head from her book about composting, of all things, and instinctively straightened her posture as Arthur stepped inside. He carried a small tray in his hands, the faint aroma of freshly cooked food drifting into the air. Valerie blinked in mild surprise, then gently closed her book, resting it on her lap before offering him a polite smile. Arthur. She greeted softly, her tone calm but edged with a reserved shyness. Arthur nodded back, his expression relaxed and warm. Hey, Valerie. How are you feeling today? Doing any better? She shook her head slightly, strands of her blonde hair falling across her shoulders. Not really. I still feel weak. I could barely feel my legs. She admitted, her voice quiet, almost fragile, as if saying it too loud would reveal too much of her vulnerability. Arthur's gaze softened, and he crouched a little so that his eyes were on her level. Don't worry. You'll get well soon. I promise. He said gently, his tone reassuring without being overbearing. He placed the tray carefully on her lap. The steam rising from the plate carried the comforting scent of seasoned pasta, simple but rich in flavor. There you go. Enjoy. Arthur said, smiling. Valerie's crimson eyes widened as she stared at it, almost childlike awe flickering across her face. She picked up the fork and took a small bite. Her expression instantly brightened, and she quickly began eating with more eagerness. Arthur sat down in the chair beside her bed, resting his elbows on the armrests, watching with a faint smile tugging at his lips. A chuckle escaped him as he leaned back slightly. I'm guessing you like the pasta. Valerie gave a quick nod between bites, her lips curving into a rare smile. It's delicious. Truly, you're very good at cooking. She said sincerely, her voice almost glowing with gratitude. Arthur couldn't help but laugh softly at her straightforward compliment. Glad to hear it. I wasn't sure what to cook for you today, so I went with something simple. Before long, Valerie finished the meal, setting her fork down with a faint clink. She reached for the glass of water, taking a few careful sips. When she placed the glass back down, she turned her gaze toward Arthur, her expression more solemn this time. Thank you, Arthur, truly. She said quietly. Arthur reached forward and took the tray back from her lap, shaking his head with an easy smile. It's nothing. No need to dash. But before he could finish, Valerie cut him off. It's not about the food. She interrupted, her fingers tightening slightly on the book that still rested beside her. She looked down, avoiding his eyes. It's about you, for caring for me. For treating me better than I've been treated in so long. Her voice trembled faintly at the edges as she gripped the book harder. I know, maybe you're only being nice to me because of the grails inside me. But even so, it's better than being treated like garbage. At least this way I feel like I matter to someone. Arthur's smile faltered, replaced by a small frown. He set the tray aside on the nightstand before leaning forward. Valerie. Look at me. She hesitated, slowly lifting her head, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Arthur reached out and, without warning, flicked her forehead with his finger. The sound was small, but Valerie winced, her crimson eyes widening in surprise as she brought her hand up to rub the spot. Ow. She blurted softly, staring at him as though she couldn't believe what he had just done. Arthur met her gaze evenly, his lips curving into a faint smirk. You've got it all wrong. Yeah, the fact that you have the Sephiroth growl is one reason I want to make sure you're okay. I won't lie about that. But that's not the only reason. He shifted, sitting on the edge of her bed now, his hand resting casually on his knee as he leaned just close enough for her to feel his presence. I'm kind to you because I want to be. Out of my own free will and no strings attached. Because I wanted you to experience something more pleasant than coldness or cruelty. Just kindness. Nothing expected in return. Valerie's lips parted slightly, her breath catching in her throat. Arthur's tone grew firmer, though his eyes still held a gentle warmth. But if you're going to mistake my kindness for some scheme to take advantage of you, then... He raised his finger again, wiggling it lightly in front of her face with a teasing glint in his eye. I'll keep flicking your forehead until you get it through that pretty little head of yours. A faint blush crept across Valerie's pale cheeks, and she quickly looked away, embarrassed. I'm sorry. She murmured, her fingers fidgeting with the edges of the blanket. I shouldn't have thought like that. It wasn't nice of me. Arthur chuckled. He reached out and ruffled her hair gently, giving her a light head pat. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I'm not offended. He smiled down at her, his hand lingering for a moment atop her head. But I'd prefer there be no misunderstandings between us, all right? Valerie's blush deepened, her heart thudding faster under the unexpected tenderness of his touch. She glanced up at him, her crimson eyes shimmering faintly before darting away again. Why yeah. All right. She whispered. Arthur laughed softly again, pulling his hand back, but the warmth he left behind lingered. Valerie pressed her lips together, her face still tinged red as the silence stretched between them. Creak. Suddenly, the door slowly creaked open again. Arthur and Valerie turned their heads at the same time. Standing at the doorframe was another Arthur. Same face, same clothing, same radiant red hair and glowing green eyes, and beside him, peeking inside curiously, was Asia. Valerie blinked several times as if her vision was playing tricks on her, while Asia gasped softly, her mouth opening in surprise. There are two of them. Asia muttered in awe, her voice sounding small in the room. The two Arthurs exchanged a knowing glance and then chuckled lightly at her innocent reaction. The Arthur, already by Valerie's side, stood up and walked toward the other. I'll leave the rest to you, he said with a smirk. The second Arthur nodded, and without another word, they raised their fists and lightly tapped them together. The first Arthur dissolved into red particles, leaving only one Arthur standing in the room. Asia's eyes widened at the sight, her hands gripped together as she whispered. What was that? Valerie, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of confusion and quiet amusement. It's honestly strange watching you do that, she admitted softly. Arthur glanced at the small nun, rubbing the back of his head as if this was nothing new. Don't worry about it, Asia. You'll get used to seeing things like that around me. He then gently placed a hand on Asia's head, his tone softening. Valerie, this is Asia. She's a holy maiden who possesses the sacred gear, Twilight Healing. She's here to help you recover faster. Valerie's crimson eyes widened, her lips parting slightly. The thought of truly recovering, of regaining her health after years of weakness and torment, left her speechless. She quickly turned her attention to the small blonde girl standing nervously nearby. It's nice to meet you, Miss Asia, Valerie said politely, bowing her head slightly from her bed. Asia snapped out of her confusion from earlier and hurriedly bowed back, her cheeks flushing at being called Miss. Oh. Why yes, nice to meet you, Miss Valerie, she replied, fumbling over her words. She then glanced back at Arthur, almost seeking reassurance. Arthur smiled warmly and made a small hand gesture toward Valerie, silently telling Asia to go ahead. Taking a breath, Asia walked closer to Valerie's bed. She stopped right in front of her and held out her small hands. May I? She asked timidly. Valerie nodded, extending her pale hand toward her. The moment their fingers touched, two glowing green rings of light formed around Asia's hands. Asia closed her eyes as she muttered. Twilight Healing. Valerie's breath hitched as she felt a soothing warmth wash over her body. The green aura expanded, surrounding Valerie, and she could already feel the heaviness in her chest easing, her limbs feeling less frail. I can feel it, she whispered, her voice trembling in disbelief. But while Valerie was basking in the sensation, Arthur noticed something else. Sweat began forming on Asia's forehead, her small frame trembling as she poured everything into her sacred gear. It was clear she was exhausting herself quickly. Arthur narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Summoning his boosted gear gauntlets, he placed a hand gently on Asia's shoulder. Boost. Transfer. Arthur transferred his amplified energy into Asia. The sudden surge made Asia gasp, her tired expression changing into one of renewed vitality. She blinked in surprise and turned her head slightly toward Arthur, eyes wide. He gave her a reassuring smile. Keep going. You've got this. Encouraged, Asia nodded firmly and refocused her energy. The emerald glow intensified, enveloping Valerie like a cocoon. Minutes turned into what felt like an hour as Asia channeled her healing into the weakened damper. Finally, the green aura faded, the light dimming until the room was once again bathed in its normal, soft glow. Asia let out a long sigh, her shoulders slumping from exhaustion, but there was a bright smile on her face. Arthur reached out and patted her head gently. Well done, Asia. Thank you for helping Miss Valerie here. Her smile widened, her cheeks pink. I'm happy to help. Truly. Arthur then turned his attention to Valerie. She was breathing evenly now, her skin showing more color than before. Slowly, he extended his hand toward her. Can you stand? Valerie stared at him for a moment, tears pricking the corners of her eyes. She reached out and took his hand, allowing him to guide her out of bed. Slowly, she placed her feet firmly on the floor and pushed herself upward. Her legs wobbled, but they held. Her eyes widened. I can stand. She whispered in disbelief. Overwhelmed, tears streamed down her cheeks as she suddenly threw herself forward, wrapping her arms around Arthur in a desperate hug. Thank you so much. She cried against his chest. Arthur blinked in surprise at the sudden embrace but quickly smiled, gently returning her hug. It's nothing. Really. Besides, Asia's the real MVP. He said, glancing at the little nun. Valerie pulled back slightly, her eyes still wet but her smile bright. She turned to Asia, bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you as well, Miss Asia. Asia shook her head furiously, her hands waving in front of her. It's no problem at all. I'm just happy doing God's work. She said shyly, her voice cheerful despite her tiredness. At that moment, Valerie realized she was still close to Arthur. Her face flushed a deep red as she quickly stepped back, clutching her chest and stammering. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Arthur shook his head. Don't worry about it. I don't mind at all. Valerie bit her lip, trying to hide her embarrassment as Arthur continued with a calm smile. So, how about it? Wanna see the outside? Meet the rest of my friends. Valerie hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Her crimson eyes glimmered with anticipation. Yes. I'd like that. DxD. Hello readers. Sorry for the wait. I needed intense mental therapy at the moment from all the bullshit I had to endure in college. Preferably, lying underneath a tree shade while Ai Hoshino is giving me a lap pillow as she sings a lullaby in my ear. And before you ask, yes, I've watched the anime and started reading the manga. She's officially in my top 10 anime waifus now. And second, I don't give a shit if you were a victim or whatever. I hope you suffer forever in a lake of fire and dolphins, Hikaru Kamiki. If you want, comment on who your favorite waifu is while giving me power stones. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 66, Chapter 65, Introductions. Arthur teleported them back to Avalon, but Asia excused herself as she recalled a promise she made with an elderly lady relating to flowers and left, leaving Arthur and Valerie. Back at the chapel, Arthur stood at the front, with Valerie by his side, her hands folded neatly in front of her as her eyes scanned the group. Valerie was dressed in a black and red Victorian-era dress, delicate lace trailing along her sleeves and collar, giving her a noble presence despite her shy posture. Everyone, this is Valerie Teeps. The last descendant of Count Dracula Vlad, the Impaler, Teeps III, and before you ask, yes, it's a long name. Treat her well, okay. She gave a small curtsy and bowed politely. Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you. Valerie said softly, her voice gentle but carrying just enough warmth to reach each of them. The team responded enthusiastically, several smiling at the unexpected formality of her greeting. Arthur began his introductions one by one, starting with Dulio and Heracles. This is Dulio Gesualdo, the strongest exorcist in history, and this is Heracles, the reincarnation of the same-named hero from Greek myth. Dulio grinned like a mischievous fox as he leaned closer to Arthur. Well, Arthur. Didn't think you had it in you, you sly dog. Heracles chuckled deeply, his massive frame leaning against a pillar. Yeah, man. Gotta admit, you're one lucky bastard. Arthur's deadpan stare was immediate. Really? That's your impression of me? What the hell do you take me for? A horndog, X. Dulio and Heracles spoke in unison, their expressions grinning. Meanwhile, Valerie's cheeks turned red at the thought of being together with Arthur. Arthur moved on quickly, clearing his throat. Next, Siegfried and Jean. Just like Heracles, Jean is the reincarnation of Joan of Arc, and Sieg is a clone made from the remains of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer. They're also my teammates from the Vatican. Siegfried gave a calm nod, trying to act cool. Pleasure. Jean, in contrast, smiled warmly as she stepped forward to shake Valerie's hand. Greetings, Miss Valerie. Your dress is beautiful. It suits you well. Valerie blinked at the compliment before giving a smile. Thank you very much, Miss Jean. You look beautiful as well. Arthur, standing off to the side, smirked. Don't let their serious act fool you. These two are closet lovers. We're not. Siegfried and Jean both yelled in unison, their cheeks faintly colored red. Dulio burst out laughing so hard he nearly fell backward. Arthur just chuckled, while Valerie hid a small laugh behind her hand, momentarily forgetting her nerves. Moving on. This is Carmela and Chow Chow. They were the ones who rescued you during our invasion. Immediately, Valerie's expression shifted in sincerity, and she bowed deeply. Thank you very much for saving me. Truly, I owe you both my life. Chow Chow simply shook his head, trying to assure her. No need for such words, Miss Valerie. We were just lucky to find you at that time. Carmela nodded. We're just glad to see you're standing on your own feet again, Miss Valerie. There's no need for that. Valerie straightened, her lips curving into a grateful smile. Still, I am deeply thankful. Arthur then motioned toward the last pair. And finally, George and Lavinia. They're both powerful magicians in Grausauber. George adjusted his glasses, giving a polite bow before extending his hand. It is a pleasure, Lady Teeps. Welcome to the team. Valerie accepted the handshake lightly. The pleasure is mine. Then, Valerie faced Lavinia, bowing gracefully. Nice to meet you as well, Miss Lavinia. I'm Valerie Teeps. Lavinia returned the gesture with a smile. Nice to meet you, too, Valerie. I'm Lavinia Rennie, Arthur's girlfriend. Valerie froze. Lavinia's words repeated in her head, and her smile faltered. Arthur's girlfriend. He has a girlfriend. She's his girlfriend. Her thoughts spiraled in an instant, feeling her heart aching for some reason. She imagined every chance she had of being close to Arthur shattering like glass. How should she face him after this? Her chest tightened as her mind wrestled with countless questions. Arthur tilted his head when she didn't move, instinctively feeling that a cliché trope was about to happen. Valerie. You okay? She didn't answer immediately, her gaze distant, as if she was in a trance. George, watching quietly, noticed the tension instantly. His sharp mind pieced together the situation in seconds, and he stepped back subtly, choosing to let things unfold. The others sensed it too. Heracles smirked, leaned next to Dulio. $20 says this turns into a catfight. Dulio, grinning, shook his head. $20 says otherwise, and they tag-teamed Arthur. Meanwhile, Lavinia studied Valerie's frozen expression. She wasn't oblivious, she could see the turmoil inside the damper's innocent eyes. Lavinia sighed inwardly and looked at her boyfriend. You're such a ladies' man without even trying, Arthur. Still, Lavinia had already prepared herself for this moment, which is why she said those words earlier. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and gently wrapped her arms around Valerie, pulling her into a soft hug. The contact jolted Valerie out of her spiraling thoughts. She gasped softly, her eyes darting to Lavinia in confusion. Miss Lavinia. As Valerie stood frozen in her embrace, Lavinia leaned down slightly and whispered something into her ear. Whatever she said, it made Valerie's face red, her lips trembling as she muttered incoherently, unable to form a proper response. When Lavinia pulled back, Valerie was red from ear to ear, looking as if steam might rise from her head. She stammered nonsense under her breath, unable to process what she just heard. Lavinia walked back to Arthur casually, as if nothing had happened, and leaned in to kiss him on the cheek, making his eyes widen. What was that about, Lav? He asked, clearly confused and curious. She only smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about it, Art. It's nothing. Arthur could tell she was hiding something interesting, but decided to leave it be for now. Nearby, Heracles cursed under his breath as Dulio pumped a fist in victory. Ha! Easy money, baby. Valerie, meanwhile, stared at the floor, her heart was racing from Lavinia's words, and she wanted to vanish. But at the same time, hope lingered inside her chest as she took a glance at Arthur. Arthur's eyes scanned the chapel. Wait, where's Vasco? He asked, raising a brow as if realizing he hadn't seen the old exorcist. Dulio answered lazily. Oh, old man Vasco's running some errands for the church. Something about supplies for the orphans. Arthur nodded slightly, only to pause mid-thought when Dulio suddenly snapped his fingers like he just remembered something important. Oh, right. Arthur, I almost forgot. We still have that vampire guest waiting for you. Arthur's eyes widened just a fraction as he muttered under his breath. Oh yeah, right, the representatives. He looked a little sheepish for forgetting, scratching the back of his neck. Where are they now? DxD. In a small, quiet bakery tucked in one of Avalon's side streets. The smell of freshly baked bread and pastries lingered in the air, and the low murmur of conversations filled the cozy establishment. At one of the corner tables, where sunlight from the window cannot reach, sat a girl who immediately stood out from everyone else. She was a young lady with long, wavy light blonde hair that cascaded past her shoulders, her pale skin smooth and flawless like porcelain. Her deep red eyes seemed to pierce through the air around her, framed by long lashes that made her already doll-like face even more surreal. The dress she wore was regal, a crimson gown adorned with black frills, lace, and embroidery reminiscent of something from the Middle Ages. Upon her head sat an ornate headdress, only adding to her aristocratic aura. In her hand was a delicate teacup, steam faintly rising from the warm drink. She raised it gracefully to her lips, took a slow sip, and then sighed softly in satisfaction. For a brief moment, she looked serene, elegant, and calm, like a noblewoman from another era enjoying a peaceful afternoon. But that moment of grace was shattered almost instantly. Slam. The girl suddenly slammed her fist against the wooden table, startling the entire room. Cups rattled, plates clinked, and conversations halted mid-sentence as every pair of eyes turned toward her. "I have been waiting all morning. Where the hell is this guy?" she demanded, her voice both sharp and annoyed, echoing in the small bakery. Her pout was visible, her lips pressed into a thin line as her brows furrowed in irritation. The waiter, who had been nervously wiping down a counter, nearly dropped the tray he was holding. Customers shifted uncomfortably, pretending to mind their own business but stealing glances at the girl whose tantrum did not match her otherwise refined appearance. She huffed and crossed her arms, tapping her fingers against her sleeve as if impatiently counting the seconds. "Making me wait this long, utterly disrespectful." Humph. Her pale cheeks puffed slightly as she pouted harder, and though her aura was intimidating to the bystanders. The waiter cautiously approached her table, bowing nervously. Miss, is everything all right? Would you like another pot of tea while you wait?" She turned her head sharply toward him, crimson eyes glowing faintly. The poor man froze, feeling as though he had just been caught in a predator's gaze. Then, after a tense pause, she waved her hand dramatically, her expression softening only slightly. "Fine. Another pot. And bring more of those raspberry tarts." They were acceptable. The waiter nodded frantically and retreated, while the rest of the bakery's patrons exchanged hushed whispers. The vampire girl let out another sigh, drumming her nails lightly against the table. "He'd better be worth all this waiting, otherwise, I'll dash." She paused, cheeks faintly flushing as she muttered something under her breath. No. It wouldn't do to throw a tantrum like a child. As Queen Carmela's representative, I must show an example. She shook her head quickly, then sat straighter, regaining her regal composure as if nothing had happened. But then, just a minute later, her lips curled into another pout. "Still, making a lady wait this long, tch. Honestly. DxD. Hello readers. This is a short chapter. That's all. Thank you, everyone, and see you later." Chapter 67, Chapter 66, The Black Swordsman. Arthur sat stiffly at the small round table inside the bakery, his fingers drumming against the wood as his eyes flicked toward the girl sitting across from him. The vampire's crimson gaze bore into him like needles. This only made the scene more awkward as she pouted, arms crossed, and tapped her gloved fingers against the table. Sitting beside Arthur was Dulio, who looked far more relaxed, already sniffing the air for the scent of baked goods, while Lavinia sat on his other side with her usual calm, collected demeanor, her chin resting on one hand as her icy blue eyes observed the situation. As for Valerie and the other C members, they decided to explore the town and voted for Dulio to join Arthur to meet the vampire guest, much to the strongest exorcist's disappointment. Arthur cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. "So, how are you? My name is Dash." Slam. Before he could finish, the girl across the table slammed her hands down, startling him enough to make him lean back slightly. Her crimson eyes narrowed as she hissed. 5 hours. Arthur blinked, confused. 5 hours. She repeated, her sharp voice attracting the glances of a few customers. "I arrived here at 8 in the morning, and I have been sitting here, risking my life from sunlight exposure, waiting in this bakery. For 5 hours. Her lips curled in irritation, and she let out a huff, puffing her cheeks slightly like a sulking child, though her aura was anything but childlike. Arthur scratched the back of his head, sweat forming on his temple. "Ah, right. That." Dulio chuckled awkwardly, raising a hand as if to calm her down. "Yeah, sorry about that, miss. We kinda got a little sidetracked." He emphasized the word little, but his grin betrayed that it was anything but. Lavinia let out a soft sigh. "We apologize for the delay. Things became more complicated than expected. Still, I hope Avalon has treated you well during your wait." The vampire girl huffed, her crimson gaze darting to the side. "Humph. The town is fine, I suppose," she muttered reluctantly. Then she looked back at Arthur with sharpness in her tone. "But let us not waste any more time. I would rather not end up waiting another 5 hours for you to remember your duties. Arthur gave a small nod, his sweat drop practically visible. Yeah, right. Okay then, let's start with introductions. My name is Arthur Pendragon, leader of the Sea times Sea. The girl elegantly picked up her teacup, taking a slow sip before setting it down with deliberate grace. Elmenhilda Karnstein, noble heiress of the House of Karnstein and chosen representative of the Carmela faction. She said with a refined but haughty tone. And for the record, I am already very well aware of who you are, son of Satan. Arthur simply nodded, silently deciding not to push her buttons further. At that moment, the waiter arrived with a tray of fresh pastries and steaming tea. Dulio's eyes lit up instantly as he leaned forward. Oh, food. He wasted no time, snatching up a pastry and biting into it with blissful satisfaction. This shit is awesome. Elmenhild's expression twisted into mild disgust as she muttered under her breath. This is heaven's strongest exorcist. Good grief. Arthur leaned toward her, whispering quickly. Just ignore him. He's an idiot. I heard that. Dulio mumbled around a mouthful of pastry, but didn't care enough to argue, happily munching away. Lavinia, unaffected by Dulio's antics, took a sip of her tea and set the cup down gently. Shall we continue with the reason for this meeting? She asked, cutting through the awkwardness. Elmenhilda nodded firmly, glad to redirect the focus. Yes. Let us begin. The group launched into discussions. An hour passed as Arthur, Lavinia, and Elmenhilda negotiated the terms of their alliance. They spoke of the exchange of information regarding rising threats, sharing news about movements within the supernatural community, and the assurance of aid in times of crisis. Dulio chimed in occasionally, though his suggestions tended to stray from the usual diplomatic tone. At one point, he leaned forward and suggested, Hey, for the Carmela faction's food source, why not use death row inmates and irredeemable criminals? You know, the ones no one's gonna miss. Human or otherwise. Oh, and maybe even livestock. Like cows or pigs, or even blood banks are okay. Elmenhild's face darkened as she glared at him. Livestock. Truly, you think vampires would stoop so low as to lap at the veins of barnyard animals? Her nose wrinkled in disgust. Arthur quickly interjected, trying to prevent the conversation from derailing. Well, the death row inmates and criminals make sense. At least that way, there's some order to it. There was a back-and-forth discussion, with Elmenhilda firmly rejecting the livestock idea but eventually conceding that criminals and blood banks could work as a sustainable source. The conversation shifted to the matter of Dampiers, and specifically Valerie Teeps. Arthur's expression grew serious as he leaned forward. Valerie is under my protection. So are the other Dampiers who decide to settle here in Avalon. They're safe as long as they remain in this town. Elmenhilda studied him with a calculating gaze before nodding. That is acceptable. It would be beneficial to keep them under your protection. However. She tilted her head slightly, her crimson eyes gleaming. What of the girl's Longinus? The Sephiroth growl. Surely you know what it represents, Arthur Pendragon. Arthur's eyes narrowed. I do. His tone carried a note of unease, as he didn't like where the question was leading. But Elmenhilda raised a hand lightly, stopping him before he could get defensive. Rest assured, we are not here to seize her. The Carmela faction has already decided to guide her vampiric heritage, as the last of the Teeps bloodline. To help her reach her full potential. Nothing more. Lavinia leaned in, her voice calm, reinforcing the point. Ultimately, the decision will rest with Valerie herself. No one will force her into anything. After a tense moment, Arthur finally relaxed and nodded. Then we'll let Valerie decide for herself. The negotiations drew to a close, and all four stood from the table. Arthur extended his hand, and Elmenhilda met it with her own, and they shook hands. It's a pleasure meeting you, Lady Karnstein. Arthur said. Elmenhild's lips curved ever so slightly, a faint smile forming. No. The pleasure is mine, Sir Pendragon. They left the bakery together, the bright afternoon sunlight spilling over Avalon's streets. Elmenhilda opened a parasol, shielding herself from the rays as she walked beside Arthur, Dulio, and Lavinia. As they strolled, she glanced around, her crimson eyes scanning the restored buildings, the bustling market stalls, and the laughter of children in the distance. I must admit, your town's infrastructure is impressive. The peace here is enviable. Dulio casually shrugged, licking powdered sugar off his fingers. Thank the builders. I just show up when the food stalls open. Arthur chuckled at Dulio's remark as he looked at the people around them. I'm glad that Avalon has become a place like this. Lavinia walked at his side, lips parting as though she wanted to say something, but before she could, a thunderous boom ripped through the air. Boom. The ground shook beneath their feet as an explosion echoed from afar. Smoke billowed into the sky, screams filled the air, and panicked townsfolk scattered in every direction. Arthur's eyes widened as he snapped his head toward the rising smoke. What the dash? His expression hardened instantly, his green eyes narrowing. So much for peace. He broke into a sprint, his coat billowing behind him. Arthur. Wait up. Lavinia called out, quickly dashing after him with urgency. Hilda blinked in shock at the sudden chaos, her grip tightening on her parasol. I thought you said this place was peaceful. Also, aren't you going to follow them? Dulio simply shrugged, unbothered. They can handle it. For now, do you want to try out this new place that serves good crepes? It's just down that way. He pointed casually. Hilda stared at him in disbelief, then, after a pause, she slowly considered his words. Crepes, you say? Best in town, from what I heard. Dulio grinned. After a long silence, Hilda gave the faintest nod. Very well. Lead the way. DxD. A few minutes earlier. At the edge of Avalon, the quiet breeze carried the sound of rustling grass as Siegfried and Jean strolled casually side by side. The sunlight filtered through the clouds, giving the town outskirts a gentle glow. Despite the peace around them, their conversation was anything but ordinary. So, imagine this, the Cows Brigade one day finds us with an army, Arthur standing there in full dragon rampage. What do you think happens? Jean began with a mischievous smile, her tone teasing. Siegfried smirked, scratching his cheek. They'd probably surrender before he even raises his hand. That or they'd all faint in terror. Jean laughed at the mental image, covering her mouth politely. Ha 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 ha. You're probably right. Siegfried shrugged, his eyes gleaming with amusement. But it's not as terrible as George dancing the Macarena when he was drunk. That's something I'll never be able to unsee. Jean nearly doubled over laughing. Don't remind me. He almost tripped over the table. Do you remember his face when he fell face first into the punch bowl? For a genius wizard who controls space and dimensions, he couldn't even control his own speech that night. The two shared a genuine laugh, their steps slowing as they wandered into a small clearing covered with soft grass. The air was fresh, the chirping of birds filling the silence between their laughter. But then Siegfried stopped walking. Jean blinked and turned to him. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? Siegfried rubbed the back of his head, looking uncharacteristically uneasy. Speaking of the party, there's something I wanted to talk about. About what happened this morning. Jean's face immediately turned red, the memory flooding her mind. Her hand twitched unconsciously as she tried to maintain her composure. Oh, that. Siegfried avoided her gaze, which was unusual for him. Why yeah. Look, I still have no idea what I did wrong. But, whatever it was, I guess I should apologize. Her eyes widened. Jean had known Siegfried for years, long enough to understand the kind of man he was. He wasn't the type to apologize easily, or at all. He was blunt, often rude, and always confident in himself. But now, for the first time, he was lowering his pride, for her sake. She smiled faintly, shaking her head. There's nothing to apologize for. Really? I may have overreacted. I shouldn't have done what I did. Siegfried raised an eyebrow at her. Overreacting is an understatement. Her face twitched, her red eyes narrowing into a glare that could pierce through your soul. Excuse me. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have said it like that. My bad. Siegfried quickly held up a hand defensively, chuckling awkwardly. The air grew awkward between them. Neither spoke for a while, the silence filled only by the wind swaying the grass. Jean fiddled with her fingers, her cheeks still pink, while Siegfried tried to act like he wasn't uncomfortable, though his stiffness betrayed him. Finally, Jean lowered her gaze, her voice soft and shy. I didn't really mind that, you saw me, naked. For a second, Siegfried's mind went blank, and he felt his heart skip a beat. Jean had always been strict and somewhat socially naive, but this bashful, gentle side of her made something stir inside him that he had never felt before. His face warmed, and his thoughts scrambled. What the fuck? Did I hear her right, or is she messing with me? Siegfried blinked, trying to get himself together as he asked for clarification. What did you just say? Her eyes widened in panic, and she quickly shook her head. And nothing. Forget I said anything. She forced a smile, waving her hands in panic. Before she embarrassed herself further, Siegfried sighed and decided to change the subject, for her sake. Anyway. It's been a while since our last spar. How about we go for a round? Jean blinked in surprise. A spar? Now. Yeah. I want to see if you've gotten soft on me. Siegfried summoned his demon sword, Graham, the blade glowing faintly with demonic energy. Her lips curled into a grin, her earlier embarrassment fading away as her battle spirit ignited. Is that so? I'm the one who should be asking that question. She raised her hand, summoning her holy rapier through blade blacksmith. The holy light contrasted sharply with the demonic aura of Graham. Get ready to eat dirt, Sieg. Siegfried smirked, twirling Graham effortlessly before pointing it at her. We'll see about that. They stood still, eyes locked, tension thick in the air. A single leaf drifted down between them, landing softly on the grass. The moment it touched the ground, both charged. Clang. Their blades clashed with a sharp clang, sparks flying as holy and demonic energy collided. Jean's movements were swift and graceful, her rapier darting like lightning. Siegfried countered with precision and brute strength, Graham meeting every thrust with unwavering force. You've gotten sharper. Siegfried remarked between clashes. Jean smirked. And you're getting sloppy. They pressed against each other's blades, their eyes locked, before pushing off and exchanging rapid strikes. With each clash, the air around them shook, the grass beneath their feet flattening from the force. What neither realized was that they were being watched. In the shadows of the trees at the edge of the clearing is a figure covered in pitch-black armor with jagged edges, the being crouched low, its breath heavy and ragged. In its gauntlet claws, it gripped a massive serrated broadsword that is coated in shadow. Its eyes glowed crimson with unrestrained rage as it growled lowly, its focus fixed on Jean's glowing rapier. Holy sword. Its voice was guttural, animalistic, filled with hatred. The armored figure trembled with the urge to strike, its body coiled like a predator ready to pounce. Neither Jean nor Siegfried noticed as they were too caught up in the heat of their spar, blades ringing across the clearing, laughter mixing with the sounds of battle. The armored figure's eyes narrowed further, the growl deepening as it slowly approached the so-called not couple. Siegfried and Jean pressed their respective blades against one another, the force crackling in the air as their locked swords pushed back and forth. Their grins widened in unison. For all the chaos surrounding their lives, these little moments of clashing steel were the few things that felt normal to them. Jean's eyes gleamed as her rapier pushed forward, while Siegfried leaned in with his usual cocky smirk, his demonic blade Graham humming with energy. You're not bad today, Jean. Getting a little sharper, aren't you? Siegfried teased, his tone half playful and half challenging. Jean smirked back. Maybe you're just getting dull, Siegfried. Or do you finally admit that I've surpassed you? Siegfried let out a sharp laugh as he shoved forward and then twisted his blade, forcing her to backstep. Not a chance. How about we take this to the next level? Jean narrowed her eyes slightly at his tone. The next level? You mean? She trailed off, lowering her stance slightly. Are you sure? You might regret it. TCH, I don't regret anything. It's you who's going to regret this, Ark. Siegfried's smirk widened as his silver hair caught the breeze. The two leapt back simultaneously, giving each other space. Jean raised her rapier, preparing to unleash her balance breaker, her lips parting to speak the words. Balance dash. But Siegfried's eyes suddenly went wide as he looked past her shoulder. Jean. Watch out. He roared, charging forward with explosive speed. Jean froze for half a second before instinct kicked in. Her sacred gear, blade blacksmith, responded instantly. From the earth behind her, a wall of holy swords sprouted upward, their light blazing to protect her from whatever was approaching. The protection lasted only a moment. Crash. The holy barrier shattered in an instant as a massive black broadsword, jagged and serrated, came crashing down with enough force to split the ground. From behind the wall emerged a black armored figure, its body covered in obsidian plating that gave off an unnatural black smoke, and glowing red eyes pierced the darkness of its helmet, burning with primal rage. Its guttural voice echoed like a growl from a beast. Holy swords. The blow would have cleaved through Jean if Siegfried hadn't intercepted. With a defiant yell, he swung Graham against the monster's blade, creating an explosion of force that sent all three flying back. Boom. The two heroes were blown toward Avalon, crashing into a fruit stall with a cacophony of wood splinters and rolling produce. The vendor screamed in shock while nearby civilians gasped, covering their mouths. Apples, oranges, and even pineapples rolled across the street as Siegfried groaned, lying on his back with Jean sprawled half atop him. Ow, I think. I landed on a durian. Siegfried grunted, face twisting in pain as the smelly, spiky fruit dug into his back. Despite the tension, Jean blinked and then stifled a laugh before quickly standing. Idiot. She muttered under her breath, extending a hand to pull him up. He grumbled as he accepted the help, brushing fruit pulp off his coat. Before they could regroup, a squad of exorcists in white cloaks rushed onto the scene. They bowed slightly at Jean and Siegfried. Miss Jean. Sir Siegfried. Are you both unharmed? What happened here? Jean shook her head quickly. We don't know. Something attacked us out of nowhere, and now. Siegfried clicked his tongue, scanning the smoke in the distance. Whatever it was, that freak show isn't done yet. As if on cue, a tremor rolled through the ground. The sparring field where they had been only minutes ago erupted with black smoke. From the haze, the armored figure sprinted forward, each step cracking stone under its weight. Its guttural voice rang out once again, filled with bloodlust. I'll hunt them all. All those wretched swords. And all of you. Down to the last one. Its roar chilled the air as it charged straight toward them, broadsword raised. Jean's eyes hardened as she turned to the exorcists. Evacuate the citizens. Clear this area at once, we'll hold it off. The exorcists looked hesitant. But we can fight alongside you. Didn't you hear her, dumbass? Siegfried snapped, his voice sharp. Get them out of here before this bastard cuts them in half. That's an order. Startled by his tone, the exorcists finally nodded and began ushering panicked civilians away, directing them down side streets as Jean and Siegfried readied themselves. The Black Swordsman reached them in seconds, its blade descending like a guillotine toward Jean. She spun her rapier and summoned a phalanx of glowing swords that formed a shifting wall, intercepting the blow. At the same moment, she directed several blades outward like missiles, firing them at the enemy. The swordsman bellowed in rage, parrying the blade projectiles with inhuman speed. Siegfried circled behind, summoning Balmung, the blade glowing with swirling wind. Got you now. He shouted, striking from the rear. But the armored swordsman twisted unnaturally, spinning its jagged broadsword behind itself to block. The clash sent Siegfried skidding back, his boots digging trenches in the dirt. Before he could recover, the monster delivered a brutal kick to his chest, hurling him through a lamppost. Siegfried! Jean cried, but forced herself to focus. She conjured a cage of swords that enclosed the enemy in a prison. The blades crossed and locked, trapping it like an insect. Jean leveled her rapier, her voice stern and commanding. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The swordsman froze. Then, with a guttural roar, it flexed its body. Black smoke surged, and the holy prison shattered like glass. Jean's eyes widened as the monster lunged, its serrated broadsword swinging toward her neck. The killing blow never landed. 3 demon swords, Gram, Balmung, and Nothung, intercepted the strike with deafening force. Jean gasped, realizing Siegfried stood between her and death. But from his back sprouted 4 silver dragon arms, each wielding a demon sword of its own. His balance breaker, Chaos Edge Azura Ravage, glowed with raw, overwhelming power. In his hands and dragon arms are Gram, Balmung, Nothung, Turfing, and Dainsleif. His eyes burned with fury. Leave her alone, bitch. Siegfried roared, forcing the enemy back. The sheer force sent the swordsman crashing through the walls of a nearby flower shop. Not stopping, Siegfried swung Dainsleif, summoning a towering pillar of ice that engulfed the shop. He then pointed Balmung forward, conjuring a spiraling tornado that drilled into the ice, detonating it in a massive explosion of frost and wind. The shockwave knocked Jean's hair loose from its tie as she shielded her face. Slowly, the mist cleared and Siegfried, breathing hard, extended his left hand toward Jean. You good? She nodded, then took his hand. Did you get him? Siegfried narrowed his eyes at the frozen rubble. Hell if I know. But there's no way anyone's walking away from that. Jean exhaled slowly, her rapier lowering slightly. That thing, it was aiming after me. Yeah. It wasn't swinging for me until I decided to intervene. Siegfried muttered, adjusting Gram in his hands. He was about to press her further when a sudden whistling filled the air. An array of black swords shot out from the ruins of the flower shop. Jean barely had time to summon another wall of holy blades, the 2 barriers colliding violently. But then, to their shock, the enemy swords began draining the holy energy from her constructs, absorbing the light and turning it to ash. What? Jean gasped. The Black Swordsman burst from the ruins, leaping high onto the roof of a nearby building behind the duo. It roared again, its glowing eyes narrowing at Jean. From its hands, 2 new blades materialized out of thin air, one covered in flames, the other crackling with lightning. Die. It slashed downward, sending waves of fire and bolts of lightning crashing into the streets. Siegfried and Jean dodged and parried desperately as buildings erupted in smoke and sparks. Behind another blade wall that Jean made, Siegfried cursed. What the fuck is this thing? It's making weapons out of thin air now. Jean's eyes flickered with realization. She stared at the conjured blades, her breath catching. No, it can't be. What? You got an idea what we're dealing with? Siegfried barked, ducking as a fireball singed past them. Jean parried another black blade as she planed. It's possible that it's the sacred gear, Sword Birth. It has the ability to create demonic swords with unique powers. It's basically a demonic version of my blade blacksmith. Siegfried clenched his jaw, muttering. So we're fighting a bloodthirsty weirdo with a demonic version of your own sacred gear. Just perfect. Jean gripped her rapier tighter, her expression grim. That must be why it's after me. It may want to challenge me in my blades. Siegfried exhaled sharply, his mind racing. Then maybe we can use that against it. DxD. Hello readers. Here's another chapter, so gimme your kidney power stones. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 68, Chapter 67, I have a what? As Siegfried and Jean finished planning, the Black Swordsman kept hurling fire and lightning downward, tearing across the ruined streets of Avalon. Jean clenched her teeth, stepped out from the cover of the blade wall she had created, and shouted. Hey, over here. Her rapier glowed as she conjured and fired an array of holy blades straight at him. The swordsman twisted his body midair, narrowly evading the barrage before pointing his demonic blades back at her. Die. The black figure snarled, sending back a rain of demonic blades laced with fire, lightning, and ice. Jean darted sideways as she swung her rapier, deflecting what she could. Sparks and metal shards flew out as their exchange of blows and projectiles lit up the ruined rooftops. The furious clash dragged on until Siegfried appeared behind the Black Swordsman. Silently, he raised Nothung, and the demonic sword's edges glowed with bluish energy. With a single swing, he unleashed a swift energy slash that carved through the roof and struck the swordsman square in the back. Shing! Greah! The swordsman's screams rattled the air, and the armored figure howled as its black armor cracked and cut, sending it flying violently down the streets. Jean! Now! Siegfried yelled, and Jean seized the moment, pointing her weapon to the heavens as 10 giant holy swords materialized high above the falling figure. She brought her rapier down, and the massive swords descended all at once. The impact was deafening, the ground shattered, and dust clouds billowed as the Black Swordsman was slammed deep into the earth, his body pinned beneath the weight of the colossal weapons. The monster thrashed and roared, its limbs twitching as the glowing blades pierced through the ground and locked it in place. Its guttural growls echoed through the broken streets as it struggled, only to be restrained further by the holy energy burning into its armor. Siegfried dropped from the rooftop, landing with a heavy thud. His balance breaker faded as he stored the rest of his swords. He looked at Jean, his usual stoic face softening just slightly. That was pretty easy. You good? Jean exhaled, lowering her rapier. Yes. She nodded firmly, though her chest still rose and fell quickly. What do we do with him? She asked, her gaze flicking toward the restrained enemy. Siegfried raised Graham again and stepped closer to the pinned-down berserker. His expression hardened as he leveled the crimson blade toward its chest. Simple. We kill this fucker before it gets back up. Jean parted her lips, about to protest, when a voice called out from the distance. Is the action already over? What a bummer. I was hoping for a workout. Heracles strolled into view, casually resting Regulus Nemea in its axe form on his shoulder. Carmela followed behind him, looking calm as he shoved his hands into his pockets. So, what did we miss? Siegfried's eye twitched as he faced the two. Where the hell were you two when this was happening? Didn't you hear the commotion? Heracles chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Well, funny story is that I heard there was a little movie theater on the other side of town. We went to check it out, but it turned out to be a musical movie about an orphan girl being adopted by some billionaire so he could be elected as mayor or some shit. Carmela shrugged. I had nothing better to do, so Heracles dragged me along, but we only recognized the fight after we finished watching the movie. Jean sighed, shaking her head at her friends before asking. And where are George and Chow Chow? Carmela stretched his arms before answering. They didn't come. Teleported back to Grauzauber to see this kid named Leonardo. Something about making sure his babysitter doesn't turn him into the next Ash Ketchum or something. Before Jean could reply, another presence approached. Arthur and Lavinia arrived from the other side of the square. Arthur summoned Excalibur ruler in his right hand as he looked around, his sharp eyes immediately falling on the pinned Black Swordsman struggling beneath the giant holy blades. We're here. Where's the danger, who's that? Lavinia asked, but paused as she looked at the Black Swordsman. Arthur has gone silent for a moment with his brows furrowed as a strange thought crossed his mind. What the fuck? Is that Guts from Berserk? What's he doing here instead of screaming Griffith at the top of his lungs? He shook his head, dismissing the ridiculous thought as he exhaled slowly. What happened? He asked the group, stepping closer while Lavinia remained quietly at his side. Jean quickly gave a brief explanation of how the swordsman had appeared, how he had targeted her for some reason, and how Siegfried managed to wound him before she pinned him with the giant swords. Arthur nodded silently, listening with narrowed eyes before walking toward the restrained foe. The pinned Black Swordsman's head turned sharply the moment Arthur approached. He noticed the gleaming holy sword in Arthur's hand. Suddenly, it began thrashing harder, its voice echoing with pure hatred. You. Give them to me. I'll destroy them. I'll destroy them all. Arthur's gaze sharpened, but he kept moving forward until he stood directly before it. He crouched down, holding Excalibur ruler low, then slowly waved the blade left and right before the warrior's face. The berserker's crimson eyes followed the motion like a rabid animal, gnashing its teeth in feral fury. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Okay. He glanced back toward Jean, who spoke softly. It seems to be reacting violently to holy swords in particular. It seems to hate them. Arthur's expression darkened as a vague memory stirred within him, recalling a certain blonde-haired survivor of the Holy Sword Project. Could it be that? Could this guy be him? He thought, staring at the struggling figure. His grip on Excalibur ruler tightened as he turned fully to the others. All of you, get back. Jean, when I say go, release it. Both Jean and Siegfried looked at him with wide eyes. Release it. Arthur, are you sure about this? Lavinia exclaimed. Arthur nodded firmly, his expression calm but absolute. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. Laugh, Jean, do you mind? Jean hesitated but eventually nodded, signaling the others to step back. Heracles smirked, crossing his arms, while Carmela sighed and muttered something under his breath about Arthur being reckless. Arthur planted his feet firmly on the cracked ground. Excalibur ruler hummed with faint light in his grip. Now. Jean flicked her hands upward, and the massive holy blades vanished into light particles. The Black Swordsman immediately leapt back, roaring as cracks in its black armor began to knit themselves together with countless miniature blades crawling like insects across its body. Arthur's eyes widened briefly, genuinely fascinated. So the armor repairs itself with blades. That's actually pretty badass, not gonna lie. He muttered before smirking and lifting his left hand in a beckoning gesture. So you want to destroy this sword? He raised Excalibur ruler high, the afternoon sunlight reflecting from the blade. Then come and break it. The Black Swordsman roared so loudly that the air shook, its hatred boiling over as it crouched low, ready to pounce. It created a massive blade and dragged it across the ground, and sprinted toward Arthur with primal rage. Its form was messy but wild, every step cracking the stone beneath its armored boots. Arthur tilted his head, his expression calm, and at the last second, Arthur shifted back with a fluid step, the colossal blade slamming into the cobblestone with a deafening crash, carving a fissure along the street. Dust and rubble flew everywhere. Arthur stepped onto the flat of the blade and, with one smooth motion, he pressed down and vaulted himself upward, his free leg whipping out and connecting squarely with the swordsman's face. The impact rang and sent the armored figure stumbling backward with an angry snarl. It tumbled clumsily across the street before slamming into the side of a broken cart, splinters scattering. Growling, it pushed itself up, its helmeted head snapping back toward Arthur with seething hatred. Several jagged blades erupted into existence around it, spinning violently before being hurled straight at Arthur. The air hissed as the swarm of black swords flew towards Arthur, who didn't even flinch. With one precise motion after another, he swatted every single blade away, sparks exploding. The ease of his defense made him let out a small exhale through his nose. Is that the best you can do? I expected more from something that made this much of a mess. Arthur's voice was flat, almost bored, his eyes locked on the figure with disinterest. That taunt made the Black Swordsman's whole frame shake with fury. It let out an animalistic roar and conjured two flaming swords, their fire crackling as the heat shimmered around them. It rushed Arthur again, hacking wildly, each slash fast enough to split stone, each thrust aimed for a fatal point. But Arthur's calm never broke as with each slash, he either slid the blow aside with Excalibur ruler or twisted his body just enough for the strikes to pass harmlessly. Slow. Arthur muttered as he batted aside a diagonal cut. Sloppy. Another stab missed, grazing only the tip of his coat. Sad. A flaming cross slash was pushed away with his left palm resting lightly against his blade. Seriously. The creature roared, its frustration uncontainable. It hurled the flaming swords aside in a frenzy, conjuring a massive weapon, far larger than last time, a giant slab of black steel brimming with raw hatred. It raised it high, screaming out "Die," as it brought the blade down like judgment itself. Arthur didn't move until the last moment. With one hand, he lifted Excalibur ruler, and the colossal black weapon met his holy sword with a clang that echoed like thunder across the ruined street. Even with the impact of the blade caused the place that Arthur stood to become a crater, he barely shifted his stance. With a sudden push, he shoved the giant sword aside, its owner stumbling from the force. Arthur's free hand shot out, seizing the armored throat. The swordsman thrashed, clawing at Arthur's iron grip as it was lifted clean off its feet. Its growls turned into guttural chokes as Arthur's expression hardened. "You're boring me, Blondie." His voice carried no malice, only cold disinterest. With that, he slammed his forehead into the creature's helm. A loud metallic crack split the air as a dent caved into the helmet's skull-like design. The swordsman's body stiffened, and Arthur followed with a swift knee to its gut, forcing out a distorted groan as its frame bent around the blow. Without letting go, Arthur heaved upward and then hurled the armored figure skyward. Time seemed to slow as the dark swordsman spun helplessly through the air. Arthur planted his feet firmly, shifted his weight back, and raised Excalibur ruler like a baseball bat. As the falling enemy dropped back down, Arthur swung his sword at the swordsman. The strike connected, sending the black swordsman flying like a cannonball across the edge of Avalon. The body plowed through the tree-line, wood splintering as trees toppled one after another. From behind, Heracles whistled loudly, his grin wide. And Pendragon swings. It's a home run, audience. It's a home run. He called out in a booming, mock commentator's tone. Siegfried chuckled dryly. That's going, and it's gone. Jean pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering. Are you too serious, right now? Carmela crossed his arms, not saying a word but clearly biting back laughter. Lavinia, on the other hand, tilted her head slightly, lips curving into a faint, amused smile. The forest where the swordsman landed groaned as trees collapsed. A faint sound of cracking wood and armor scraping could be heard in the distance. The berserker groaned, coughing up blood as it tried to push itself up from the crater of roots and dirt. Its helmet turned, glowing eyes flickering as it spotted Arthur walking toward it with steady, unhurried steps. The redhead's sword was still at his side, but his posture was relaxed, his gaze drifting briefly upward. The sky was painted in fading afternoon colors, streaks of orange and red bleeding across the horizon. Arthur let out a low breath and said almost casually. This was fun and all, but let's wrap this up, shall we? The swordsman growled, rage vibrating in its frame. Damn you! It roared, its voice guttural and strained. Dozens of elemental swords erupted around it, flames, ice, and lightning, all converging around the swordsman. Two larger swords, their blades made entirely from darkness, appeared in its hand. With a burst of speed, the monster charged. Its sprint shook the ground as it became a storm of blades closing in on Arthur. But Arthur didn't move at first as his gaze followed its approach calmly. Wow, you're actually going feral. Instead of raising Excalibur ruler, he planted the holy sword into the dirt beside him. Maybe this will knock some sense into you. Then he flexed his right arm and spread his fingers wide, curling them slowly into a fist, and drew his arm back, his knuckles tightening. A radiant light burst from his body, a white aura flaring around his arm. The air vibrated with pressure, and the ground cracked beneath his feet. Jean's lips parted slightly. Tuki. She whispered. Siegfried's eyes widened as he was shocked. What the? He can use Tuki this whole time. Even Heracles was momentarily stunned before calming down as he recalled that, since Arthur explained to him what Tuki is, then Arthur should have it too. The black swordsman came within striking distance, blades raised to tear Arthur apart. But Arthur kept calm, his fist clenched tighter, glowing brighter until the light burned the air itself. And then he stepped forward and threw a single, precise punch. Crash. The impact was immediate. The swordsman's chest caved inward with a sickening crunch as the ore-infused fist slammed home. A distorted roar tore from its throat as blood spewed from the cracks of its helm. Its body was launched back like a rag doll, crashing through more trees, tearing up dirt, smashing through roots until it finally collapsed in a heap on the grass far beyond. Arthur lowered his fist slowly, exhaling as the bright aura flickered and faded away. For a moment, silence hung heavy over the scene. He glanced down at his knuckles, his lips pressed together in thought. Was that a bit overkill? He muttered to himself as he began walking forward, his expression unreadable while the others stared in stunned silence. From a distance, the swordsman lay broken across the torn earth, blood seeping from cracks in the black armor as its pained growls dwindled into weak, rattling breaths. Its vision blurred, only faintly catching the silhouette of Arthur calmly approaching, Excalibur ruler slung over his shoulder like he had just finished a light workout. Arthur stopped a few feet away, watching the once feral and relentless opponent lying there helplessly. He exhaled, tilting his head as he muttered. Sorry, not sorry, dude. But I needed you to calm down before you start hurting somebody. The swordsman let out one last snarl before its armor suddenly began to splinter. Dark cracks raced across the surface before bursting apart into fading fragments of shadow, scattering like ash. What remained lying on the ground was not a monster, but a boy. Blonde hair matted with blood, wide blue eyes barely open, his body small and frail. He looked no older than 12, his skin littered with bruises, cuts, and burns from either the battle or from previous experiences. The boy weakly raised his head, blood dripping from his lips as he muttered. You. Before his eyes rolled back and his body slumped unconscious. Arthur froze, his emerald eyes widening in shock at the sight. For a brief moment, silence filled his mind, only broken by his own thought. I fucking knew it. He had suspected something when the black swordsman reacted so violently to holy blades, but now, the truth stood before him, bleeding and broken. Arthur crouched down, brushing a few strands of blood-soaked blonde hair away from the boy's face. He let out a sigh, and without another word, he stored away his sword, then carefully lifted the unconscious boy in his arms. The boy was light as a feather, probably from a lack of nutrition. In an instant, Arthur vanished in a flash of red light via a teleportation circle. Back near the ruined streets where the others had gathered, Arthur appeared with the boy in his arms. Carmela, who had been leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow at Arthur's sudden return. "Well, that was fast," Carmela remarked, his usual amused tone carrying a faint edge of curiosity. Lavinia's blue eyes immediately shifted to the boy in Arthur's arms. She blinked in surprise, her lips parting slightly. "Who's that?" she asked softly, her tone a mix of confusion and worry. The child's state was clearly dire, and even she felt a pang of unease. Arthur shifted his grip slightly, holding the boy as he spoke. "This? Oh, this is the Black Swordsman," he said flatly, as if announcing something mundane. The group was silent. Siegfried snapped his head toward Arthur, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Wait. Arthur, you mean to tell me that this little kid is the same bastard that tried to kill Jean earlier?" he demanded, his tone disbelieving, his mind struggling to reconcile the feral armored figure with the frail body of a boy. Jean's own reaction mirrored Siegfried's disbelief. She stepped forward, her eyes widening as she stared at the battered child. "It can't be. For someone so young to wield that kind of power to force us to fight seriously," she whispered under her breath as she remembered the brutal exchange just moments earlier. She looked at Arthur for answers, but his expression remained unreadable. Arthur shrugged lightly, his face calm as if he wasn't holding the revelation of a possible Holy Sword Project survivor in his arms. Believe it or not, it doesn't change the fact that he almost tore this town apart. Heracles, standing at the back with his massive frame, let out a low whistle and rubbed the back of his neck. If that kid's really the swordsman, then damn. Makes you wonder what the hell the kid went through to be like this. Arthur adjusted his hold on the unconscious boy, glancing around at the group. "Anyway, does anybody know where Asia is? This kid's in serious bad shape. He needs medical attention, and probably some therapy." Just then, a cheerful voice called out from a distance. "Hey, losers. Is it over?" Everyone turned to see Dulio strolling casually down the ruined street, a crepe in one hand, powdered sugar dusting his chin. Beside him walked Hilda, who daintily nibbled at her own crepe with one hand, while the other held her parasol. Arthur blinked, still holding the unconscious boy in his arms, as Dulio glanced at him and gave a thumbs up. "Nice work, Arthur. You really wrapped that up quick." He took another huge bite of his crepe before continuing, his mouth still half full. "By the way, if you're looking for Asia, she's back at your mansion after she just finished her errands. You should take the kid to one of the guest rooms." For a moment, everybody was silent, except for Hilda, who was eating her crepe. Everyone stared at Dulio like he had suddenly sprouted a second head. Even Lavinia, usually composed, blinked in disbelief. Arthur tilted his head, utterly baffled. "Wait, hold on. I have a what?" His tone was flat, almost mechanical, as if his brain had short-circuited trying to process Dulio's words. Dulio swallowed the last bite of his snack, then smirked at Arthur. "You heard me. You have a mansion now. Big place, too. It's right where your childhood home used to be." "Oh, and you're welcome." Arthur blinked again, his mouth opening slightly, but no words coming out at first. He glanced at the unconscious boy in his arms, then back at Dulio, his expression was one of disbelief. "Okay. DxD. Hello readers. Here's your chapter, so gimme the goods." And by goods, I meant power stones. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 69, Chapter 68, Breakfast. Snow blanketed the forest in a suffocating white, the night air heavy and bitterly cold. A young blonde boy crawled across the frozen ground, his body trembling violently as he dragged himself forward through the snow. His cold breath came out in ragged, wheezing gasps, his throat burning, his lungs seared by the poisonous gas still clinging to him with each exhale rattled like broken glass in his chest. His once bright blue eyes were bloodshot and swollen with tears, blurring his vision. He could barely see the trees anymore, only the traumatic images that transpired just recently. He coughed violently, spitting blood into the snow, his body convulsing as he whispered to himself. "Why? Why me? Why did they let me live?" His weak voice cracked, torn between sorrow and rage. Images flashed in his mind. The screams of his friends, their hands clawing against glass as the gas filled the chambers, their eyes teary and wide with terror as they begged and prayed for help. He hadn't been able to save them, but they saved him instead. He had abandoned them. And their stares, the cruel, indifferent stares of the men who called themselves priests and scientists, burned endlessly in his head. Most of all, the face of that man burned into his memory. Short, bespectacled, gray hair neatly parted, the thin mustache above his lips curling as he smiled. His black eyes glinted with sadistic satisfaction beneath the priest's garb. That voice, calm and cold, gave the order to unleash the gas. The boy's fingers dug into the frozen ground, nails cracking against the ice. He whispered the name with venom. Valper. Galilei. His body shook with hatred. Holy swords, this cursed project, you bastards. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with blood as he clenched his jaw, rage overpowering grief. I swear. I swear I'll come back. His words grew louder, each one trembling with wrath. I'll kill you. And I'll destroy those cursed swords. And then it happened. A strange power began to seep out of his frail body, swirling around him like smoke as red and black energy twisted, writhing, feeding off his hatred. His sacred gear, sword birth, responded to his fury, his grief, his rage. His body trembled violently as the aura grew thicker, his fingers gripping the rough bark of a tree just to stay upright. His blue eyes began to glow, burning into a full crimson red, his gaze fixed on the pale light of the moon overhead. As long as I live. His voice cracked into a scream. I swear. I will destroy them. I will destroy them all. A burst of red light erupted from his body, shaking the forest. Black armor began to materialize across his form, cladding his small frame. It was jagged, unnatural, almost beast-like, with crimson lines pulsing like veins. The helm formed last, its monstrous visage glaring with two sharp red eyes. His weak, frail body was gone, replaced by a black demonic armor created by rage and grief. And then. DxD. Ayahawk. The boy woke up screaming. His voice cracked as he bolted upright in bed, his body drenched in sweat. His breath came in ragged gasps, his hands trembling violently. His heart pounded against his chest as if it wanted to break free. He frantically looked around, expecting to see a forest, the lab, the chambers, the faces of his dying friends. But instead, he saw a fancy-looking bedroom with morning sunlight streaming through an open window. He blinked rapidly, confusion overtaking fear. Clean sheets covered him, the scent of fresh air came through the window, mixed with the faint smell of flowers. His bruises, cuts, and blood, the wounds he remembered, were gone. He glanced down and realized he was dressed in a fresh set of clean clothes. Where am I? He thought, eyes narrowing suspiciously. His body tensed, instinct screaming at him that this was a trap. Just then, light footsteps echoed outside the door. He immediately sat up straighter, his hand clenching into a fist, ready to fight if he had to. The doorknob turned slowly, and the door creaked open. A soft voice entered before the small figure did. Excuse me. It was a girl. A blonde-haired girl, her green eyes kind but wide with surprise. She held a small bouquet in her hands, as if she had come to decorate the room. But before she could even finish her sentence, her gaze snapped to the bed. The boy was no longer there. She blinked in confusion. Eh? Where did he dash? Her words cut off with a muffled sound. A hand suddenly covered her mouth from behind, cold steel pressing against the side of her neck. Don't scream. The boy's harsh voice growled in her ear, his tone sharp, desperate. If you do, I'll cut you. So shut up and answer me. Asia froze, her eyes widening in shock. She could feel the trembling in his hand. The boy was tense, on edge, dangerous, but also unstable. Her heart skipped as she forced herself to calm down. Slowly, she nodded. The boy hesitated, then carefully pulled his hand away from her mouth, though the blade remained at her throat. His blue eyes narrowed. Where am I? Who are you? And how do I get out of here? Asia turned slowly, facing him now, pouting just a little, and said softly. You shouldn't be doing that to others. It's really mean, you know. The boy blinked, caught off guard. For a moment, his hardened expression faltered. What? But he quickly shook his head, tightening his grip on the small blade. Quit stalling, kid. Answer me. Now. Or I'll hurt you. Badly. His voice was sharp, filled with the hollow threat of someone who had seen too much to take any chances. Asia sighed lightly, as though dealing with a stubborn child. You're the one who's acting like a kid. You should at least try to be nicer when asking questions. She said gently, as if scolding him. The boy's eye twitched in annoyance. Do you not understand the situation right now? He pressed the blade closer to her neck, though his hand shook slightly. I'm the one with the weapon. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd better answer me. The two locked eyes, the air thick with tension as they stared each other down. Asia's calm gaze against the boy's desperate glare. Neither backed down, the silence stretching on. Ha ha ha. A low chuckle came from the doorway. Well, ain't this adorable? Are you two gonna kiss or what? Both of them flinched. Asia's face turned red instantly, her eyes darting to the source of the voice. Leaning against the doorframe was Arthur, arms crossed, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. The boy's expression hardened. In an instant, he yanked Asia back against him, pressing the blade firmly against her neck as he glared at Arthur. His breath was heavy, his eyes still sharp with hostility. "Stay right there, exorcist scum," the boy barked, glaring at Arthur with nothing but hatred in his eyes. "One step closer and I swear I'll cut her throat." Arthur raised both hands casually, unfazed, his expression calm. "Easy there, kid. No need to go full dramatics this early in the morning. I was just coming in to see if you wanted break dash dot." "Shut up," the boy snapped, pulling Asia back slightly. "You think I don't know what you people are? You're all the same. Priests, exorcists, lapdogs of the church. All of you with your cursed holy swords, you're nothing but monsters in human skin." Arthur tilted his head, sighing softly as if this wasn't the first time he'd heard such words. "So I'm a monster now, huh? I guess I've been called worse. Stop acting like you don't care." The boy roared, his voice cracking, equal parts anger and pain. "You all deserve to burn for what you did. For what happened to me." Asia, despite the blade at her throat, had her eyes wide with concern rather than fear. She glanced at Arthur, then at her captor, her voice soft but concerned. "Please, you don't have to hurt anyone. I don't want anyone to fight." The boy pressed his lips together tightly, his grip trembling. He wanted to yell again, but the calmness in her tone threw him off. Arthur took a cautious step closer, his voice steady. "Look, kid. I get it. You hate me for being an exorcist. I'm cool with that. But Asia." He motioned to Asia with his chin. "She's got nothing to do with your personal grudge. You're just scaring someone who helped tend to your wounds." The boy's eyes twitched with conflict, but his glare remained locked on Arthur. "Then throw your holy sword at the floor right now. That thing doesn't deserve to exist. None of them do." He barked suddenly. Arthur blinked once, then tilted his head. "My sword? That's what this is about. You hurt me." The boy snapped, his voice hoarse. "Give it up, and I'll destroy it. Every single one of those damned swords should be reduced to ash. They're evil. They took everything from me." Asia's curiosity got the better of her as she spoke carefully, even with the blade so close. "Why do you hate holy swords so much? What did they do to you?" Arthur let out a small breath and lowered his hands. "Asia, I know the reason why. In fact, I even know who he is. Gramps told me about him last night." The boy stiffened. "You dash." Arthur continued, his tone quieter, almost sympathetic now. "Isaiah, an orphan who was part of the Holy Sword project that was dismantled a couple of months ago. That nightmare Valper Galilei and his lackeys ran." The boy froze, his jaw clenching, his eyes widening slightly in shock. His grip on Asia faltered just a little. Arthur's gaze didn't leave him. "I also know about what they did to you. About the kids who got taken in. About the experiments. About how most of you, who barely made it out alive." His voice dipped with regret. "And I didn't do a damn thing to stop it. I was away on my one-year journey when it all happened. Maybe that's an excuse, maybe it isn't, but the truth is, I'm sorry." Isaiah's chest heaved, his anger wavering against the weight of Arthur's words. For a moment, he almost looked like he didn't know what to say. You knew," he muttered bitterly. "And you still stand there with that accursed sword in your hands. You're no different from them. You let it happen. You let us suffer." Asia finally spoke again, her soft voice breaking the tense air. "So that's why you hate holy swords." Isaiah bit his lip, his eyes burning. "They're cursed. Every last one of them. They turned us into lab rats, toys to be broken and thrown away. Because of those swords, my friends died screaming. Because of those swords, I dash." His voice cracked, and his grip trembled violently. "I had to watch them suffer and die like they were nothing." Asia's eyes watered, but Arthur's face remained calm, almost solemn. He finally spoke, his voice firmer now. "Isaiah. Let me ask you something. Who's to blame for what happened to you? The swords, or the priest who ordered them to be used that way?" Isaiah blinked, caught off guard. What kind of question is that?" "It's a simple one," Arthur replied evenly. "If a murderer kills someone with a gun, do you blame the gun? Or the men who pulled the trigger?" Isaiah stuttered, his throat dry. That's dash. You're wasting your rage pointing it at a long piece of sharp metal." Arthur continued, his tone heavy with conviction. "A sword doesn't think on its own. A sword doesn't choose who or what it cuts down. It's the hands that wield it that decide what it becomes. And right now, you're letting yourself drown in hate for something that was never alive in the first place. Isaiah's teeth clenched, his whole body trembling. You don't get it. If it weren't for those swords dash. Arthur cut in sharply, his eyes narrowing. If it weren't for Valper Galilei and the lunatics who followed him, you and your friends wouldn't have gone through hell. You think they'd have stopped at swords? No. They'd have used anything else. It wasn't the weapons, Isaiah. It was the monsters holding them. For the first time since Arthur entered, Isaiah fell silent. His blade lowered a fraction. Asia, seizing the chance, placed her hand gently on Isaiah's arm. Arthur's right. She muttered. You shouldn't blame yourself, or the swords. Your friends wouldn't want you to hate yourself like this. Isaiah's lip quivered, and his eyes glossed with tears he didn't want to show. I know this is sudden, but can you please let me go? I have to help Grandpa with preparing the table. Isaiah was silent. But after a minute of silence, he pushed Asia away softly, no longer able to keep the blade up. She stepped aside, relieved, and gave Isaiah a small bow before excusing herself. Thank you, Isaiah. I'll be going now. Please don't fight. She left the room quietly, leaving the two alone. The silence lingered for a while. Arthur slowly walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him. Sit beside me, kid. Unless you plan to stab me in the back, in which case, at least try to aim straight. Isaiah glared at him, but after a moment of hesitation, he sat stiffly at the farthest edge of the bed, his hands balled into fists. Arthur leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His voice softened. Why don't you tell me your side? All of it. I'll listen and won't judge. And I promise, I'll keep this between us. Isaiah stayed quiet, staring at the floor. For a long moment, it seemed he wouldn't answer, but then, with a shaky breath, he began. We were just kids. Orphans, all of us. Valper came with the priests and told us we were offered a great chance for a better future. We thought it was a miracle. A chance to be worth something. His voice shook as he went on. But it was all a lie. Day after day, we were tested, abused, injected, drowned, electrocuted, just to see if we could adapt to those damned blades. My friends, one by one, they broke. Their screams, their eyes. I can't forget them. Arthur listened in silence, his face unreadable, but his hands tightened slightly. Isaiah clenched his fists tighter, his nails digging into his palms. I survived. Not because I was strong, but because my friends sacrificed themselves to let me escape. And I hate that. I hate that they're gone, and I'm still here. I hate that I couldn't save them. And I hate that sword. I hate all of them. His voice cracked with a sob. They're cursed. They should all be destroyed. Arthur finally spoke, his tone firm but not unkind. No. What should be destroyed is Valper. And people like him. Isaiah looked at him with wet eyes, trembling. Arthur leaned back, letting out a small sigh. Listen, I'm not saying don't take revenge. Honestly. People like him deserve what's coming. But your friends, do you really think they'd want you to waste your life burning everything down? Or would they want you to live? To find something after the hate runs dry. Isaiah went quiet. His tears fell freely now, but he didn't sob. He just sat there, shoulders shaking, as Arthur stood. I'm not telling you to forgive. Or to forget. That's your choice. But think about it, Isaiah. Once Valper dies and your vengeance is over, what will you have left? If you don't figure that out, you'll just end up another weapon someone else picks up and uses. Isaiah couldn't answer. His chest ached with emotions he couldn't untangle. Arthur opened the door and paused, glancing back with a faint, tired smile. Come downstairs when you're ready. Gramps and I made enough to feed an entire family. You should clean yourself up, too. Then he left, closing the door behind him. Isaiah sat there on the bed, his fists trembling, his thoughts a storm. That guy, who the hell is he? Why does he talk like he understands? He stared at the floor, silent, as Arthur's words lingered in his mind. DxD. The dining room of Arthur's new mansion was filled with the warm aroma of food and the soft chatter of voices. Chow Chow leaned back in his chair, a fork in one hand and a satisfied grin tugging at his lips as he chewed. I have to admit, I'm liking this new place. Didn't think I'd be waking up to a full English breakfast in a mansion of all things. He waved his fork lazily, gesturing around at the luxurious dining room. George, sitting beside him, adjusted his glasses as he reached for some toast. Odd indeed. The fact that Arthur of all people has a mansion now is, well, unexpected. Especially since none of us saw this coming. Leave it to Dulio to arrange something like this. Heracles let out a hearty laugh through a mouth full of eggs and bacon. Not just the mansion. He even gave us rooms to stay in. I'll admit, for a weirdo, Dulio really knows how to take care of people. He tore off another strip of bacon without hesitation. Dulio, who was casually munching on a pastry he had brought with him from town, chuckled at the comments. What can I say? I like looking out for my junior and his friends. Besides, someone has to make sure you lot don't starve to death while chasing after trouble all the time. True enough. Siegfried's voice came from the entrance. He and Jean stepped inside, Siegfried's long white hair tied back and his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Jean smiled warmly, offering a soft wave. Good morning, guys. Smells wonderful in here. Jean greeted. As the two found seats at the far end of the table, Jean looked around curiously. Where are the others? Carmela, who was already halfway through his plate, spoke up between bites. Arthur's still in the kitchen. He's cooking more food with Asia and old man Vasco. Lavinia went to wake up Leonardo, and Valerie's still asleep upstairs. Probably won't get up for a while. Figures. George muttered as he reached for the teapot. A few moments later, the sound of footsteps approached. The door swung open, and in came Arthur, balancing a tray stacked with more plates of food. Behind him, Asia followed with a smaller tray of tea, while Vasco Strata brought in the heaviest load. Breakfast is served. Though, credit where it's due, Gramps did most of the work. I just helped with the timing. Arthur announced, setting the trays down in the center of the table. Asia beamed softly as she carefully set down her tray. Please, everyone, eat as much as you like. Vasco laughed as he took a seat near Arthur. Ha 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 ha. Don't let him fool you, lads. The boy wanted to take the wheel the whole time. But I thought, well, why not? Been a long time since I cooked for this many. Good way to see if I still had the touch. You've got more than just the touch, old man. Not bad at all. Siegfried commented as he sampled one of the grilled tomatoes. The mood in the dining room grew lively as conversations overlapped, the sound of cutlery clinking against plates, laughter echoing here and there, and occasional teasing remarks being thrown back and forth. Soon, Lavinia entered, tugging a half-asleep Leonardo by the arm. The boy rubbed his eyes and slumped into a chair with a groggy groan, muttering something about wanting to go back to bed. Lavinia only smiled, patting his head before sitting down herself next to Arthur. It was then that the room went quiet for a moment as another presence appeared at the doorway. Everyone looked as Isaiah stood there, silent and uncertain, his blue eyes lowered to the floor as though unsure if he even belonged. His posture was tense, wary. Arthur immediately noticed. He offered a small, welcoming smile and gestured to an empty seat next to Asia. Morning, Isaiah. Come on, sit down. There's plenty. Isaiah hesitated, his hands balling into fists at his sides. For a moment, it looked like he would turn and leave. But then, almost reluctantly, he stepped forward and slid into the chair beside Asia. He avoided everyone's eyes, staring at his plate instead. Asia, sitting to his right, turned toward him with her usual gentle expression. Isaiah's lips moved almost too quietly to hear, but eventually, he muttered. Sorry. The table fell silent for a beat. Asia blinked at him, then smiled softly and shook her head. It's okay. Really? I understand why you did it. Isaiah froze, his throat tightening. He had half expected her to scold him, to lash out, or at least look at him with fear, but instead, she had given him forgiveness so easily. His gaze dropped again, and he didn't reply. He simply picked up his fork and began to eat in silence. The others exchanged glances. Siegfried arched a brow but said nothing. Jean only smiled faintly, though her eyes lingered on Isaiah with curiosity. Breaking the silence, Vasco cleared his throat and turned to Arthur. Arthur, after we finish breakfast, we need to have a word. About matters relating to your group and, you know who. His eyes flicked subtly toward Isaiah before returning to his plate. Arthur gave a slight nod, acknowledging the unspoken meaning. Understood. For now, though, he let the tension rest. He reached for a piece of bread and leaned back in his chair, the hum of conversation starting up again as everyone returned to their food. Isaiah sat silently among them, chewing slowly, his mind racing with thoughts he couldn't quite sort. He kept stealing glances at Arthur from the corner of his eye, wondering who exactly this man was and why he treated him as though he wasn't just a broken survivor of Valper's madness. And for the first time in a long while, Isaiah wasn't sure if he should keep running or stay and listen. DxD. Hello readers. Here's another chapter. And before you ask, I did this on purpose because I was bored. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 70, Chapter 69, What the Foo? Arthur and Vasco crept through the mansion's back garden. The place was peaceful, birds sang softly on the branches, and the garden itself was beautifully kept, a mix of tulips, roses, and sunflowers swaying lightly in the breeze. The centerpiece was a tall, old apple tree with thick branches that looked like it had been there for decades. Arthur's eyes lingered on it, his expression softening. His hand instinctively reached out to brush over the rough bark, noticing several faint sword marks scattered around the trunk and roots. He could still picture himself as a boy, swinging a wooden sword under the guidance of his mother, Artoria, who corrected his stance every time he made a mistake. Maybe I should visit the estate when I have the chance. Vasco, who was walking beside him, noticed Arthur's quiet look. What do you think of the garden, lad? Arthur blinked, snapping out of his nostalgia and looking at the older man. Oh, the garden. Vasco smiled faintly, scratching his beard. When I first got here, it felt too empty, and I got bored one afternoon, so I figured this place needed some color. Besides, I thought the tree should stay. It feels like it belongs here. I left it standing if you don't mind. Arthur let out a small laugh and shook his head. I don't mind. Actually. I like it. Especially the sunflowers. He said, staring at the bright yellow flowers that seemed to face the sun no matter where it was. Vasco nodded slowly, a quiet understanding passing between the two. They eventually reached the white gazebo that sat at the center of the garden and took a seat on the wooden bench. The silence stretched for a few moments, broken only by the faint chirping of crickets and rustling leaves. Arthur leaned back against the bench, turning his head slightly toward Vasco. So, you wanted to talk to me about something. I'm guessing this is about last night's talk about the Holy Sword project. He began, his tone shifting to something more serious. Vasco exhaled, his expression hardening slightly. Yes. We never got to finish that conversation. He rested his hands on his knees and leaned forward. As you know, after you left on your one-year journey, the church finally discovered the full extent of Valper Galilei's actions. We tried to arrest him, but by the time we arrived, he had already vanished. We only found his colleagues and some of his research. As for the children, all of them were already dead by the time we got there. Arthur's hands curled into fists, his jaw tightening. Arthur's eyes narrowed, his teeth gritting as he looked down at the floor of the gazebo. Those kids didn't deserve that. Why is it that fuckers like Valper find it convenient to toy with the lives of innocent children and still manage to get away with it scot-free? But not all hope was lost. Vasco continued, his tone softening slightly. Among the records, we found traces that there were survivors. At first, we thought there might only be one child who managed to escape. But Isaiah's existence proved otherwise. Arthur looked up sharply, his green eyes wide. Wait, what? You're telling me there's more? Vasco nodded gravely. Yes. Isaiah was one, clearly. But there was something else. We found faint traces of demonic power at the site as well. Our researchers believed there might have been a second survivor, a child who was taken, not killed. We couldn't identify who they were, and we lost the trail soon after. Arthur went completely still, his mind racing. His eyes drifted toward the garden again, focusing on nothing in particular as his thoughts spiraled. Could it really be Tosca? If she's alive, maybe Rias found her. Maybe that's why she was never found by the church. Vasco broke the silence, watching Arthur take a slow breath, and finally turned to the old exorcist. Is there anything else? Anything I should know about? Vasco gave a single, solemn nod. Yes. And this part is important. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small file, handing it to Arthur. There have been rumors that he's working with remnants of the Grigory's rogue agents, and possibly other, dangerous people. It is unclear who and what they are, but we've been working on it. That's why I wanted you to hear this from me, before anyone else. Arthur accepted the file, his eyes hardened as he flipped through the papers quickly, scanning the contents. Looks like I won't be resting anytime soon, huh? Arthur said quietly, more to himself than to Vasco. Vasco gave him a pat on the shoulder. Nope. But I have faith you and the other kids could handle what goes in your way. Arthur chuckled. Heh. Thanks, Gramps. Arthur leaned back against the gazebo's bench, his posture finally easing after the heavy conversation with Vasco as they shifted into casual topics. Stories of their travels, odd encounters, and even mundane things like food. Vasco recounted a humorous memory about a younger Dulio sneaking into a kitchen and cooking pancakes for an entire orphanage, only to nearly burn the building down. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head as he imagined the scene. Guy's a walking natural disaster, but it's like he has the mentality of a toddler. Arthur said, sipping the tea Vasco had in his thermos. Vasco laughed heartily, his deep voice carrying across the flower garden. He means well. But yes, even till this day, being responsible isn't his forte. Arthur smirked, glancing back toward the apple tree. Funny, no matter how much things change, some parts of the past always follow you. It was then that Vasco shifted in his seat, pulling a small pocket watch from his coat. He flipped it open, checking the time before muttering under his breath. They should be here soon. Arthur turned his head to face Vasco fully, raising a brow. Who should be here soon? The old man closed the watch with a snap, slipping it back into his coat. Well, the thing is dash. But before he could finish, a brilliant holy light suddenly filled the garden. Arthur instinctively stood up, his eyes widening at the sight that unfolded before him. Two figures emerged from the light, one a tall man with an aura of calm authority, golden hair, and gentle blue eyes, clad in gleaming white robes adorned in golden armor. The other was a breathtakingly beautiful woman with a halo on her long golden hair, emerald eyes, and dressed in white robes with feathered wings spread behind her. Arthur muttered under his breath, half in awe and half in shock. What the dash? But before he could even finish, the woman suddenly vanished from where she stood and instantly appeared directly in front of him. Arthur! Gabriel exclaimed joyfully, throwing her arms around him. Arthur's face was immediately smothered against her bosom in a tight embrace. His muffled protest was drowned out as Gabriel spoke rapidly, her voice filled with genuine concern. It's been so long. How are you doing? Are you eating properly? You didn't push yourself too much during Romania, did you? I heard about everything you went through with your friends. You must have been so tired. Are the rest of the children all right? As the blonde seraph kept talking of her worry for him, the redhead Cambion could barely hear her words. His world had shrunk to the suffocating softness pressing against his face, his oxygen cut off as his arms flailed weakly. Holy bazookas. Am I really going out like this? Suffocated by, well, let's be honest, not the worst way to go. But damn it, if I'm going to die, I want to die like a real man. Specifically on a battlefield fighting hordes of monsters, not like this. He had a short internal dilemma as the seconds ticked by. Michael, standing a few paces behind, sighed and tapped his sister's shoulder. Gabriel, perhaps you should release him. I believe the young man is suffocating. Gabriel blinked, looking down at Arthur's red face pressed against her chest. His eyes were rolling slightly, his muffled voice somewhere between a protest and a prayer. Oh my. I'm so sorry, Arthur. Are you all right? She quickly let go, stepping back with her hands raised in apology. Arthur staggered back, clutching his knees as he gasped for air. I think I saw my life flash before my eyes. He wheezed dramatically. That earned a chuckle of amusement from Michael. I doubt your friends would approve of you passing in such a manner. She would most likely tell you it's not your time yet. Vasco, who had stayed respectfully silent through the entire exchange, finally stepped forward. He bowed his head with reverence. Lord Michael, Lady Gabriel. It is an honor to meet you both. He patted Arthur's back once, helping the younger man steady himself. I'll leave you in their care for now, my boy. I should go check on the others. With that, Vasco excused himself, walking back toward the mansion. Arthur straightened, still a little breathless, but managed a strained smile. Gabby, good to see you too. And, hello, Sir Michael. The name's Arthur. He gave a polite nod. Michael's smile was warm, his presence soothing yet commanding. There's no need for formality with me, Arthur. Please, simply call me Michael. Arthur blinked, taken aback by the casualness, then slowly nodded. Right. Michael. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to collect himself before adding. So what brings the two of you here exactly? I'm guessing this isn't just a social visit. Arthur slowly lowered himself back onto the bench, his posture still slightly tense from Gabriel's earlier ambush. He sat across from Michael and Gabriel, his sharp green eyes flicking between them as they both took a seat opposite him. Michael rested his hands neatly on his lap, his expression calm but carrying the weight of a man about to deliver something important. Arthur Pendragon, our visit is not simply one of pleasantries. Heaven is currently facing a situation that threatens the balance of one of the most delicate systems we oversee, the sacred gear system. Arthur tilted his head slightly, brows furrowing. The sacred gear system. What happened? Gabriel nodded, her wings shifting slightly behind her as she spoke. The system designed by our father to distribute miracles among humans has been unstable since his passing. There are now multiple scenarios where sacred gears have been forcibly removed from their hosts. Arthur's frown deepened as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Removed? As in, stolen. Precisely. Michael replied, his calm voice carrying a trace of anger beneath it. Not transferred naturally through death. Stolen. This act not only causes suffering to the hosts but also disrupts the already fragile balance of the system. It was never meant to operate in this way. Arthur exhaled slowly through his nose, his mind already turning over the implications. So, which ones are being targeted? I doubt someone's going through this much trouble for low-tier gears. Gabriel's lips curved into a small, sad frown. Mostly common types such as twice critical, sword birth, and blade blacksmith. But on occasion, rarer sacred gears have been stolen, including twilight healing and variant detonation. Arthur's eyes narrowed, and he leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. What about Longinus-class sacred gears? Please tell me whoever's doing this isn't stupid enough to try to pick a fight with one of those users. Michael's calm expression wavered slightly as a faint frown crossed his face. Fortunately, there have been no confirmed Longinus extractions. However. Arthur raised an eyebrow. However, what? Michael's gaze hardened, his blue eyes meeting Arthur's directly. There is a high possibility that one of the church's former own may be involved. The efficiency of these thefts, the precision, it is the work of someone highly trained and intimately familiar with our systems. Arthur straightened, curiosity piqued. So, you're telling me this could be one of your own exorcists? Michael nodded solemnly. Yes. Some time ago, we had among us 2 war orphans who rose through the ranks together. They were the pride of heaven, best friends who were more like brothers, and together they became heaven's strongest exorcists. One of them, as you know, is Dulio Gesualdo, the current bearer of Zenith Tempest. Gabriel's voice softened as she added, her emerald eyes glinting with sorrow. But the other, after an incident 5 years ago, he turned his back on us. Before leaving, he wiped out an entire human village overnight. Arthur blinked slowly, trying to process that. A human village? Yes. Michael confirmed, his expression grim. The massacre left only corpses. We do not know if it was revenge, madness, or something else entirely. But we cannot forget that night, and neither can Dulio. Arthur's thoughts spun as he leaned back in the bench, his arms crossed. Okay, a powerful exorcist who turned rogue, massacred a village full of normal humans, and might be behind sacred gear thefts. This is starting to sound eerily familiar. Like I've seen this plot in an anime I've watched before. He looks back at Michael and asks. Alright, so who is this guy exactly? The archangel's blue eyes locked onto his. He is the reincarnation of the king of Uruk, bearer of the Longinus Innovate Clear, and now known as the most dangerous and most evil human being to ever live. Gilgamesh. Arthur stared at him blankly, then at Gabriel, who nodded solemnly to confirm it. The young man slowly turned his head back to Michael, processing the information. Hold on. Hold on. So you're telling me there's a reincarnation of the original Gilgamesh running around, with a Longinus that is basically the ideal version of Annihilation Maker in Dimension Lost, who also happens to be a mass-murdering ex-exorcist? Michael nods. Huh, okay. Arthur's expression remained neutral, but inside, he was screaming. What the foo? DxD. At the very top floor of a towering skyscraper in the heart of Tokyo, the night city stretched endlessly, glowing with neon lights and moving headlights like veins of a living creature. A young man stood in front of a massive glass window, the glittering skyline reflected perfectly in his piercing crimson eyes. He wore only a crimson bathrobe, slightly undone at the chest, and in his right hand was a half-filled glass of red wine. His fiery blonde hair caught the faint moonlight, giving him an almost divine glow as he silently surveyed the bustling metropolis below. The room behind him was spacious, decadent, and almost kingly. Crimson drapes, golden ornaments, and expensive furniture decorated the space, making it more a throne room than a penthouse. Gilgamesh. A soft, melodic voice called from behind him. Gilgamesh turned his head slightly, his crimson eyes glinting in the reflection before he fully turned around. Standing near the doorway was a long, green-haired figure with an androgynous appearance and delicate frame, which made them seem almost inhuman. They were dressed in pristine white robes with subtle gold patterns, carrying an aura of calmness. Enkidu. What is it? Gilgamesh's deep, commanding voice rang through the room as he swirled the wine in his glass lazily. Enkidu walked closer, their bare feet making no sound against the marble floor, and presented him with a sleek tablet. We've compiled what you requested, everything that the spies could acquire without getting caught so far. Gilgamesh took the tablet with a casual flick of his wrist and began scrolling through the data with his thumb. Picture after picture appeared, faces, names, detailed descriptions. Arthur Pendragon. Son of Surzex Lucifer and Artoria Pendragon. Wielder of a subspecies boosted gear. He muttered as the first profile appeared, reading the text with a faint smirk. What kind of luck do you have for being born with such godlike potential? His crimson eyes narrowed with interest before he scrolled further. Siegfried. Lavinia Rennie. Valerie Teeps. Chow Chow. He stopped when the profile of Dulio Gesualdo appeared, the tablet glowing faintly in the dim light. His smile faded slightly, replaced with something softer, almost nostalgic. Dulio. He muttered under his breath, his tone carrying a trace of something between frustration and annoyance. How long are you going to keep playing Heaven's lapdog before you realize I was right all along? Enkidu tilted their heads slightly, watching him silently until Gilgamesh handed the tablet back. What do you plan to do with them? They asked, their calm eyes never leaving his face. Gilgamesh set the tablet aside on the table, took another sip of wine, and answered with a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes. Nothing. Not yet. They are not a threat to me, nor to our cause. He turned back to face the city, the lights dancing in his gaze. In fact, they are proof that what we're doing is necessary. They simply aren't ready to see the truth yet. One day, I will approach them myself. And when that day comes, they will see the world as it truly is. Enkidu watched him for a moment before nodding slightly. As you wish. Wanna hear about the latest sacred gears we've secured? Gilgamesh's expression sharpened. Report. There are now over 142 sacred gears under our possession. Enkidu explained smoothly. Several rare types, and we've already begun redistributing some to the faithful who have pledged themselves to your cause. More recruits have arrived this week. Our strength grows by the day. Good. Gilgamesh said, nodding in satisfaction as he took another slow sip of his wine, savoring the taste as if savoring the victory to come. Continue the process. And keep searching for non-affiliated Longinus users. If they will not join me willingly. His crimson eyes gleamed dangerously. Then I will take them. Enkidu bowed slightly. Understood. With that, they turned and left the room, their presence fading into silence. Gilgamesh stood there for a moment longer, looking down at the glowing Tokyo skyline with an expression that was both regal and predatory. He finished the last of his wine in one gulp and set the empty glass aside on a gold-plated tray before loosening the sash of his bathrobe. He turned from the window and walked toward the massive king-sized bed at the center of the room, where a pale-skinned woman lay under red silk sheets. Her raven-black hair cascaded across the pillows, her eyes half-lidded in drowsy amusement as she watched him approach. She giggled softly, her voice sultry and smooth. "Welcome back, my king." She purred, her tone teasing. Gilgamesh smirked as he shrugged off his robe, revealing his chiseled, well-built physique. He climbed into the bed and gripped her chin gently, making her turn to face him. "Who permitted you to sleep, Semiramis?" "We are just getting started," he asked, his voice low and commanding. Semiramis smiled seductively, her fingers tracing the side of his neck as she whispered. "Then finish what you started, my king." Gilgamesh chuckled darkly and pressed his lips against her lips, kissing her deeply while her muffled moans filled the room. Her hands slid up to his shoulders, pulling him closer, but Gilgamesh's crimson eyes stared past her for a moment, his thoughts elsewhere. "Soon." He spoke as his lips trailed down her skin. "Soon, we will finally cleanse this world of the virus that poisons it." He muttered under his breath, his voice like a growl as Semiramis smiled and wrapped her arms tighter around him. "Those damn mongrels." DxD. Hello readers. I'm back, baby. Sorry for being inactive as I was busy with exams and other personal shit. This will be the end of Volume 2. I have an important announcement to make. It is with great pride that I am here to announce, drumroll, please. Asterisk drumroll. Asterisk. We have reached the 69th chapter. Asterisk applause. Asterisk. Additionally, we have reached 1.2 million views, but nobody seems to care about that. Let's celebrate by throwing all your power stones in this general direction. And I will also be uploading 2 bonus chapters later, so, yeah. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. Chapter 71, Volume 2 Bio and Omake. Name, Arthur Art Pendragon. Alias, King Arthur's descendant, son of Satan, Red Dragon Emperor, the first god killer, Archbishop, Vampire Slayer. Age. Species, Draconic Cambion, Human, 35%, Devil, 35%, Dragon, 30%. Sex, Male. Hair color, Crimson Red. Eye color, Emerald Green. Class, High-Tier Ultimate Class, with Boosted Gear, Mid-Tier Transcendental Class. Occupation, Exorcist, Founder/Leader of C×C. Affiliation/Faction, Himself, Pendragon Household, Heaven/Church, Countercore, C×C. Alignment, Chaotic Good. Abilities. Natural-born Holy Sword Wielder, Arthur is a natural-born Holy Sword Wielder and can wield the 7 Excalibur swords. Tuki, he possesses enormous Tuki, achieved through rigorous physical training, and can generate wind pressure and crack the ground with a simple punch. It increases Arthur's physical prowess and durability, with his arm alone being enough to release a shockwave, causing Isaiah to be knocked unconscious and his armor to be shattered. Dragon Heart grants the user enhanced physical capabilities and senses, and minor draconic features. Dragon horns and devil wings/tail have red scales. Immense demonic power. As the firstborn son of Serzex Lucifer, he has extraordinary demonic power and talent superior to others, which he developed further through dedicated training since his time in the Pendragon household. Power of Destruction grants its users great offensive power and can annihilate things when used. Originally belonged to the Baal clan. Destruction Blades summons ethereal swords that hover around the user and automatically cut down anything that causes harm. Arrow of Destruction summons an arrow that multiplies into thousands of identical arrows, destroying anything it hits. Advanced Magic. Arthur studied various magics, such as elemental magic, demonic magic, and light magic. This was further advanced during his time being trained by Lavinia, Rennie and George. Open. Arthur can create and manipulate fire to form a long-range attack by chanting open and forming an arrow before launching it. Its firepower is enough to pulverize an entire mountain. This spell was inspired by Sukuna's curse technique. Flight. Being a half-devil, Arthur can fly using his 8 wings, in addition to the dragon wings provided to him by the boosted gear, scale mail. Equipment. Boosted gear, subspecies one of the 13 Longinus that houses the spirit of Drake. It allows the user to double their powers every 10 seconds without limit until the user reaches their limit, transfer the increased power to other people or items, store weapons and items, and let the user bypass all defenses. Due to being a subspecies, an additional ability was formed that allows the user to create multiple clones of themselves. Boosted gear, scale mail, a crest-side balance breaker. This generates a dragon armor while drastically increasing the user's power, abilities, speed, and defense. It also temporarily allows the user to use the power of the boosted gear without the 10-second interval. Juggernaut Drive. This form temporarily removes the seal placed on the heavenly dragons, but the users will lose their sanity while their lives are devoured by the power. Arthur manages to solve this issue by using his large amount of demonic powers as an alternative source of power instead of his lifespan. However, if used for extended periods of time, it will eventually cause him to go berserk. Even after deactivation, Arthur suffered from immense exhaustion. Welsh Inferno Dominator, an X-side balance breaker. This was created when Arthur thought, what if I grant the Excalibur swords a scale mail armor? This new balance breaker temporarily fuses the 7 Excalibur swords into one Excalibur and grants it the boosted gear's abilities. This also enhances Excalibur sword's special abilities. Also, its appearance resembles Pyra's Aegis from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Heavenly Dragon Ruler. This ability creates clones that are clad in scale mail armor. Heavenly Dragon Destruction. This ability generates a massive crimson slash projectile that destroys anything it makes contact with. Heavenly Dragon Rapidly. This ability causes multiple near-instantaneous cuts on the target when in contact with the blade. Heavenly Dragon Mimic. This ability copies objects that the user imagines. Arthur copied Emiya, Archer, S-Bow but with the boosted gears features. Heavenly Dragon Transparency. This ability completely erases the wielder's presence so that even ultimate class beings are unable to detect them. Heavenly Dragon Nightmare. This ability controls the 5 senses, allowing Arthur to make his enemies misperceive everything about someone or something, form, shape, mass, feel, smell, etc. Heavenly Dragon Blessing. This ability has a variety of effects. Arthur uses it to exorcise Balor from Conla's body. 7 Excalibur Swords. Originally owned by King Arthur, it was unknowingly broken and reforged into 7 holy swords. These swords possess a variety of special abilities. Excalibur Ruler. This holy sword controls all things its wielder desires. Excalibur Destruction. This holy sword causes destructive beams that shatter anything it touches. Excalibur Rapidly. This holy sword grants both the wielder and the blade enhanced speed. Excalibur Mimic. This holy sword transforms itself into any shape according to its wielder's desires. Excalibur Transparency. This holy sword allows the blade and its wielder to become invisible. Excalibur Nightmare. This holy sword allows the wielder to cast illusions and manipulate dreams. Excalibur Blessing. This holy sword relates to one's belief in the teaching of the religion, and it has been said that it mainly shows its effects when you use it during holy rituals. Arthur mostly uses it for recovery or exorcism. Ophis Blessing. Ophis granted Arthur her blessing in the form of a mark that bears resemblance to Meliodas' dragon sin tattoo. Its effects are unknown. Blood Relatives. Mother, Artoria Pendragon, deceased. Uncle, Uther Pendragon. Older cousin, Kay Pendragon. Younger cousin, Morgan Le Fay Pendragon. Father, Serzex Lucifer. Stepmother, Graphia Lucifuge. Younger half-brother, Mil Ica's Gremory. Aunt, Rias Gremory. Grandfather, Zeoticus Gremory. Grandmother, Venilana Gremory. DxD. Omega 3, Heracles the Terrorist. FBI Headquarters, Washington, D.C. Inside a room with a large oval table in the center, around it sat at least 12 personnel, all dressed in suits, folders, and tablets in front of them. Alright, people, let's go over this again. Special Agent Thompson said. He clicked a remote, and the screen behind him displayed a mugshot-like photo of a young man with a massive build, long gray hair, and a cocky smirk on his face. Subject, no official last name, calls himself Heracles. Estimated age, late teens. Physically inhumanely strong based on eyewitness reports. Arrested at Athens International Airport 3 days ago, carrying what we initially believed was enough military-grade hardware to start a small war. A young female analyst flipped open her folder, scanning through the report. Sir, we still haven't been able to verify his identity in any database. No school records, no birth certificate, nothing on Interpol's list. Fingerprints don't match any known criminal, no record of ever having applied for a passport, and yet he somehow managed to get on an international flight. Which means he's either off the grid, or someone is helping him stay that way. Thompson muttered, his voice grave. And considering the amount of weapons he had in his possession, we cannot rule out the possibility of him being connected to a terror cell. The problem is The problem is, he doesn't act like any radicalized individual we've ever seen. Interrogation so far has yielded nothing. He's calm, confident, almost too confident for someone in custody. He cracks jokes, asks for more food, and when asked who he works for, he just says, and I quote, "Yo mama." Agent Miller interrupted. Several people exchanged uneasy glances. Could be trained. Maybe a child soldier from some private paramilitary group. Physique matches someone who's been doing combat training for years. Another agent said. But that doesn't explain his story about just wanting to get home to add these weapons to his collection. Who in their right mind calls a crate of C4 a collectible? The analyst said, shaking her head. The room went silent for a moment before one of the junior agents raised a hand nervously. Sir, with all due respect, we've run into a dead end here. The subject refuses to cooperate, has no digital footprint, and no known associates, and yet we're treating him like a standard domestic threat. I think we should consider bringing in a profiler who specializes in dash. No. Thompson cut him off sharply. We do this by the book. The subject is a potential national security threat until proven otherwise. We're keeping him in holding until we can extract something useful. Miller, I want a full psychological profile by tomorrow morning. And I want a list of any and all black market groups in Europe who might have access to the type of weaponry he was carrying. Yes, sir. Miller replied, scribbling notes. Another agent, Agent Ruiz, leaned forward. What about the possibility that he's not working alone? If he had that much firepower, there's a chance his group is still out there, waiting for him. This could be part of a bigger operation. That's what worries me, Ruiz. If this kid is just the courier, then the ones who sent him could still be planning something big. I want to know who paid for that arsenal, where it was headed, and why it was being moved now. Until we have answers, treat this as a potential level 3 threat scenario. Thompson admitted, rubbing his temple. Before anyone could respond, the door to the conference room flew open. A younger agent, looking visibly panicked, rushed inside, almost tripping over himself as he spoke. Sir. The subject is gone. Everyone shot up from their seats. What do you mean he's gone? Thompson barked. He wasn't holding less than 10 minutes ago. Cameras went static, guards reported a purple gas covering the whole cell, and then nothing. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. He just vanished. Lock the building down. Check every exit, every security feed, every possible escape route. I want to know how the hell he got out of a maximum security cell. Thompson ordered. Already done, sir. But there's no trace. He's just not there anymore. The agent replied nervously. The room filled with urgent chatter as everyone began scrambling. Agents called for satellite scans, pulled out radios to coordinate with local field teams, and within minutes, Heracles' status was officially escalated to priority national threat. Great. Now we have a teenage terrorist who can apparently vanish into thin air. Thompson muttered under his breath, staring at Heracles' smirking face on the screen. Meanwhile, back at Grauzoberer. In the cozy dining hall, Heracles was sitting cross-legged on the floor, a plate stacked with food in front of him. Arthur sat across from him, arms crossed, watching with a mixture of amusement and disbelief as Heracles casually recounted what had happened. So yeah. I was just minding my own business, trying to bring my stuff back to Greece. You know, a few guns, some ammo, maybe a few bricks of C4. Next thing I know, the airport security tackles me, calls me a terrorist, and locks me up. I swear, people are so sensitive these days. Heracles said between bites of meat. Arthur blinked slowly, then sighed. You tried to take what through an international airport? Heracles shrugged. Relax, it wasn't armed. It was just for my collection. Across the table, Chow Chow facepalmed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Do you even hear yourself when you talk? Hey, I was fine until they started asking too many questions. Then I figured I'd just wait for George to bail me out. Which he did. Thanks a bunch, by the way. Heracles replied with a grin. Don't mention it. Ever. George, who was too busy reading My Little Pony fanfics in silence, just replied in indifference. Regulus lifted his head from where he had been resting in the corner. You're an idiot, Heracles. He said flatly before lying back down. The rest of the boys nodded in agreement, and the table went silent. Heracles just kept eating, completely unbothered. As Heracles continued to eat happily, he was completely oblivious to the fact that somewhere across the ocean, the entire FBI was now looking for him. DxD. Omega 4, Pokemon 1. On top of the Empire State Building, smoke billowed from the ruins below as fires still raged across blocks. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, drowned out by the roar of the massive crowd filling the streets and rooftops as far as the eye could see. They were cheering, screaming in unison, chanting one word like a battle cry. Shuckles. 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 Mephisto stood at the very edge of the skyscraper's spire, his red and blue hair whipping wildly in the storm winds. He held a single pokeball in his hand, raising it high over his head. The age of Pikachu has ended. He began, his voice magically amplified so it echoed through the entire city. No more electric rodents. The crowd erupted into cheers, stomping, clapping, and screaming. Follow me, and Shuckles will reign supreme. Mephisto roared, his eyes gleaming with unhinged passion. Rise up. The people below went wild, many throwing their hands up, some lifting Shuckle plushies, some holding banners painted with slogans like Shuckle Supremacy and Purge All Pikachus. I will lead us all into the future. Mephisto, standing like a prophet of doom, pressed the pokeball against his chest. There was a brilliant flash of light, a shockwave rolling out over the rooftops. When the light faded, Mephisto was gone. In his place stood a massive, red-shelled Shuckle, its little yellow tendrils waving menacingly. Its beady eyes glowed with unnatural power. Shuckle. Mephisto's voice boomed, distorted, and deeper now. The crowd's roar reached a fever pitch, people screaming so loud it rattled windows. Shuckle Mephisto raised his tiny appendages toward the sky like a conquering emperor. But then the clouds above began to churn, and dark storm clouds formed. A massive bolt of lightning struck the building's antenna with an ear-splitting crack. The crowd gasped as the lightning bolt didn't just fizzle away. When the smoke cleared, standing there was a single figure. A yellow rodent-like creature, clad in electricity, its tail resembles a lightning bolt. It slowly raised its head, eyes glowing with determination. Shuckle Mephisto froze, his beady eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. He whispered. Then his voice rose in shock. Azazel. You have become Pikachu. The Pikachu tilted its head, its voice was unmistakably Azazel's, calm but filled with disappointment. We could have built the future together. Pikachu Azazel said, lightning dancing across his fur. I'll build it myself. Shuckle Mephisto stated, his tendrils flaring as energy radiated off his shell. After I tear down everyone in my way. The air grew tense, static crackling, the rooftop trembling under the sheer power of the two Pokemon. Then, without warning, both of them charged, the ground shattering beneath them. Pikachu lunged, trailing lightning, while Shuckle Mephisto unleashed a wave of glowing energy, their clash lighting up the street. Meanwhile, a few rooftops away, Arthur and the others stood together, watching the apocalyptic battle with a mixture of awe and confusion. How in the world did this happen? Arthur finally asked, his tone somewhere between disbelief and resignation. Lavinia sighed deeply, rubbing her temples like she had a headache. Honestly, we have no idea. She admitted. But from what I could piece together, it started with a drunken bet, then somehow involved a 12-pack of Red Bulls, a broken Nintendo Switch, and, what was the last one? She asked George, who stood nearby. Shrek Rule 34. George replied without looking up from his book about Five Nights at Freddy's, Sex Edition. Arthur stared at her for several seconds before nodding slowly. Yeah, that tracks. He reached out to Heracles, who was sitting cross-legged on a vent behind them with a bucket of popcorn, and grabbed a handful and leaned against the railing, eyes fixed on the battlefield as another shockwave ripped across the skyline. So, who's winning? Arthur asked casually. Pikachu, obviously. Heracles said through a mouthful of popcorn. As another explosion rocked the city, Arthur just let out a long sigh. We're so not cleaning this mess up. He said flatly. Everyone agreed. DxD. Hello readers. Here's the first bonus chapter, but the second bonus chapter is not in here. It's actually on my JJK fanfic, Issei Hyoudou, the King of Sorcerers, which is in the process of being remade, again. The reason I got back to this fanfic is because of the newly released JJK sequel, Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. Spoiler alert. In my personal opinion, I have mixed feelings about it. On one hand, I'm glad that JJK is back and my favorite JJK character, Hyoudou, married Maki, my favorite JJK waifu. On the other hand, I felt like it's unnecessary, especially the additional threat of aliens, out of all things. I really hope this isn't gonna be another B** or *T* scenario, which is 100% an infinite Tsukuyomi dream, in my opinion. But never mind my ranting, just see for yourself and comment down below on how you feel about the sequel. Thank you, everyone, and see you later.